In parallel universe number 1713, General Wu Zhi marches majestically on horseback, accompanied by the fearless Gu Rong. Before his troops emerges the immense southern capital of the Liao dynasty, Sijin Prefecture, bathed in the evening glow. Looking at the grand medieval fortress, Wu Zhi realizes that this place will become the famous city of Beijing in the future. However, his journey began quite differently, in the hallways of the Jiangpu University of Traditional and Modern Medicine. Back then, the young student finally won a coveted sports trophy and ran to show it to his major crush. Full of excitement, Wu Zhi reminds the girl about her promise to go on a date with him if he won the university soccer championship. To his sorrow, the young woman coldly turns down the invitation, stating that she still likes another guy from the basketball club. Right then, the most popular athlete appears, putting his arm around the girl and mocking Wu Zhi's short height in front of everyone. To make matters worse, the rival arrogantly reveals that he told the girl to make that bet just to watch the spectacle of his humiliation. The shock of that betrayal hits our protagonist hard, leaving the young man paralyzed and overcome with immense frustration. Unable to react immediately, Wu Zhi merely clutches the metal trophy with hands trembling in anger at the mockery. The mocking athlete even threatens him arrogantly, telling him to keep his distance since he can't afford to pay for any trouble. Turning their backs with complete disdain, the duo walks away laughing, while the poor guy walks off devastated with his head down. Around them, other students whisper mercilessly, mocking the talented massage therapy and acupuncture student for his short stature. Later, wandering alone down a deserted street, the young man deeply laments being made a fool of for so long. Suddenly, a speeding truck loses control on the wet asphalt and barrels straight toward him before he can react. Hit full on by the vehicle, the young man's life fades on the asphalt while he refuses to accept such a pathetic fate. At this critical moment, a mysterious force intervenes and carries out a soul transmigration, altering the memories of this new world. As he slowly regains his senses, the first unexpected sight appearing right before his eyes is a stunning female silhouette. A remarkably beautiful young woman in classical robes approaches holding a bowl, celebrating in relief upon seeing him awake. Showing great warmth and care, she sets the steaming bowl of medicine on the small wooden table nearby. The woman comments tenderly about the 3 days he spent without eating, while the system finalizes the memory adjustments. Noticing the young man's slimmer face, she blushes subtly, thinking to herself that he actually became much more handsome. Completely disoriented, Wu Zhi looks at the gorgeous young woman and starts thinking he ended up in a cosplay-themed hospital. Fascinated by the eye-catching robes, our protagonist can't help but notice the stunning beauty of this supposed nurse. A bit embarrassed by the situation, the young man tries to make conversation and politely asks the name of the woman who cared for him during that time. The young woman is surprised by the confusing question and responds affectionately that it's her, Jinlian, his own wife. Hearing the name Delang coming from that beautiful woman, our protagonist freezes instantly, trying to process this madness. Looking at the ancient architecture around him, he puts the pieces together and panics, realizing he reincarnated into the infamous Wu Delang from the classic novel. Desperate upon realizing what historical trouble he landed in, he tries in vain to call out for help from some divine system. Noticing nothing of his inner crisis, Jinlian approaches with that classic ominous line, bringing the bowl of medicine for him to drink right away. Terror overtakes the young man, who goes into complete shock seeing the fateful poison scene about to play out right before his eyes. Remembering the tragic stories he watched in his childhood about Delang's fate, the protagonist falls into absolute despair. In a desperate reflex to save his own skin, he slaps the woman's hand away, calling her a manipulative, venomous woman. The bowl flies across the room from the impact and shatters against the plank floor, spilling all the dark liquid across the ancient room. Deeply hurt by the unfair accusation, the young woman cannot hold back her tears at her own husband's aggressive reaction. In tears, she reminds him that they just arrived in the county and that she spent sleepless nights tending to his injuries. Hearing her explanation, Wu Zhi thinks fast and remembers that at this early stage, Jinlian hadn't even met the infamous wealthy lover yet. Letting out a huge sigh of relief, the young man celebrates internally, realizing he just avoided an early and foolish death. Meanwhile, the young woman quietly wipes away her tears and patiently starts cleaning up the mess of broken shards scattered across the floor. Looking at the stunning beauty of the young woman in the room, the young man wonders whether he should run away or stay and change the course of history. He cannot bear the thought of giving up such a woman to another man, concluding that running away was never his style. Our protagonist decides the best offense is a good defense and already begins fantasizing about his conquests in this new world. In his fertile imagination, he envisions himself as an unstoppable star player effortlessly dribbling past the most beautiful suitors. In his comical daydream, the young man fires a blazing kick toward the winning goal with all the confidence in the world. The imaginary kick strikes the target dead on, tearing the female goalkeeper's uniform and sparking dramatic reactions across the field. Totally thrilled by this illusory victory, he strikes a champion's pose, believing he will now win over every beauty. However, a sudden groan of pain instantly breaks his trance, dragging him right back to the harsh reality of the bedroom. Sitting on the wooden floor, Jinlian clutches her legs, complaining of unbearable pain that prevents her from standing up. Concerned, Wu Zhi quickly rushes over to help his wife, who explains in a weak voice that she is suffering from severe menstrual cramps. The young woman finds her husband's gentleness unusual, while the mysterious system amplifies its memory, altering effect effect on her. A golden screen appears in mid-air, announcing the arrival of the beauty cultivation system, which converts affection into attribute points. The interface presents the main quest: seduce Jinlian within 1 week, under the terrifying penalty of total soul annihilation. The young man enters a state of utter panic, desperate because he has never successfully seduced anyone in his life, and now his life hangs by a thread. The system mercilessly scolds his whining, warning that losers do not get a second chance at reincarnation. To help him get started, the system issues a novice quest to cure the girl's cramps within 5 minutes, under the penalty of shrinking. Terrified at the thought of losing 60 centimeters of height, the protagonist nearly loses his mind in despair. Regaining his focus at the last second, the young man helps Jinlian lie down and assures her he knows exactly how to end the pain. Settled in bed, the girl shyly asks if her husband truly has a way to relieve her suffering. Confident in his own talent, he recalls his exemplary training in traditional medicine and massage therapy from his past life. Wooji begins vigorously rubbing his hands together, focusing his energy flow to warm up his palms before the treatment. He positions his fingers on the girl's belly, pressing the correct vital acupoints to expel the cold and soothe the discomfort. The relief is so immediate that the young woman is left in awe, praising the surprising skill she had never seen in her husband before. Jinlian reflects emotionally on her difficult past, noticing her partner's caring and protective side for the very first time. With her heart softened by his dedication, the girl closes her eyes, thinking that perhaps she can learn to truly love him. Determined to beat the system's deadline in time, our hero focuses even more energy and applies his special technique. Deepening the massage with surgical precision, the young man makes the energy flow smoothly through the beautiful woman's body. The healing flow hits the exact meridian point with a burst of warmth, clearing away all circulatory blockage. Overcome by an intense wave of comfort and relief, Jinlian lets out a soft, sweet moan that echoes through the ancient room. Startled by the sound, Wu Zhai asks if the pain got worse, but she answers bashfully that it just feels too good. The young woman blushes at her own body's reaction as the system timer ticks down to the final minutes. Realizing time is almost up, our protagonist decides to deliver the finishing touch to secure the reward. Left with no strength to resist the overwhelming relief, the woman gasps, begging him to stop that delightful massage. Trusting in his long years of theoretical and practical study, the young man applies all his technique directly onto the exact point of pain. A luminous current surges through Jinlian's body, eliminating every last trace of discomfort once and for all. The accumulated energy is released in a spectacular mystic wave, cementing the absolute success of the medical treatment. Analyzing the result of the treatment, the protagonist confirms the cure while the system celebrates his mastery of the new skill. Looking at his own hands with pride, Wu Zhe realizes that the medical power he acquired far exceeded all his expectations. Filled with ambition from this new divine advantage, the young man rejoices, knowing he now has plenty of strength to change his fate. Relieved to have cleared the first challenge within the deadline, our protagonist relaxes on the bed to plan his next moves. Accessing the magical interface, Wu Zhai discovers he accumulated 10 precious attribute points from the medical treatment. The young man hesitates between focusing on raw strength to defend himself or investing in charisma to win the girl's heart once and for all. Suddenly, the gentle sound of running water in the neighboring room catches our protagonist's attention immediately. Driven by curiosity, the young man walks over to the wooden door and pokes a small hole through the paper divider to peek at what's happening on the other side. Peeking through the small gap, his eyes nearly pop out of his head at the unexpected sight before him. The gorgeous young woman is enjoying a relaxing bath in the wooden tub, pouring warm water over her shoulders in a stunning manner. Unfortunately for the peeping Tom, a splash of water shoots right through the gap into his eye, making him recoil with a groan of pain. Suspicious of the sudden noise near the door, Jinlian holds the wooden ladle and casts a shy glance toward the bedroom. The next day, Wu Zhai heads down to the rustic kitchen and decides to make some delicious egg-fried rice to feed his wife. Right then, the system imposes a new culinary quest under the terrifying threat of an embarrassing bodily punishment for 1 year. With no time to waste, our hero invests all 10 points into intelligence and reaches proficient level in the culinary arts. With his new mastery, he visualizes the perfect recipe to turn simple ingredients into a gourmet meal. The young man cracks the eggs into the bowl with extreme skill, starting the preparation with the technique of a true master. Pouring the beaten mixture into the hot wok, he adds the leftover rice so it can absorb all the flavor of the blend. Working the wok over high heat with total mastery, the cook sends the grains flying through the air with a spectacular golden sheen. Proud of the result, our protagonist presents a steaming bowl of his freshly made golden egg fried rice. At that moment, Jinlian appears radiant in the kitchen, catching the young man's eye with her natural elegance and charm. Smiling, Wu Zhe warmly invites his partner to taste the special meal made exclusively for her. Fascinated by the glowing dish, the girl approaches curiously while he explains that every single grain was coated in egg yolk. But the woman suddenly pouts and turns her face away, leaving our MC completely bewildered, unable to understand her reaction. Worried about the household finances, the young woman gently scolds him for wasting eggs when he should be nourishing himself better. Touched by his wife's sincere consideration, the young man concludes that she is truly kind-hearted and vows to punish anyone who tries to corrupt her. He remembers the tragic punishment the manipulative old woman suffered in the original story and promises to protect Jinlian from that fate. Tenderly holding the woman's hands, our hero assures her that caring for her is his top priority and that they will soon be very prosperous. Jinlian asks him not to get involved in anything dangerous, and the young man assures her that he will get rich purely through honest business. Confident in the power of the system and his modern knowledge, he plans to build an empire and protect his family from ruin. Noticing the young man's decisive and protective posture, the young woman realizes he has become a much more dependable and manly figure. With her eyes shining with joy, she gives a beautiful smile and states that she believes in her husband's success with all her heart. Displaying his full gentlemanly manners, Wuxia carefully pulls out a chair and asks his partner to take a seat at the table. The young man fills the spoon with steaming rice and affectionately asks the beautiful young woman to open her mouth and try the food. A bit embarrassed by the excessive affection, Jinlian accepts the spoonful with her eyes closed and her face flushed with shyness. The moment the food touches her tongue, the woman widens her golden eyes in pure shock at the explosion of flavor. A delightful sensation rushes through the girl's entire body, leaving her amazed by the heavenly taste of such a seemingly ordinary dish. She gets lost in the perfect texture of the crispy grains and the cozy warmth of the egg, feeling her very soul being rejuvenated. The young woman savors every single second of the dish while the system congratulates the host on his success and distributes the rewards. Overcome with gratitude, Jinlian hugs her husband tightly, increasing favorability by 20% and generating new attribute points. Pressed against the woman's curves, our protagonist blushes violently and realizes he is on the verge of losing control. With his breathing quickened, the young man tries to hide his embarrassment by saying his body suddenly began burning with a fever. Innocent and worried about his well-being, the beautiful wife steps back slightly and asks if his old illness has come back to trouble him. Flustered by the awkward situation, Wuxia makes up a lame excuse, saying her hug made his blood boil with emotion. Our protagonist ends up staring right at his wife's generous cleavage and thinks to himself that faced with a body like that, no man in the world could keep his cool. The result is immediate. He gets an absurd nosebleed from sheer excitement, leaving the girl completely terrified upon seeing that stream of blood. Trying to take advantage of the situation, the young man tries to reassure his wife, claiming with a completely straight face that this is all her fault, which leaves her quite confused. He continues his little act, claiming that only she holds the cure for this ailment, making the young woman ask with a pounding heart what she needs to do to help him recover. But then our MC faces a massive dilemma, wondering how to explain what he wants without sounding weird since modern terms don't exist in this era, all while the girl begs him to speak up. The poor girl doesn't suspect a thing and thinks about how essential her husband is to her life, recalling that she chose marrying him over becoming a concubine, and wouldn't know what to do if she lost him. Back then, when the master of the manor threatened to marry her off to Wu Daling if she refused to be his concubine, the young woman kept her pride and accepted the marriage without a second thought. Now, moved by all that loyalty, she looks deep into his eyes and firmly promises that she will do absolutely whatever it takes to cure her husband. Feeling the weight of her promise and becoming completely flustered, the protagonist begins to stutter, trying to gather the courage to finally tell her the truth. Unable to stall any longer, he drops the bombshell all at once and shamelessly asks if she couldn't help him by giving him a rather special message. Hearing such a direct and unusual request, the girl becomes utterly embarrassed, her face burning with shyness as she doesn't know how to react. Seeing her hesitation, the young man takes her hands and puts on a huge dramatic act, saying that living beside such a gorgeous woman makes his blood rush to his head to the point he might die if not cured. The wife then bashfully admits she has never done anything like that before, while our hero celebrates internally seeing that his smooth talk worked like a charm. Wasting no time, the guy grabs his wife by the hand and leads her straight to the kitchen to give her a practical demonstration of what she needs to do. And to use as a model for this anatomical lesson, our protagonist picks up none other than a cucumber. Right there, he begins teaching the step-by-step motion she should use, while the young woman pays attention to every single detail, taking everything extremely seriously. Completely red-faced and dying of embarrassment, she says she got the message and calls her husband to the bedroom to begin the treatment. While she walks ahead, the young man stays behind, tossing the cucumber in the air, super satisfied with having persuaded his wife without much trouble. Admiring the stunning figure of the woman walking in front of him, the MC can't help but think to himself how truly spectacular that body is. But he quickly regains his focus and takes a bite out of the cucumber, aware that he needs to win Pan Jinlian over for good before Simon Ching shows up, since his very life depends on it. Once settled in the room, the young man gets comfortable on the bed and shamelessly asks his wife to begin the massage. But the moment she looks at him, the girl freezes completely and lets out a gasp of shock. Widening her eyes, the young woman is visibly impressed by what she just saw right in front of her. Unbothered by her reaction, our protagonist flashes a smug smile and lets her know she can start. Dying of embarrassment, she agrees, thinking in utter shock about the size of it, unable to believe it belongs to her husband. At that moment, the system notifies that his wife's affinity has risen, reaching the friendly level and earning the MC a total of 23 attribute points. Being super attentive, the girl kneels on the bed beside him and affectionately asks him to let her know if she does anything wrong during the process. Curious, she asks this massage will cure his illness for good, but the young man explains that it only serves to relieve the condition for now. Looking into her eyes, he hints that to achieve a definitive cure, they will need to take an even bigger step later on. Without hesitating any longer, the young woman finally gathers her courage, brings her hands close, and begins putting everything she learned into practice. The girl begins moving her hands with great dexterity, following the exact step-by-step process she learned during the practical lesson. The sensation ends up being way too intense, causing our protagonist to grit his teeth and shut his eyes tightly to try and hold it together. But the pressure is overwhelming, and holding his wife's head, he desperately warns her that he won't be able to hold back for a single second longer. The result is instantaneous, leaving the young woman completely stunned with wide eyes, unable to suppress a gasp of surprise in time. Overcome with embarrassment at what she just witnessed, the wife immediately dashes across the room to clean herself up. Shortly after, she appears bent over the water basin washing her hands, while our hero watches awkwardly from the bed. Reflecting on the situation, the young man realizes that to complete the system quest without complications, he needs to prepare to consummate this relationship once and for all. The next morning, the sun rises over the bustling and prosperous Yangu County in the heart of the Song dynasty. Walking through town, the MC is impressed by the local commerce, while the system panel warns that there are 6 days left to finish the quest with Pangillion. However, he remembers that his wife spent the entire night without saying a single word to him out of sheer embarrassment, stalling the quest's progress for now. With not much to do, our protagonist decides to take a walk around town to find a good business opportunity and raise money, thinking the classic route would be selling artisanal steamed buns. The problem is he has no idea how to make them, and the system didn't give him recipes, but his thoughts are cut short when someone crashes hard into him. From the impact of the unexpected collision, an out-of-control girl ends up tumbling right on top of him in the middle of the street. The young man finds himself face to face with a girl with light hair and beautiful green eyes, looking completely dazed from the fall. Seeing her delicate face so up close, our hero can't help but instantly think how gorgeous the stranger is. In a panic, the girl apologizes for the accident and hurriedly explains that her older sister is sick and she urgently needs to find a doctor. While watching the young woman run off, he reflects that the Song dynasty is full of beauties, but laments knowing that in a few years the region will be invaded by the Jurchens. The MC recalls the cruel fate awaiting those people with the war, and all the humiliation everyone will endure if events follow the course of history. Right then, the system pops up with a random quest: help the sister of Pang Chunmei, the girl from the collision, rewarding 10 attribute points under penalty of temporary castration upon failure. And to give a little help with this complicated task, a modern medical kit drops straight from the sky into our protagonist's hands. The system details that due to the high difficulty of having transmigrated less than 7 days ago, he received this single-use surgical kit as emergency aid. Opening the case in a secluded corner, he finds a full set of surgical instruments, including a scalpel, scissors, needles, and suture threads ready for use. Feeling very confident, the young man realizes that by allocating his points into intelligence and relying on his prior knowledge, he can perform surgeries without any problem. Arriving at the local clinic, he sees Chunmei on her knees begging the doctor to treat her sister, who is suffering from a high fever and unbearable abdominal pain. Watching everything from outside, the protagonist quickly deduces from the described symptoms that the patient is likely suffering from acute appendicitis. But the doctor kicks the young girl out mercilessly because she has no money, ignoring even the girl's desperate pleas to become his servant in exchange for treatment. The man in question is Dr. Jiang Jushin, who scoffs at the situation and warns with a cynical smile that he will demand payment even if her sister ends up dying. In reality, the quack knows full well he lacks the ability to cure such an infection, but only wants to exploit the poor girl's vulnerability. Suddenly, a veiled noblewoman enters the clinic, while the bystanders begin gossiping and complaining about the strong body odor she gives off. Changing his demeanor immediately, the greedy doctor greets her with deep bows, promising to summon his assistant to conduct the acupuncture session right away. Moved by the young girl's plight, the masked noblewoman decides to intervene and tells the doctor she will pay Chummi's sister's consultation fee out of her own pocket. Seeing that there's no time to lose, our protagonist rushes over, grabs Chummi's hand, and tells her to take him to the patient before the system's terrible penalty strikes him. Startled by the sudden approach, the girl pulls her arm back and demands he let go, insisting she needs a real doctor to save her sister. The young man assures her with absolute certainty that he is a doctor, but she counters suspiciously, saying she knows every doctor in town that Dr. Jiang is her only option. The MC then asks for a vote of confidence and asks if the patient also experienced nausea and vomiting, leaving the girl shocked that he guessed the symptoms without anyone telling him. He continues describing the progression of the clinical condition with surgical precision, pressing the young girl to confirm that the diagnosis matches perfectly. Completely stunned by the accuracy of this stranger's words, the girl has no choice but to admit he hit the nail on the head. The young man insists they go quickly, claiming to be only one capable of saving her and promising to hand himself over to the authorities if the treatment fails. Watching the scene from afar, the masked noblewoman is deeply touched to see such a determined man willing to risk his own neck to save a stranger. Impressed by such courage and moral integrity, the woman even wonders if that young man might be a deity sent to relieve the people's suffering. Convinced by his unwavering firmness, Chummi finally relents and asks our protagonist to accompany her to her house without delay. Shortly after, the two arrive at the family's humble home where the older sister lies in bed, severely weakened. Without wasting a second, our hero examines the patient's abdomen and notes with relief that bowel sounds are still normal and no perforation has occurred. occurred. Next, he applies firm pressure on Bernie's point to check for the classic rebound tenderness of appendicitis. The young woman groans in pain at the touch, confirming the source of the issue, while the young man notes that fortunately no mass has formed in the area yet. Focused on the procedure, he puts on surgical gloves and states that he will need to perform a digital rectal exam to check if the inflammation has spread to the peritoneum. Assuming a purely professional demeanor, the protagonist positions himself to conduct the detailed physical examination on the sick patient. But seeing that compromising position, Chummy instantly flies into a rage and questions with fairy eyes what he thinks he's doing. The MC calmly tries to explain that the examination is an essential technical step to confirm the inflammatory state and rule out other pelvic complications. But the girl understands none of those modern medical terms, assumes it's all just perverted nonsense, and charges at him with a wooden stick. The young man blocks the strike with his arm and shouts that her sister doesn't have much time, demanding the girl trust him to save her. But Chumbe, in tears and blinded by rage, screams that the only thing she wants is to see him burn in hell. That's when the patient wakes up weakly from her fever and, in a pained whisper, calls out her younger sister's name. With her voice fading from so much pain, the young woman asks Chumbe to calm down and let the stranger finish the examination. Weeping, the little girl hugs her sister in bed, apologizing for not being able to protect her as she should. The older sister comforts her tenderly, saying that since he has already seen her body, the best thing to do is accept the treatment. Witnessing the scene, MC reflects on the innocence of women in this era and understands why Pan Jinlian was so submissive in the original story. Suddenly, Chumme's expression completely shifts upon hearing a strange noise coming from the bed. The patient begins gagging violently and vomiting uncontrollably, sending her younger sister into total panic. In full panic, the young girl raises the wooden club once more, ready to take out all her despair on the young man. She threatens to kill him if her sister doesn't survive, but the protagonist firmly retorts, telling her to get out of the way if she truly wants to see her saved. Slipping on his surgical gloves, the young man apologizes for the awkwardness and begins the diagnostic examination. At that very moment, the sick girl lets out a sharp cry of pain and weeps as she feels the internal pressure of the exam. The hero pinpoints the exact location of the inflammation, confirming his clinical suspicions. The pain is so excruciating that the young woman contorts on the bed, screaming in despair while the MC evaluates the area. Chummy stands frozen and shocked, seeing the intensity of her sister's suffering during the process. Overcome with fury, the girl grits her teeth and demands to know what kind of barbarity he just did. The MC tells her to shut her mouth and explains that the reaction is merely due to sensitivity in the inflamed area near the rectum. The young man's authoritative tone is so commanding that the young girl freezes mid-strike, losing the nerve to advance. He states that they made it in time and the infection hasn't spread, ordering her to get ready to act as his surgical assistant. The young man hands over a mask and the modern flashlight, instructing the girl to illuminate the surgical site without shaking. When she turns on the bright beam of light in the darkness of the room, Chumbe nearly jumps out of her skin in sheer terror. Panicking and thinking it's witchcraft, the girl drops the flashlight to the floor, making our hero layman how difficult it is to deal with people from the past. To defuse the fright, the MC makes up a story that the flashlight is a divine artifact from immortals and warns that any mistake during the ritual will cost the patient's soul. With the girl cooperating in reverent awe, the protagonist allocates 20 points into intelligence, raising his medical expertise to master level before operating. Changing gloves and waiting for the anesthesia to take effect, the young man focuses completely to begin the appendectomy. With swift, precise motions, the scalpel blade cuts into the patient's abdomen to reach the inflammation. Holding the flashlight with both hands, Chummy trembles from head to toe, terrified by the bloody sight. Even though this is his first major surgery as lead surgeon, the protagonist focuses exclusively on the patient's well-being, forgetting about quests and rewards. He reinforces in his mind that no matter what world he is in, he will never fail to honor his duty as a doctor. The inflamed appendix is finally removed successfully, leaving the makeshift assistant with her jaw on the floor. The sight of the removed organ and the blood makes the girl's stomach churn, and she closes her eyes tightly to avoid getting sick. Entering the final stage of the procedure, our hero takes up the suturing stance to close the surgical incision. With tremendous manual dexterity, he places the stitches flawlessly, sealing the cut without leaving any complications. Taking off his mask with a relieved smile, the MC celebrates the surgery's success and receives 10 attribute points as the quest reward. However, right after the accumulated stress takes its toll and Chummy collapses hard onto the bedroom floor. Worried, the protagonist rushes over to help the girl and quickly checks her heartbeat. He panics for a second, fearing she suffered sudden cardiac arrest from the shock. Outside the house, the mysterious masked noblewoman watches everything open-mouthed, wondering if that young man might truly be an immortal being. However, she soon deduces that this bold technique resembles the ancient surgical arts recorded in the dynasty's famous medical treatise. Examining the unconscious girl's chest, the young man realizes from the resonance that the extreme stress caused a sudden spontaneous pneumothorax. With no time to lose, the MC notes that he must perform an immediate needle thoracentesis to relieve the pressure in her lung. Desperate to save the young woman's life, he opens her robes and silently prays for her to hold on and not die. At that moment, the masked noblewoman appears from behind, grabs his shoulder, and accuses him of being a shameless scoundrel tearing off a defenseless woman's clothes. The protagonist fires back instantly that the girl has stopped breathing and will die if not treated, telling the woman to look closely if she doesn't believe him. Paying attention to the young girl's chest, the visitor finally notices that the girl is indeed not breathing and that her collapse is extremely extremely serious. Taking advantage of her realization, our hero orders the noblewoman to hold Chummi's shoulders firmly so he can act quickly. While the noblewoman immobilizes the patient, the young man positions the chest decompression needle at the exact point to drain all the trapped air. As soon as the needle is inserted and the trapped air is vented, Chummi's breathing returns immediately with a long sigh of relief. The noblewoman is left flabbergasted by that miracle, believing it to be the legendary, forgotten golden needle technique from ancient treatises. With a confident smile on his face, our protagonist turns around and asks if she still has the nerve to call him a quack after that. Embarrassed by the misunderstanding, the woman bows in reverence and apologizes to the divine doctor, overcome with immense admiration. Right then, the system notifies that guilt and shock have doubled Wu Yunyang's affinity, granting more attribute points to the MC. The young man quickly identifies that noblewoman as Wu Yunyang, Simon Qing's first wife, who is always shunned by her husband due to her strong body odor. Knowing that in the original story she was still untouched at this point, the MC realizes that winning her over could be the key to securing his future fortune. Carrying himself with composure, he takes her hands to help her up and calmly explains that it was merely a medical procedure to relieve trapped air in the chest. The unexpected touch makes the noblewoman's heart race with bashfulness, as not even her own husband had ever held her hands with such warmth. Still flustered, the woman confesses she knows nothing about medicine, but admits the young man's skill is something worthy of deep admiration. The protagonist seizes the opening, takes her pulse, and gets straight to the point, asking if she hasn't suffered for years from body odor issues. The revelation strikes the woman like lightning, causing her eyes to widen in sheer shock at having her biggest secret exposed like that. Dying of embarrassment, she tries to pull her hands back upon realizing that this man noticed the scent she had always tried to hide at all costs. But our hero is faster, firmly holding her hands again and refusing to let her pull away. He explains that the condition stems from an accumulation of internal heat and dampness, assuring her he possesses a secret method capable of curing her in just 3 days. With her eyes gleaming with hope, the lady asks in surprise if that is truly possible. Desperate to rid herself of this burden, Yuanyang promises she will grant absolutely any reward if he manages to free her from that suffering. The MC prescribes the first step of the treatment, ordering a herbal medicinal tonic based on purifying herbs to cleanse toxins from the inside out. Next, he prescribes a special astringent powder with menthol and alum to be applied to the skin to keep the underarms constantly dry. And to top it off, he promises to use his special acupuncture technique with needles to complete the treatment and guarantee a permanent cure. The noblewoman is so dazzled by the promise of a cure that she can already imagine the relief she will feel once she is finally free of the problem. The system goes off, notifying that her affinity has skyrocketed to 50, unlocking a critical quest with a 2-week deadline under penalty of shrinking 60 centimeters. Extremely grateful, Yuanyang presents him with 100 silver taels up front, while our hero says goodbye with full pockets. With a smirk, the protagonist plans to turn Simon Qing's own game against him, cutting off every single escape route for his rival. Later, after leaving the patient in Yuanyang's care, the young man goes for a stroll hand in hand with Pan Jinlian through the bustling city streets. Pan Jinlian's stunning beauty attracts the gazes of every passerby, who begin gossiping enviously upon seeing her accompanied. Hearing the spiteful comments from the onlookers saying she is a flower planted in cow dung, the protagonist wonders if he shouldn't invest points into charisma. Ignoring the idle chatter, he leads his wife to the imposing storefront of the most famous jewelry shop in the entire region. The young man invites his beloved to enter the store, but she hesitates, wordly warning that the accessories in that place usually cost a small fortune. Full of affection, the husband retorts immediately, saying a woman as gorgeous as her deserves only the most expensive and refined jewelry on the market. But upon entering, the counter clerk notices their simple clothes and thinks dismissively that they are just two paupers browsing around. Unfazed by the cold atmosphere, the protagonist picks out a beautiful white jade bracelet for his wife, while the young woman, bashful over the price, asks to leave. The clerk scowls, arrogantly thinking this couple is just two broke people who only came to look. But our protagonist shuts him up on the spot by pulling out a nice pouch of silver and announcing he will buy the bracelet. Internally, the shopkeeper falls into utter shock, unable to believe the young man actually has the money to pay for the piece. Changing his attitude in the blink of an eye, the merchant hands over the box with all the flattery in the world, charging 2 silver taels. Outside the shop, the young man tenderly holds his wife's hand, acknowledging that she has endured many hardships over the past few days. Placing the white jade jewelry on her wrist, he solemnly swears that he will guarantee a life full of comfort and abundance from here on out. Moved by the gesture, Jinlian assures him that she only needs to be by his side to be happy, causing her affinity to skyrocket with a critical hit. The system notifies that her affinity has reached 60 points, accumulating more attribute points for the MC and unlocking the young woman's full status panel. Meanwhile, an arrogant nobleman named Ho Zixu appears strolling through the streets of Yanggu with his henchmen. Catching sight of Pan Jinlian, the man is hypnotized by the girl's monumental beauty, completely ignoring the MC's presence. Wasting no time, the wealthy heir and his thugs corner the couple mid-path with blatant ulterior motives. Acting superior, Hu Zixu mocks the simple bracelet and invites the woman to his mansion, promising to give her real gold jewelry. But our protagonist steps in front of his wife with a menacing glare and orders the arrogant jerk to get out of their sight immediately. The nobleman gets angry at the audacity and warns that no one in town dares disrespect protect him, claiming that serving him would be a great honor. The MC quickly recognizes the guy and remembers that the future fortune inherited by this rich kid will fall under the control of his concubine, Li Pinger. Realizing fate has handed him one of his targets on a silver platter, the young man decides he will teach that insolent punk an unforgettable lesson. The henchmen burst out laughing, thinking our hero is paralyzed with pure fear in the face of their boss's threat. Worried about her husband's cowardly track record, Jinlian asks to back down, but the MC holds her hand and tells her everything is under control. He invests 30 points into strength right then, raising his physical power to master level as a golden aura manifests around him. With a deadly glare capable of chilling the soul, the protagonist repeats the order and asks if the bully didn't hear him say to get lost. Furious at being defied, Hua Zixu loses his temper and orders his two thugs to attack the young man with everything they have. The first thug leaps to deliver a flying kick, but our hero ducks with extreme ease and agility. On the counterattack, the MC lands a devastating kick right between the attacker's legs, shattering any hope of resistance. The pain is so excruciating that the thug's eyes widen with blood and tears, collapsing defeated on the spot. The second thug tries to catch him off guard with a heavy punch, charging full force toward the young man. But the protagonist performs a flawless dodge, sliding smoothly behind his opponent's back without taking a scratch. With a surgical, powerful blow to the nape of the neck, our hero knocks the brute out cold before he can even react. The young man calmly brushes off his hands, seeing the two on the ground, while the insolent nobleman watches the scene paralyzed with terror. Seeing that imposing stance, Jinlian becomes utterly fascinated by her husband's virility, raising her affinity with him to 80 points. Later, in the cozy comfort of their bedroom in the dead of night, the young woman looks at the protagonist with a shy, special sparkle in her eyes. Overcome with desire and admiration, she calls her husband's name in an affectionate, clingy tone, wanting more attention. Thoroughly embarrassed, the wife kneels on the bed and asks if he couldn't give her another one of those massage sessions. Seizing the opportunity with his medical persona, our hero says that before the massage, he needs to perform a preventive breast exam on her. Believing in his good professional intentions, the girl lowers her robes with a racing heart and affectionately asks him to be gentle. With the patient exposed, the MC begins a visual inspection with a technical focus, assessing that the shape is symmetrical and completely normal. Next, he applies light tactile pressure to palpate the region, confirming with relief that there is no abnormal discharge. Panting with her cheeks burning red with embarrassment, Jinlian covers her mouth and curiously asks what kind of medical technique that is. Maintaining his expert demeanor, he carefully examines the ducts and notes subtle bilateral nodularity in the tissues. The young man concludes the diagnosis by saying she has mild lobular hyperplasia, but reassures the young woman, telling her it's nothing serious. Very shy from the touch, the wife holds her own face and innocently asks what exactly that condition means. The young man gives an awkward chuckle and says that even if he explained it, she wouldn't understand right now, promising to tell her everything calmly later. He reflects that medicine in this era is backward and considers opening a medical school in the future, training women to treat female patients with dignity. Without modern equipment on hand, the protagonist states with a technical demeanor that he will use his own fingers to conduct the rest of the examination. Completely surrendered to the moment and overcome by heat, Jinlian takes her husband's hands and playfully begs him to treat her quickly. The young man dives straight into intimate action, making the young woman marvel at his vigor and fully embrace that special treatment. Meanwhile, in the house next door, the gossiping neighbor presses her ear to the wall and is shocked to realize the couple has been at it for 4 hours straight. Out of breath and her body utterly exhausted from so much pleasure, Jinlian gasps, asking to take a break from the pace. But the MC continues with all the tenderness in the world, while the system records the first official night of consummated love between them. Determined to hit the maximum affection score, our hero pushes a little harder to ensure his wife's absolute loyalty. Softly whispering her name in the darkness of the room, he brings the night to a close in an atmosphere of complete intimacy. Completely drained from exhaustion, Jinlian cries with emotion and playfully begs her husband to find other concubines. Otherwise, she won't be able to keep up with his stamina. At that moment, the system notifies that the girl's affinity has reached 100%, yielding a massive bonus of attribute points for the MC. The main quest is completed with flying colors, unlocking the strength of the legendary Xiangyu for 30 seconds and passive talents for female attraction. Thrilled by the result, the young man realizes that with these affinity abilities, he will be able to win over any influential figure in the future. The next morning, after 7 intense rounds, the two relax together in the wooden bathtub while the wife swears eternal devotion to him. Tenderly holding his beloved in the warm water, the protagonist promises once more that he will provide a wonderful and secure life for her. Suddenly, loud knocks on the door break the romantic mood, putting both of them on alert to see who is bothering them so early. Fearing it might be the nobleman's henchman from yesterday seeking revenge, Jinlian gets out of the bathtub and offers to divert them on her own. The wife swears in her thoughts that she will never let anyone harm her husband again, even willing to risk her own life for him. But our hero refuses to leave his woman on the front lines and decides to go answer the door personally to resolve the situation. Admiring her husband's newfound protective and brave attitude, Jinlian smiles lovingly, seeing how much he has changed for the better. Opening the door, the protagonist is surprised come face to face with two beautiful young women waiting patiently at the entrance. It was Chumei and her sister Chunlin, completely cured, prompting the system to grant more affinity points and attributes to the MC on the spot. The little girl bows in gratitude, explaining that Madame Yunyang already told them how the young man saved both sisters' lives. All smiles seeing both of them so healthy and pretty before him, our protagonist celebrates that the treatment worked. But Chunmei suddenly changes her tone and demands serious accountability, reminding him that he saw both of their bodies completely naked during the surgery. The young man nearly stumbles backward in shock, wondering in disbelief if people in the Song dynasty already knew about the infamous lawsuit trap. The older sister tries to calm things down, but Chunmei insists on stepping forward to speak what needs to be said. Boldly and directly, the girl demands that the MC take responsibility for their honor and marry both of them as concubines. It is precisely at this moment that Jinlian appears behind him with an intimidating presence, making our hero sweat cold in desperation. Not knowing how to handle this unbelievable predicament, the MC enters full panic seeing the circus unfolding in the living room. Showing class, Jinlian elegantly takes her husband's arm and tries to soften the conversation, saying he only acted out of medical kindness. The wife firmly argues that demanding marriage for an act of charity would tarnish the nobility of Delang's assistants. But Chunmei fires back, saying their purity was violated by being seen without clothes, and that the only alternative would be becoming nuns. Cornered among the three women, our hero cries internally, remembering that just the night before his wife had suggested bringing in other girls. To make it clear who's in charge, Jinlian gives her husband's foot a hard hidden stomp without dropping the polite smile on her face. She then points out that marriage requires formal parental approval, doubting the young women's family would ever accept them becoming concubines. Chunlin gets emotional and reveals with a choked voice that their parents passed away 2 years ago, leaving the two of them alone in the world. In tears, the girl confesses that nowadays neither of them has anyone to turn to for support and protection. Touched by the patient's sadness, the protagonist approaches with empathy and apologizes for bringing up such a sensitive topic. Capitalizing on the emotional moment, Chunmei clings to the protagonist's chest and plays up the drama, saying the two have no way to survive unless he takes them in. Seeing that manipulative scene, a dark and dangerous aura begins emanating from Pan Jinlian, setting off the jealousy alarm immediately. The wife intervenes with feigned elegance, suggesting that for their own good would be much better to find official husbands rather than lowering themselves to the status of concubines. But Chunlin retorts serenely, assuring her that status doesn't matter, and that the courage the young man showed in saving her proves his good character. Jinlian then tries another card, arguing that the Wu family's reputation would be tarnished if everyone thought they took advantage of the sister's vulnerability. Young Chunmei doesn't buy the excuse and takes a merciless jab, asking if the lady of the house isn't just afraid of losing her husband's attention and control over the home. Angered by the audacity, Jinlian assumes her stance as the legitimate first wife and warns that even in a humble household, there are clear rules to be followed. Sensing the tension rising, Chunlin kneels on the floor in a sign of submission, promising to work hard and respect Jinlian as the mistress of the house. With her head bowed, the girl swallows her pride and concludes in her thoughts that Jinlian is far too domineering, making it better to yield for now. Even with the apology, the wife turns her face away, huffing in anger, causing her affinity to drop 10 points and disabling the MC's special talent. Our protagonist panics upon seeing that affinity can decrease and that the household atmosphere is on the verge of turning completely sore. Seeing the girl's pitiful state on the floor, Jinlian conceded so as not to look like a cruel villain and tells the young woman to get up. The lady of the house lays down 2 conditions: they must both work to pay for their own expenses, and they never question her domestic authority. The young man tries to intervene, saying he can provide for everyone, but Chunlin accepts the demands immediately before the conversation gets more complicated. The girl promises that if they fail to generate income, they will leave on their own, but the tension causes both sisters' affinity to drop 10 points as well. Watching the score of all 3 women plummet on the panel just from an argument, our hero completely loses his mind. With no other choice to salvage the situation, the young man takes a deep breath and prepares to assert his masculine authority. He puts an end to the fight with a firm voice and declares loud and clear that he is the one in charge of this house, the head of the family. Silence fills the room, and the protagonist feels anxious, hoping his forceful attitude didn't worsen his wife's mood. But to his surprise, Jinlian bows her head with blushing cheeks and timidly agrees that she must obey her man. Fascinated by her husband's commanding posture, the wife's admiration explodes, regaining the 10 affinity points and reactivating his talents. The bonus spreads to the sisters, boosting both of their affinities by 15 points, leaving the MC flabbergasted that a single shout resolved the problem at once. Regaining his composure, the young man sincerely asks if the two of them are truly certain they wish to stay by his side. While they confirm their decision, the protagonist reflects that his current financial situation is still modest and needs to improve fast. The system soon activates the business main quest, requiring him to help the sisters earn 10 silver taels per day within 1 week. Knowing that selling traditional buns wouldn't make that much money in a short time, the MC has a flash of genius and decides to bet on selling milk tea. He recalls his days in the modern world researching bubble tea recipes thoroughly just to please the girl he was in love with. Full of determination, the hero promises to teach a foolproof method that will make the family earn 10 gold coins a day before the deadline. The 3 women look at each other in bewilderment and let out a loud hoo, unable to understand where so much money could come from. They consider the goal completely absurd, since 10 gold coins would equal selling 10,000 buns and could support them for an entire year. Encouraged by their disbelief, the MC asks them to wait in the living room and rushes off to prove his revolutionary idea will work. He dashes through the city streets, buying the necessary ingredients at the market at a frantic pace. Back in the kitchen, the young man prepares the supplies and adapts the tea boba using glutinous rice balls instead of tapioca. While purifying brown sugar and simmering goat milk, the ingenious cook cuts reed stems to craft handmade straws. He controls the green tea steeping time with precision to avoid bitterness and pours the steaming mixture into bamboo cups. The end result is the very first homemade version of our protagonist's delicious green milk tea with handmade taro balls. Serving the aromatic cups on a tray, the MC delivers the drink to the three women and teaches them how to suck up the boba with the reed straws. Curious and hesitant about this novelty, the women take their first sips of the chilled, aromatic beverage. The explosion of sweet, intense flavors is so incredible that Jinlian feels on cloud nine, passionately begging for another sip of that marvel. The sisters are equally ecstatic over the chewy texture of the boba and the perfect harmony between the milk and green tea. Chunlin and Chummi are completely spellbound by the heavenly taste of the drink, causing both of their affinities to jump 15 points immediately. Jinlian takes the opportunity to savor the green tea with taro balls, but wonders if it's truly possible to earn 10 gon a day with this. Noticing the uncertainty on all their faces, the young man decides it's the right time to explain how this business plan will work in practice. With a confident smile, Wu Ji states that before talking about astronomical profits, they need to calculate every single expense down to the penny. He lists all the required ingredients and materials in detail, calculating that the total cost per cup comes out to exactly 19 win. The women are surprised by the high cost, remembering that regular tea in the region usually sells for only 3 win per bowl. But to everyone's astonishment, our hero reveals with absolute conviction that he plans to charge no less than 100 win per unit. Seeing their stunned expressions, unable to grasp who would pay so much, he stays calm and promises to explain the logic behind this pricing. The first secret is the sophisticated consumption method using bamboo cups and straws, reviving the elegance and prestige of ancient scholars. The second point is the incomparable flavor of purified brown sugar, which glides smoothly across the palate and makes the recipe unique and irresistible. Lastly, he intends to use modern advertising strategies, combining celebrity endorsement appeal with a sense of exclusivity and scarcity. Not understanding these modern concepts, Jinlian curiously asks who the big celebrity would be to help promote the new product. Keeping the suspense in the air, he hands over 50 silver taels along with the shop blueprints so she can organize the opening in 3 days. Right after, the protagonist takes the chance to give his wife a loving kiss, leaving the young woman embarrassed in front of the other girls. Without missing the opportunity, the young man pampers all of his companions, promising that days of great wealth and comfort are just around the corner. Excited about the next steps of the plan, Wu Ji walks humming down the hallway, while the young women still try to hide their shyness. Alone, Jinlian stares thoughtfully at the bag of coins, having no idea the generous sum came from Wu Yuanyang's hands. Arriving at the imposing residence of the Simon family, he assesses that setting up a prototype shop is the first step toward building his commercial empire. And to be able to charge such a high price for the tea, he intends to turn the most influential noblewoman in the county into his main poster girl. Confident in his strategy's success, the young doctor approaches the large gate and knocks on the golden metal knocker. The maid Xiao Yu opens the door to attend to him, and Wu Jie politely introduces himself as the doctor personally invited by the mistress of the house. Since the matriarch had already given notice of the visit, the young girl asks the young man to accompany her inside the luxurious estate. While crossing the mansion's flower garden, he catches sight of a beautiful maiden relaxing peacefully on a hanging swing. The girl's striking resemblance to an old flame from his past takes the young man by surprise, making him call out her name impulsively. The maid scolds his behavior immediately, revealing that she is Simon Deji, the young miss and firstborn daughter of Simon Qing. At that moment, the system activates an epic quest to rewrite history, offering 100 attribute points and unlocking the item shop. Faced with such valuable rewards for his progression, our MC's eyes gleam with pure determination to fulfill the objective. Xiao Yu finds his distraction strange and tells the young man to hurry up, assuming he stopped along the way just to lust after the young noble lady. Composing himself, the fox doctor adjusts his medical kit and heads toward the mansion's main quarters. From the swing, the young miss notices the young man walking away and grows quietly curious about who that unknown visitor might be. Learning that the mistress of the house is praying, he deduces that the loneliness caused by an absent husband is the perfect opening to earn her trust. The maid announces the doctor's arrival outside the room, and the lady immediately authorizes the guest to enter. Stepping into the fragrant room, Wu Jie finds the lady resting on the bed in a rather revealing and provocative pose. With a seductive gaze, the beautiful woman greets the young man delicately, showing that she was eagerly awaiting the start of the consultation. The lady's striking presence and stunning beauty make it clear how attractive she is, making the atmosphere in the room even more tense. Maintaining a professional demeanor, Wu Jie pulls out his needle and asks the patient to remove her clothes so he can begin the acupuncture. The noblewoman takes offense at the bold request immediately, reprimanding the young man's lack of modesty before a married woman. Showing a black cloth strip, the young man reassures the lady by explaining that he will completely blind his own vision throughout the procedure. Calmer with the guarantee of respect, the lady accepts the explanation, emphasizing that she would never tolerate any improper conduct in there. However, in a rather mischievous masterstroke, the clever guy places the blindfold over the patient's eyes instead of covering his own. Feigning innocence, Wuja tells her she can undress now, but the noblewoman quickly finds it strange and asks why she was the one blindfolded. Wasting no time, the protagonist spends 30 points on charisma in the system, raising his persuasion skill to master level. Using his silver tongue, he makes up that covering the patient's vision serves to calm the spirit and break through the rigidity of formal etiquette. Although she still finds it completely improper, Wu Yuniang hesitates and begins yielding to the young doctor's arguments. The young man emphasizes that a true healer is not bound by worldly prejudices, asking if she truly doubts his character. Remembering how he acted as an honorable man in the past, the lady decides to trust him and agrees to proceed with the treatment. Desperate to cure her body odor and maintain her status as first wife by bearing in hair, she begins untying her robes. She knows full well that if her father loses power, Simon Qing won't think twice before abandoning her to marry someone else. With the patient undressed on the bed, Wu Zhai holds a silver needle and asks the noblewoman to brace herself for the prick of the treatment. Channeling his spiritual energy, he activates the special needling technique, aiming precisely at the vital acupoints on the woman's body. As soon as the needle pierces the first point, a strong surge of energy courses through the lady, making her let out a deep sigh. The protagonist warns that the session is just getting started and begins stimulating the other meridians with continuous discharges of power. The luminous currents unblock all the obstructed energy points, spreading an intense sensation throughout the noblewoman's entire body. Completely overwhelmed by the technique's intensity, Wu Yunian confesses that the pain comes with an incredibly pleasurable relief. But right in the middle of the consultation, sudden knocks echo on the door, making the mistress of the house pull the blanket in sheer panic. Recognizing her husband's voice outside, the lady is completely terrified by the risk of being caught red-handed. Simon Chung covers his nose from the window, finding it strange to see his wife so wrapped up in blankets on a hot day. Trembling nervously to hide Wu Zhi under the covers, she lies, saying she was struck by a sudden fever. Trapped under that heavy blanket, our MC begins to suffocate and nearly passes out from lack of air. In the tight squeeze, the young man catches a gentle, sweet scent of musk emanating directly from the noblewoman. Barely able to breathe, the young doctor tries to adjust himself however he can to avoid suffocating to death right there. Wu Yuniang tries to mask her heavy breathing on the bed, praying for her husband to leave as quickly as possible. Outside, the scoundrel of a husband merely shows contempt and a suspicion toward his wife's strange behavior. Pressured, the lady makes up that she is having severe cramps to justify her discomfort and heavy breathing. Without an ounce of empathy, Simon Ching announces he will be traveling for half a month on business and orders his wife to stay locked at home without causing trouble. Walking away, the man thinks with disgust about his wife's appearance, determined to demand a divorce the first good chance he gets. With the nobleman's departure, the accumulated energy from the treatment reaches its peak, causing Wu Yuniang to let out a muffled cry of pure relief. The flow of qi dissipates into the room, cleansing impurities from the noblewoman's body and restoring balance to her system. Wu Ji finally emerges from under the covers gasping for air, but the woman, overcome with embarrassment, starts hitting him frantically. Completely panicking from that entire awkward situation, the noblewoman loses control and doesn't know how to react. To contain the scene, our hero pins the lady's arms down on the bed and firmly demands she stop resisting. Looking deep into her eyes, the young man tells it like it is and warns her that Simon Ching is a scumbag who will certainly abandon her soon. Even with the woman demanding respect for her marriage, Wu Ji insists she stop deluding herself over a man who despises her. Activating his persuasive charm, he reminds her that the entire city knows her husband squanders money on famous courtesans. To make matters worse, he reveals how Simon Ching badmouths his own wife behind her back, calling her a smelly monster at the brothel. The impact of those harsh truths hits the woman dead on, leaving the matriarch in a state of shock, completely speechless. Devastated by the humiliation, the lady curls up on the bed and breaks down in tears upon realizing the harsh reality of her marriage. Wu Ji gently asks her to calm down, and the system soon notifies that the lady's affinity rose by 15 points, reaching 65. With teary eyes and a broken heart, the noblewoman asks in vulnerability if she truly looks like a monster. The protagonist replies that she is more beautiful than the legendary Daji, knowing that sweet words are the best weapon to win the lady over for good. Moved by the young man's kind words, Wu Yuaniang gives into her feelings and pulls him into a passionate kiss. A tear rolls down the noblewoman's cheek, having never received such warmth and consideration from any man in her life. She remembers with sadness how her husband always humiliated and treated her with contempt, planning to divorce her in the future. Leaving the pain of the past behind, the woman kisses him intensely, making the protagonist think he might end up dying from lack of air. Completely surrendered to the moment, the beautiful lady leans over the young doctor and tenderly offers to give him a massage. With her face flushed with passion, Wu Yuanyang sweetly declares that from now on, she only wishes to be his woman. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Wu Zhai firmly assures her he is not afraid of facing any trouble for her sake. The young man feels that the tables have finally turned and that he is now the one calling the shots against that scoundrel Simon Chung. Full of confidence and vigor, our protagonist charges ahead to cement his new conquest once and for all. He channels all his vital energy, applying his secret technique with the relentless force and momentum of a true dragon. Wu Zhe conducts 3 intense treatment sessions without stopping, taking the experience between the two the absolute peak. The system triggers consecutive notifications, announcing that the lady's affinity reached 100 points and concluding the quest with complete success. Completely exhausted on the bed, the young man asks for a break to catch his breath, recalling how hard he's been pushing himself with so many women. The noblewoman snuggles affectionately beside him wanting more, but the young man asks her to take it easy and promises to continue the session later. He suggests she fake an illness and return to her parents' home, but Yunyang wants to gather evidence to divorce the scoundrel for good. The woman plans to use her husband's business trip to locate the secret ledgers of bribery and tax evasion that can ruin the nobleman. Concerned about the danger, he questions her, but Yunyang reveals she brought loyal guards and that both she and her maid know martial arts. Impressed by the lady's martial skills, the young man promises to craft defensive artifacts for her and asks for special help with his new business. Wu Jai explains that he is opening his tea shop in 3 days and asks her to invite the city's noble ladies to be his customers. The woman accepts on the spot and asks to keep her body odor as a cover until she breaks free, promising to return to her family before her husband gets back. Hugging her savior affectionately, Yunyang devotionally swears that she will do exactly whatever the young man commands. The protagonist knows that getting rich is only the beginning, as he needs to accumulate resources and train soldiers for the future military invasion. 3 days later, the new tea business opens its doors on the main street with the whole family gathered and a sign charging 100 wen per cup. Excited behind the counter, Wu Jai stirs the boiling cauldron and prepares the special drink with an irresistible aroma. The delicious scent quickly spreads down the street, drawing the attention of dozens of curious pedestrians who gather in front of the shop. The young man offers free samples for the public to try, but the locals instantly grow suspicious, thinking it's some sort of scam. Fearing they will be charged after drinking, customers refuse the tasting, making the hero realize his modern tactic didn't work here. To make matters worse, the crowd notices the exorbitant price on the sign and begins angrily complaining that the cost is completely absurd. The people accuse the young man of daylight robbery and tell Wu Zhe to go back to selling steamed buns, mocking his attempt at playing merchant. Foot traffic on the sidewalk quickly dies down and no one dares fork over such a high sum for a simple cup of tea. Chunlin gets worried about the lack of sales and suggests to her sister that they lower the price to avoid losing all their customers. Jinlin also grows anxious seeing the empty shop and agrees that it might be better to charge less for the drink. However, maintaining his calm and composure, our MC assures them with a smile that the real show is about to begin. Right at that moment, a luxurious sedan chair bearing the crest of the prestigious Simon family appears on the avenue, drawing everyone's attention. The maid announces their arrival at the destination, and a refined boot gracefully steps onto the ground before the curious gazes of the crowd. Wearing an elegant bamboo veil to cover her face, the first wife of the Simon clan steps out of the carriage amid the general whispers of the crowd. Ignoring the surrounding stares, the distinguished lady walks up to the counter, orders a cup of the drink, and places the money on the table. Behind the veil, she exchanges a knowing glance with the young man, pleased to have used the aromatic powder to completely neutralize her odor. With flawless customer service, Wu Zhe proudly prepares and serves the first cup of special green tea with taro balls. The town's nobility watches in shock as the illustrious lady savors the drink through the bamboo straw with supreme sophistication. The smooth texture and the perfect harmony between the milk and taro balls leave the noblewoman completely enchanted with every sip. Delighted by the explosion of flavors on her palate, she even wonders if this isn't a sacred delicacy sent from the heavens. A deep sense of pleasure and energy washes over the lady's entire body at that unbelievably delicious taste. Seeing the noble lady of the Simon household drink down to the very last drop, the servants scramble frantically to notify their mistresses about the news. It doesn't take even the time it takes an incense stick to burn for several high society ladies to arrive en masse demanding the same tea. The moment they taste the drink through the straw, the noblewomen fall into ecstasy, heaping praise on the product's exquisite flavor. A massive crowd of customers mobs the counter, jostling and competing to buy another round of the new green tea. Seeing the roaring success, the maids agree among themselves that their husband must be the reincarnation of a great celestial star. To manage the crowd, the young man announces that each customer may purchase a maximum of 2 cups, ensuring more people get to taste it. Our hero's objective on this first day is merely to spread brand fame and conquer the palates of Yangu's elite. Suddenly, the spoiled young master of the Hoa family shoves his way through the crowd, scoffing at the 100 wen price and demanding to be served. Wanting to cut in front of everyone, the rich kid throws 500 wen onto the counter to taste the drink before the others. Having zero patience for insolence, Wu Ji grabs the guy's arm and twists it behind his back on the spot, ordering the arrogant punk to the back of the line. The nobleman recognizes the young man and groans in pain, while the hero warns that he won't think twice before giving him another beating. Wu Yunyang steps in with authority, reminding him that local nobility is present and ordering the young man not to bring shame upon his own clan. Another elite lady shoots back at the insolent guy, mocking that the one who actually calls the shots in the Hoa family is his wife, the influential Lady Li Pinger. Humiliated in front of everyone, the nobleman agrees to get in line, swearing he will report the shop if the product turns out to be a fraud. While waiting, the spoiled brat whispers that he will slander the shop regardless, determined to ruin the protagonist's business. But the moment he takes his first sip through the bamboo straw, the guy's eyes widen in shock at the explosion of flavor. Wu Zhai appears right beside him with a teasing smirk, shamelessly asking if the drink really tastes good. The nobleman tries desperately to cover his mouth to avoid praising the drink in front of the crowd watching him intently. However, the bouncy softness of the taro balls and the exquisite freshness of the tea overpower any attempt the man makes to resist. Unable to contain his excitement, the young master publicly surrenders and shouts at the top of his lungs that the tea is simply too delicious. The entire street bursts out laughing at the rich kid's humiliating reaction, leaving the young man utterly mortified by the embarrassment. Red with shame, the nobleman flees at lightning speed as night finally falls over the city of Yanggu. Later at home, the girls count the coins and radiantly celebrate the profit of 4 guan earned on that first day. Jinlian praises her husband's talent, overjoyed to see that the new business brings in infinitely more than selling buns. Holding the sign limiting sales to 200 cups daily, Wu Zhe declares that this fortune is merely the beginning of their empire. The young man hangs the sign on the shop's facade to further drive up the local nobility's desire and sense of exclusivity. Confident in his scarcity marketing strategy, he assures the family that tomorrow's goal of grossing 10 guan a day will be achieved. Fascinated by her husband's success, Jinlian hugs him affectionately and hints that he needs to be just as dedicated in bed as he is at work. The other 2 wives jump in on the trend and ask to have hairs as well, leaving the young man breaking out in a cold sweat from accumulated fatigue. Before he can refuse, all 3 women pounce on the protagonist at once, demanding their husband's attention. A playful rivalry sparks among them, as each one wants the honor of bearing the firstborn son of the Wu family. Pressured, Wu Zhe limits the round to just once per night, aware that he needs to take care of his health to avoid dying of exhaustion. Satisfied with the agreement, the beautiful wives settle seductively into the bed and call for the young man in unison. Feeling his body depleted at 80% overload, he reflects that he will urgently need to craft a tonic to recover his strength. Lying under the bedroom light, the women invite him with teasing looks to deliver on his promise. Taking a deep breath to face the battle, our hero leaps toward the bed, invoking his legendary nighttime spear technique. But Jinlian effortlessly blocks the thrust mid-air, leaving the protagonist completely dumbfounded by his wife's dexterity. Impressed by his wife's stamina in bed, the young man twirls his imaginary spear and prepares for another round. With renewed energy, Wu Zhu charges forward again with determination to satisfy all of his women. The hero's dedication sends Chunlin into total ecstasy, causing the girl's affinity to shoot up another 30 points in the system. Next, Chunmei also reaches her peak, raising both sisters' affinity to 80 and racking up a bounty of attribute points. Outside, a storm pours heavily through the dead of night, while intense action continues inside the bedroom. With the round finished, the 2 sisters confer hurriedly to put an ancient tradition into practice before it's too late. Wu Jie is left completely bewildered, seeing Chunlin upside down against the wall, asking in shock what on earth she is doing. Jinlian explains matter-of-factly that the posture prevents anything from going to waste, ensuring a quick pregnancy. The young man understands the concubine's desperation for an heir and promises to provide a much more dignified and secure life for all of them. The next morning, Chunlin opens the front door and hurriedly calls the protagonist to see what is happening out on the street. To everyone's surprise, a colossal crowd of customers is already mobbed outside the tea shop well before opening hours. The absurdly long line of eager buyers stretches around the corner and reaches all the way to the city gates. Proud of the outcome, our MC reminds his wives of the scarcity marketing strategy he had laid out before. The 3 women finally grasp their husband's genius plan and marvel at the business's roaring success. Hiding around the corner, young Master Ho watches everything with burning hatred and jealousy, swearing he will steal the protagonist's women. Overcome with resentment and wounded pride, the spoiled noble clenches his fists so hard his fingers begin to bleed. Meanwhile, at her mansion, Li Pinger burns with fever in bed, unsure if she has contracted some serious illness. Completely flushed and panting from the heat, the beautiful woman tries to endure the scorching temperature, draining her strength. Suddenly, her husband Huo bursts into the room screaming, claiming he desperately needs a favor from the noblewoman. The scoundrel promises to grant a divorce and split half of all clan assets if she helps him with his revenge plot. Aware of her husband's despicable character, the lady glares at him with cold, piercing eyes, displaying complete disdain. Kneeling at the doorway, the man secretly plots to steal Wu Zhe's recipe to get rich and then kick his own wife out. Li Pinger maintains her commanding presence and tells the man to stand up, reminding him that they are still legally married. He then recounts the protagonist's unbelievable shop success and how the new tea has become a craze throughout the city. The man highlights that wealthy families from several neighboring counties are traveling all the way to Yanggu just to buy the drink. Intrigued by the potential of that new business, the lady adjusts her hair and asks what exactly he has planned. The rich kid suggests that she infiltrate the shop to steal the secret formula and open a rival business to bankrupt the hero. The woman accepts the proposal, stating she has her own methods, but firmly demands that he honor his divorce promise. Overly confident, the spoiled nobleman leaves laughing to himself, thinking he concocted a brilliant strategy worthy of a military genius. However, the idiot forgets the rest of the proverb halfway through, proving once again the sheer depth of his stupidity. Back at the shop, Wu Zhai respectfully announces that all 200 cups for the day have sold out in record time. To compensate those left in line, he hands out loyalty cards promising a free cup for every 4 stamps collected. Customers are thrilled by the innovative initiative and swear eternal loyalty to our protagonist's specialty. Outside, Chunlin hands out cards, addressing 2 distinguished noble ladies by their respective names. The customers wonder how she recognized them, and the young woman explains that she remembers them buying lanterns from her old stall. The noblewomen are charmed by the girl's impressive memory and praise the attentiveness of the new shop staff. Watching from afar while chewing melon seeds, the gossiping old Wang suspects the young man put a magic potion in the tea. With sales wrapping up on a high note, the beautiful wives bow politely and thank all the customers for their support. When closing the register, Chame calculates that selling the 200 cups brought in a gross total of 20,000 yen for the family. Deducting all production costs, the girl joyfully celebrates an impressive net profit of 16,200 yen. Beaming with happiness, Chame hugs her sister and celebrates the spectacular profit of 16 guan made in a single day. The protagonist notices the girl's natural talent for quick math, deciding he will train her to manage the business's finances. The system confirms the daily goal was achieved, unlocking the recipe encyclopedia and new exclusive talents for both sisters. Wu Jai excitedly celebrates the newly acquired skills, ready to apply all this knowledge toward expanding the business. Jinlian approaches charmingly and asks her husband to teach her the secret techniques of the legendary spear and bed in detail. Hearing the first wife's bold request, Chunlin and Chunmei cast fairy glares, completely unwilling to be left behind. Both sisters rush toward the young man with open arms, demanding to receive the same nighttime training as well. Jinlian asserts her authority, reminding them that her future son will be the clan's legitimate heir, and that concubines must respect her rank. Chunmei fires back at the taunt immediately, mocking that holding the main status means nothing if the mistress's womb can't get the job done. Furious at the rebellious servant's audacity, Jinlian rolls up her sleeves, determined to enforce house discipline right in the middle of the bedroom. But the argument is interrupted by a mysterious voice from the door, sarcastically commenting on how lively Wujia's household is. The system emits a danger alert, identifying the visitor as Li Pinger and exposing her secret objective of stealing the tea recipe. Outside, the nobleman evaluates the beauty of the three women and silently doubts the young man's ability to handle all of them. Chunmei answers the door, warning that the day's drinks are already sold out, but the newcomer claims she didn't come for tea, pretending to be a poor woman kicked out by her mother. In law, Li Pinger sheds fake tears and asks for a job at the shop just to survive. The spy puts on a moving act of a helpless victim, begging the kind shop owner to give her a job opening. Aware that the woman's affinity is in the negatives, the young man is internally amused seeing that swindler's flawless performance. Confident that he has everything under control, the hero decides to welcome the phony with open arms to turn the tables in his favor. Wu Jie claims the shop's rush really does need extra help and tasks Jinlian with organizing the new employee's duties. With a generous heart, the first wife warmly welcomes the newcomer, promising to arrange a comfortable room downstairs. Late at night, Li Pinger lies down in the ground floor room, but begins hearing loud, steady moans coming from the floor above. The intense sounds of lovemaking upstairs echo through the ceiling, leaving the woman utterly restless and blushing in bed. Unable to close her eyes for nearly 4 hours, she covers herself in embarrassment and curses the young man's endless stamina. Heat surges through the abandoned noblewoman's body as she tosses and turns in her sheets, tormented by that wild night. In the room above, the three wives rest exhausted and fully satisfied following our protagonist's lengthy performance. Aware of his rival's emotional neglect, the young man notices in the system that his display of vigor boosted her affinity by 15 points. The next morning, he walks through town carefree, planning to launch new recipes in case the spy tries to copy his tarot tea. He knows that the bigger his business grows, the more he will need the backing of law officials to guarantee full protection. With that goal in mind, the protagonist heads confidently toward the county government office to secure an important alliance. Wu Ji hands 2 pieces of silver to the guard at the entrance, politely requesting an audience with Magistrate Gongsun. The young man knows full well that in ancient times silver opens any door and that generosity is essential to winning allies. Remembering that Judge Gongsun was always an honorable and understanding man, he concludes it is well worth having the official on his side. The guard returns quickly with a smile on his face and leads the merchant to the private quarters through the back. Entering the office, the young doctor pays his formal respects to the highest authority of the county. The magistrate complains that the massive lines at the tea shop have forced his county guards to work as security for free. With a clever smile, the hero proposes presenting a revolutionary economic plan capable of bringing immense wealth to the entire county. Intrigued by the ambitious promise, the ruler asks for details about this alleged trio of special products from Yangu. The protagonist lays out his commercial strategy based on the lucrative combo of artisan teas, refined pastries, and specialty stews. The official scratches his beard suspiciously, finding the idea far too ordinary and demanding a detailed explanation of how it would generate wealth. Wu Ji argues that the city is merely a transit stop between major capitals, causing merchants not to spend any money there. Wu Jai explains that Yangu County is held back by its lack of transport canals, official roads, and famous local products. The first step of his strategy is to use the tea's premium price to spark merchants' curiosity and attract travelers. Next, the young man presents a tray filled with homemade walnut pastries and invites the ruler to give them a try. Intrigued by the treat's appetizing aroma, Magistrate Gongsun inspects the tray and decides to taste the unfamiliar pastry. The moment he takes his first bite of the crisp pastry, an explosion of flavor stuns the experienced official's palate. The judge is left in complete shock by the flawless texture and impeccable quality of a recipe recipe never before seen in the region. Spellbound, the ruler drifts off into his thoughts, feeling as if he were happily strolling through a walnut grove in autumn. The refined combination of pork lard and sweet walnut melts in his mouth, leaving the magistrate enchanted. The official agrees on the spot that the pastry is a perfect specialty for the city, asking for details on the trio's final item. Wu Jie smiles politely and explains that to prepare the special stew, he will need to use the kitchen of the official residence. Suddenly, an elegantly poised young lady enters the room, questioning whether the merchant had asked for her permission first. The magistrate induces his daughter Gongsun Wan, a scholar of traditional cuisine who manages kitchen affairs. The young lady recognizes the fame of Yangu's famous tea, but insists on testing the visitor's practical skills. With a challenging gaze, the young noblewoman asks if the young man has the courage to engage in a culinary duel against her. The system immediately triggers a special culinary quest, giving Wu Jie the perfect chance to test his new encyclopedia. The father tries to rein in his daughter's attitude, but the girl stands her ground, reminding him that she holds absolute authority over the kitchen. Maintaining the respectful posture of a guest, our protagonist gladly accepts the challenge so as not to slight the lady. The young woman proposes using 2 fresh carp brought from the farm to compete over who can make the best fish and tofu stew. Wu Jie accepts the rules of the showdown with complete calm, confident in the advanced knowledge he received from the system. Once inside the mansion's kitchen, the young man praises the pristine organization of the space, stating it surpasses many famous restaurants. Proud of the sincere compliment, Gongsun Wen sees her affinity with the young man rise by 15 points before they even start cooking. The hero acknowledges the girl's culinary wisdom, but playfully warns with a smile that he is determined to win the match. With workstations prepped and utensils sharpened, both competitors take their positions to begin the culinary duel. The young lady assumes a focused posture, determined to showcase all her talent to outshine the newcomer merchant. She begins by slicing 2 blocks of tofu and cleaning the fish head on the spot to remove any traces of blood. To neutralize the meat's strong fishy odor, the cook adds minced ginger, dried fruit, and a splash of rice wine. Finishing the marinade with imported white pepper, the lady smiles smugly, convinced her refined technique will secure victory. Watching everything from the front row, the protagonist praises her preparation, ready to showcase his own modern tricks. He begins the first step by submerging the fish head in salted water to physically draw out all impurities. Within moments, the salt water pulls all remaining blood to the surface, cleansing the piece to perfection. Gongsun Wan is shocked to see the effectiveness of that simple method she had never encountered in any cookbook. In the second step, the young man extracts fresh scallion and ginger juice to penetrate the fibers and naturally tenderize the meat. Instead of expensive wine, he opts for traditional unfiltered brew, rich in organic acids that eliminate any foul odor. The young man notes the girl used rare pepper and explains that the secret to a great dish doesn't lie in the cost of ingredients. He pairs the alcohol with aromatic perilla leaves, completing the chemical phase to enhance the recipe's flavor. The young lady is stunned by the advanced logic behind that 3-step method, unable to believe the young man's depth of knowledge. Next, Wu Jie places a dollop of pork lard into the hot pan while patting the meat dry with a clean cloth. The protagonist notes that drying the surface is crucial for the fish to brown evenly without splattering hot grease. The lady questions the use of heavy animal lard, fearing the fat will ruin the delicate freshness of the fish meat. With complete confidence, our hero assures her he will use the lard masterfully to transform the dish into a masterpiece. Wu Jie placed the fish head into the pan with the melted lard to sear the meat before pouring in boiling water. Gongsun Wan gets irritated by his actions, complaining that frying the fish before stewing will completely ruin the ingredients. The magistrate agrees with his daughter, warning that using pork lard for frying might further intensify the unpleasant, fishy smell. The young man confidently retorts, warning that they are underestimating his technique and that a true miracle is about to unfold. After browning the piece until golden yellow, our protagonist pours boiling water directly over the fish in the pan. Within seconds, the broth rolls and transforms into a rich, full-bodied liquid as impossibly white as milk. The young lady widens her eyes in absolute shock upon witnessing the milky color and flawless consistency of that magical broth. The imposing image of the young man dominating the kitchen makes the girl feel tiny before such culinary mastery. The captivating aroma rising from the steam hits the cook's senses dead on, leaving the lady speechless. She loses herself in daydreams, imagining her body bathed in that warm, velvety, irresistible stew. Wasting no time, the hero transfers the fish and broth into a clay pot and adds fresh cubes of tofu. He seasons the recipe with a precise pinch of salt, accentuating the natural flavors of the ingredients inside the pot. Wu Jie covers the clay pot and lets the stew simmer over low heat to the rhythmic sound of bubbling broth. Gongsun Wan tries to regain focus at her own station, repeating to herself that her classical techniques will not fail. Meanwhile, the young man's broth reaches its ideal peak, releasing thick, glowing steam throughout the room. The young lady is rattled to notice that the fragrance of the rival stew is far more striking and dominant than her own. She reflects intriguingly on each step of the young man's preparation, baffled by how such unconventional steps produced that result. With a firm, steady motion, the young merchant removes the lid from the clay pot and announces the completion of his dish. The presentation of the fish and tofu stew looks stunning, highlighted by the snow-white broth and impeccable aroma. Right after, the governor's daughter also finishes her traditional recipe, ready to submit both dishes for evaluation. Magistrate Gongsun assumes the role of judge for the contest and sits at the table before both versions of the stew. The official first tastes the dish prepared by his daughter, praising the proper balance of seasonings and traditional technique. Next, the ruler fills his spoon with Wujia's milky broth and brings the delicacy to his mouth to evaluate the flavor. The moment the liquid touches his palate, the magistrate's eyes light up in shock before a divine explosion of flavors. The man drifts off into pure ecstasy, feeling like a fish swimming free and joyful under the moon's reflection in a lotus pond. Moved by that peerless dining experience, the judge is brought to tears of joy while savoring the dish. The official showers the hero with praise, declaring that the essence of the fish fused into the white broth as a divine masterpiece. Gongsun-won is bewildered by her father's exaggerated reaction, unable to believe the outsider outdid her recipe. Driven by doubt, the young noblewoman takes a spoonful of the young man's broth and tastes the food with heavy hesitation. The extraordinary flavor strikes her palate like lightning, making the lady admit in ecstasy that the food is simply too delicious. The woman is overcome by a wave of sensations, feeling as if she were wrapped in the velvety embrace of the creamy broth. The intensity of flavors courses through her entire body, shattering every last trace of the girl's pride or resistance. Completely surrendering to the dish's perfection, the cook silently concedes that she was utterly defeated in the duel. On her knees on the kitchen floor, Gongsun-won acknowledges her setback and grasps the brilliant simplicity behind her rival's technique. The young lady accepts defeat with an open heart, completing the system quest and earning 20 attribute points for the MC. Wu Zhai remains modest and calmly explains that he utilized the Maillard reaction and lard emulsification to thicken the broth. Fascinated by the young man's modern scientific knowledge, the girl is filled with admiration, sending her affinity soaring 30 points. The magistrate cuts through the bashful tension and invites the protagonist back to the office to discuss the commercial venture. Inside the study, Wu Zhi proposes establishing an official training center to teach the recipe to locals and expand franchises. Addressing the young man as brother with deep respect, the ruler agrees with the concept, but asks how this will enrich the county. Wu Zhi proposes creating a stew street to retain merchants in the city, driving them to consume tea, sweets, and meals. Magistrate Gongsun is thoroughly impressed by the young man's strategic vision, praising the new merchant's brilliant mind. The young man suggests fabricating local folklore to elevate the dish's prestige, claiming Yellow River fish receive messages to the sound of flutes. He demonstrates how this initiative will revitalize the entire local supply chain, from fishing to agriculture, enriching the county. Excited by the proposal, the ruler agrees to implement the project, but reminds him that both need to settle their personal profits. Wu Zhai offers a partnership in seasoning sales and shop franchises, proposing a fair 50-50 split of the profits. The magistrate prefers taking 30% and leaving 70% with the young man, needing funds to curry favor with his superiors in the capital. Pleased with the deal, the hero plans to leverage official influence to eliminate Sim and Qing and raise an army against invaders. But the moment he leaves the court, Chunmei runs frantically toward him to warn him about a major problem at the shop. The girl reveals that their new employee was Li Pinger in disguise, who stole the tea recipe and opened a rival shop right across from them. Instead of panicking, the protagonist stays calm and smiles, aware that this clash was already inevitable. Across the street, the lavish competitor's shop displays its new signboard and begins drawing the attention of all the townspeople. Lured by the commotion, dozens of customers abandon the line at Wu Zhi's shop and rush over to check out the big novelty. An attractive hostess announces the grand opening, offering the new drinks at half the regular price. A handsome, shirtless young man serves portions at the counter for only 50 yen, promoting artisanal tea with fermented rice wine. Dressed in a stunning gown, the establishment's owner herself pours the tea masterfully before the eyes of the public. The crowd is left stunned and charmed by the attractive staff, low prices, and luxurious look of the new shop. The entire street is flooded with the rival's clientele, leaving our protagonist's business completely deserted in broad daylight. Customers praise the exquisite flavor of osmanthus blossoms and the special touch of fermented wine in the new beverage. The hostess makes sure to highlight the noble origin of the ingredients, convincing buyers of the product's high quality. Watching from afar, Wu Zhi admits that his rival was clever in adapting the recipe with traditional flavors favored in this era. The young man acknowledges the woman's business acumen, praising the bold marketing move she used to lure the clientele. Full of herself, Li Pinger strolls over to the hero's doorstep and mocks the dead silence that took over a rival's shop. Seeing the spy approach so arrogantly, Jinlian boils with rage behind the counter and makes no effort to hide her indignation. The legitimate wife points her finger in the trader's face, accusing her of stealing the recipe after being warmly taken into their home. Cynically, the noblewoman retorts that the formula was improved and mockingly asks if they can produce anything better. Wu Zhi cuts straight to the chase and questions the woman's real motives, who promptly challenges him to a public tea duel. The villainess lays down her terms, demanding the young man forfeit his shop and never sell tea again in his life if he loses. Chummy is outraged by the audacity of the demand and shouts that they have no obligation to accept such an absurd bet. The wives try to hold their husband back, fearing the risk, but the protagonist reassures them with a calm, confident look. The young man looks his opponent in the eye and asks what price she will pay if she ends up on the losing side of the contest. The lady guarantees she will hand over her shop and pay compensation of 1,000 silver taels if she is defeated in the showdown. A sudden quest pops up in the system, requiring him to humiliate the recipe thief in exchange for 30 attribute points in affinity. Wujai accepts the duel, but adds that the nobleman will have to do 50 squats in public while begging for his forgiveness. The woman is shocked, imagining the humiliating scene of bending down scantily clad in front of the town's entire population. Even though embarrassed by the brazen demand, Li Pinger's pride gets the better of her, and she furiously accepts the challenge. She sets the duel for the following morning at the Lion Tower Plaza, departing confident that she will emerge victorious. Believing she bought out the entire local supply of premium ingredients, the lady is certain her rival will have no way to compete. Hiding in the shadows, young Master Hua plots nighttime sabotage to guarantee our hero's total ruin. Alone in his workshop at night, Wuxia plans his next moves and decides to invent a revolutionary cheese foam green tea. The first step of the new recipe is crushing Chinese yam in a mortar to extract its natural starch and use it as a stabilizer. Next, he adds goat milk and starter culture to concentrated tea to produce bubbles and aroma through natural fermentation. To make butter without a centrifuge, the young man relies on his enhanced physical strength to whip the ingredients by hand. Recalling internet tips from before his transmigration, the young doctor pours high-fat milk into a bottle to shake it vigorously. He starts shaking the container with all his might, determined to extract pure butter for his new cheese foam. Wu Jie keeps up a frantic pace of non-stop movement, sweating cold as he whisks the mixture at extreme speed. Suddenly, the security surveillance system sounds an alarm, warning that an intruder is in the workshop attempting to sabotage tea production. Hidden on a ceiling beam, the nimble thief Shikio watches the young man curiously, unable to understand why he keeps shaking his hands. The system issues a quest to tame the intruder using delicious food, offering a secret agility manual as the reward. Feigning exhaustion to lure the spy out, our hero mutters to himself and slowly steps away to set up an ambush. The intruder watches from above, finding it all very bizarre, imagining the young man is practicing some weird form of martial arts. Lying on the beam, she catches the irresistible aroma of food rising from the counter, her mouth watering to taste it. In a lightning reflex, the hero hurls a plate toward the ceiling with impressive speed and precision. The impact strikes the spy's footing dead on, causing the girl to lose her balance and slip right off the wooden beam. The young woman plummets through the air, while Wu Zhi's mental calculation talent activates to predict the exact landing spot. Calculating weight, height, and gravity in fractions of a second, he slides across the floor to cushion the girl's fall. The young man positions himself perfectly underneath, ready to catch the intruder before she hurts herself on impact. The female ninja crashes down right onto the protagonist's chest, kicking up a cloud of dust across the kitchen's wooden floor. Stunned by how firm the man's body feels, she tries to push him away, but the hero's monumental strength doesn't budge a millimeter. In a swift roll, Wu Zhai reverses the position and pins the girl to the floor, authoritatively ordering her not to move. Panicked by the compromising proximity, the thief struggles and threatens to scream for help to summon the neighborhood. The young man scoffs at the threat, warning that if she makes a sound, he will personally turn her over to the local authorities immediately. With a sly smile on his face, he hints at court guards typically parade criminals naked through the streets. Terrified by the thought of enduring such extreme public humiliation, the young girl blushes in shame and loses the nerve to scream. Wu Ji finds her exaggerated reaction and confused expression odd, asking what on earth got into her to act like that. With tears in her eyes, Shikio confesses she was only hired to dump salt into the tea, begging him not to report her. Hearing the word salt, a light bulb goes off in the hero's mind, deciding to use ham broth to balance the richness of the milk. Seeing the young man's mysterious smile, the thief grows even more suspicious, convinced he is plotting something perverse. She spirals into dramatic daydreams, imagining the young doctor will tie her up and strip her clothes to blackmail her. Overcome with dread, the girl grits her teeth and vows she would rather bite her own tongue off than submit to his whims. The protagonist covers her mouth so she doesn't wake his wives, explaining he only wants her to taste a new pastry he created. Still confused, she bites his hand and accuses him of slipping an aphrodisiac into the pastry to take advantage of her. Having no patience for such baseless drama, Wuja grumbles in annoyance and clarifies once more that he is talking about actual food. The young girl persists in her comical paranoia, making her MC sigh in exhaustion at the intruder's overactive imagination. The young man loosely ties her feet and promises he will release her as soon as she eats the cake he is about to bake fresh. To prevent further noise, he places her own face mask over her mouth as a gag, leaving the girl utterly mortified. Gagged and unable to speak, the spy turns bright red with embarrassment as she watches the cook's movements. On the counter, Wu Zhai skillfully separates the egg yolks from the whites, preparing the perfect base to bake a fluffy sponge cake. Whipping the egg whites to stiff peaks, he plans to win Shichio's loyalty to turn her into the official guardian of his manor. Using the freshly whipped butter, he divides the recipe into two creations, the cheese foam and the delicious sponge cake. Realizing that increasing his physical attribute points was a great choice, our protagonist notes that beating egg whites by hand with his current strength creates a foam far superior to that of an electric mixer. While he is completely focused on the recipe, the blue-haired ninja, still tied up in the corner, takes advantage of the distraction to slowly stand up without making a sound. Still gagged and boiling with rage, she vows to herself that she will end that pervert's life, even if it takes head-butting him with all her might. Without even noticing the girl sneaking up silently behind him, he continues whisking the mixture in the bowl with total dedication. But looking into the bowl, the girl is completely stunned to see that those earlier eggs have transformed into a white foam that looks like snow. Noticing her astonishment, he explains that the egg protein is being whisked rapidly to force air into it, making the texture increasingly firm and white. Since the girl understands absolutely nothing of that technical explanation, the young man simply smiles and says she will understand everything in just a moment. Next, he moves on to the yolk stage, mixing sugar, flour, goat milk, and oil with a wooden spoon, stirring in a Z-shaped pattern. Shortly after, the young man gently folds the whipped whites into the yellow yolk batter to incorporate everything seamlessly. To finish the process, he pours the batter into a ceramic pot to steam the whole thing. A short while later, the sponge cake is ready and radiates a delicious glow, leaving our hero proud of the result. While the cake cooled down, the girl ended up falling asleep from sheer exhaustion until the protagonist approaches holding a freshly sliced piece. Catching that irresistible aroma in the air, the ninja slowly begins waking up and sniffing the air. He then removes the girl's gag and tells her that as soon as she tastes that piece of cake, she is free to leave. Never losing her pride even while tied up, the girl immediately wakes up shouting, calling him a shameless pervert. But the young man gives her no room to complain and shoves the piece of cake straight into her mouth. That very second, her reaction completely transforms as she feels the softness of the sponge and the rich egg flavor spreading across her palate. She is so mesmerized that she can't even hide it, blushing deeply with tears welling in her eyes from how delicious it was. That taste brings back an old childhood memory of when she and her brother were little and starving. She recalls her brother coming home bruised yet smiling, holding 2 boiled eggs in his hands for her to eat quickly. Moved by the memory of that harsh winter, the girl weeps with longing for her brother upon tasting that exact same comforting flavor. In fact, she realizes the cake tastes even better than her past memories, raising her affection for the protagonist by 40 points and unlocking a lightness skill as a quest reward. Seeing that the skill, Divine Path of 100 Changes, costs only 10 points to activate at level 1, he learns the technique on the spot, knowing it will be useful for escapes and scouting. Looking at him with eyes gleaming with craving, Hyaora drops her tough act entirely and earnestly begs to have another piece. However, the young man simply states that the cake is gone and that he won't be serving her anything else. Annoyed, the ninja points at the counter and accuses him of lying, since nearly the whole cake is clearly still sitting there. Leaning close to her face, the protagonist gives a sly smile and explains that the free samples are over, and his cake is extremely expensive. Faced with that proximity and the tone of his voice, the girl gets super embarrassed and starts fantasizing about what he might be asking for in return. She imagines an absurd scene of herself dressed in provocative maid attire, humiliating herself and calling him master just to get more cake. Horrified by these thoughts, she screams that she would never sell herself for a piece of cake, leaving the young man completely baffled. As he begins untying the ropes around her hands, he asks what kind of person she took him for, explaining that not eating for free simply meant working for him. The girl remains suspicious and questions what he means by becoming one of his people, suspecting he still harbors bad intentions. Patiently, the young man clarifies that he wants to hire her as a guard and servant for the estate, promising delicious meals every month and a salary of 10 guan in coins. Proudly, Hyaora stands up and strikes a dramatic pose saying she will never be a slave, making the protagonist think the recruitment failed. But she immediately changes her mind and grabs his hand tightly, setting only one condition: having sponge cake every single day. Thrilled by the generous offer of salary and food, the ninja excitedly shakes his hands and asks when they can sign the indenture contract. The day of the tea soup duel arrives, and Hyaora promptly appears before her new master, announcing that the ham broth is properly prepared. Quite pleased with his new servant's efficiency, the protagonist smiles and approves her work. Looking at the girl, he notices her ninja attire is a bit plain, and thinks that in the future he needs to design a full-made uniform with stockings for her to wear. Next, he turns to Jinlian and instructs the young woman to mix the tea soup with the ham broth and milk, heating it over low heat until near boiling without letting it bubble over. Jinlian promptly agrees with the protagonist's instructions and focuses on keeping the preparation at the right temperature. While fanning the fire to control the simmer, she quietly reflects on the growing number of women arriving at the household, wondering when she will finally get pregnant. Firm in her goal, Jinlian resolves to make Dowling work even harder tonight, giving the young man chills from a distance without him even knowing why. On the other side, 2 of the concubines watch the scene and discuss finding new ways to capture his attention now that another girl has appeared. The calmer of the 2 reassures her friend, observing that the new girl has no romantic motives with the protagonist, as her eyes sparkle with far more passion for food than for him. And sure enough, in the corner of the room, the young ninja stands literally drooling with sparkling eyes from sheer anticipation to eat. Soon after, criers run through the county streets announcing the grand culinary showdown between Li Ping's Emporium and the Wu Ti shop to the entire neighborhood, summoning everyone to the Lion Tower. Hearing the location of the clash, the protagonist recalls that the Lion Tower carries legendary historical weight, being the very stage where Wu Song defeated Simon Chung in the past. Filled with determination, he resolves resolves to emerge victorious against Li Ping'er in that very same arena today, showing everyone the true meaning of milk tea innovation. Right at the entrance of the Lion Tower, a colossal crowd gathers to secure the best spots so they don't miss a single detail of the event. Being squeezed by the sea of people, Hua Zixu curses in irritation and fervently roots for Wu Zhe's bankruptcy, plotting to seize his wives and concubines after the defeat. The courtyard is packed to the brim with curious onlookers, creating a buzzing atmosphere as everyone awaits the start of the duel. From atop the roof, the famous Sun Erniang watches the commotion with crossed arms, curious to discover what kind of tea soup can draw so much attention and cost so much money. Meanwhile, inside the local office, a guard suggests dispersing the crowd, but the magistrate prefers to allow the competition, viewing it as a refined cultural event and merely ordering order to be kept. Young noble Lady Wanner praises her father's initiative, noting the prestige of bringing in Su Gu, the renowned son of Master Dongpo and culinary connoisseur, to judge the contest. The magistrate clarifies that the distinguished visitor's arrival was a fortunate coincidence of fate, admitting he plans to leverage his brother Wu's fame to promote Yangyu County across the entire empire. Watching the competitors' preparations from the balcony, the magistrate waits in anticipation to see if the protagonist can prevail in this tough battle. Wanner shows absolute faith, asserting that Wu Zhe's culinary skills border on divine, assuring him that victory is practically certain. In the arena, the crowd cheers wildly upon seeing the famous Little Dongpo, the noble Su Go, take his place of honor to judge the local tea. Wearing elegant white robes and wielding a traditional fan, the respected Master Su Gu takes his official position as the duel's chief judge. Beneath the towering Lion Tower sign, everything finally falls into place for the region's most anticipated culinary showdown. The two competitors stand side by side at their respective stations under the watchful eyes of the judge and gathered crowd. With everything set on both sides, Su Go opens his fan and officially begins the culinary contest. Li Ping'er begins her presentation with the milk tea dance, executing graceful, daring movements while holding the bamboo container. Displaying extreme flexibility and refined technique, she raises her leg into the air and pours the golden liquid from an impressive height with pinpoint precision. The male audience is utterly spellbound, charmed by the beauty, rhythm, and allure of the performance. Analyzing the motion with an expert eye, Su Go praises the choreography, explaining that the technique serves to aerate the beverage, eliminating bitterness and imparting a silky texture. However, mid-analysis, the judge's keen eye is suddenly drawn to the opposite station. Su Gu finds the protagonist's calm demeanor peculiar and is intrigued to see him pick up a small, sealed ceramic jar. The noble scholar cannot take his eyes off that mysterious container, wondering what could be stored inside. With a confident smile on his face, the young man removes the protective seal and celebrates seeing that the fermentation reached the exact sweet spot. At that precise moment, the system confirms completion of the ancient milk foam achievement, and a majestic golden glow bursts from inside the jar. Startled by the blinding light's intensity, Su Gu warns his daughter Su Musu, ordering her to cover her nose immediately before she is overwhelmed by the aroma. But it was already too late. An intoxicatingly enchanting fragrance fills the air, sweeping across the entire crowd in the courtyard. As soon as they inhale that heavenly scent, the onlookers are seized by an overwhelming rush of pure sensory delight. The creamy, sweet aroma transcends the senses of the crowd, leaving everyone feeling as if they were floating in pure ecstasy. Several women in the audience let out soft gasps of pleasure, powerless against the velvety touch of that unprecedented fragrance. From atop the roof, Sun Erniang herself is caught off guard as that aromatic wave strikes her sense of smell with full force. Overcome by the impact of that irresistible culinary scent, the warrior woman lets out an involuntary moan from sheer intensity. Facing his daughter's shock, Su Gu explains in astonishment that the aroma reached the absolute pinnacle of dairy, surpassing even the realm's noblest imperial drinks tenfold. The entire courtyard falls into dead silence, every spectator frozen before the unexpected spectacle. Right after, the crowd erupts into wild cheers, marveling at the divine fragrance and shouting that such a sublime scent could only belong to a celestial being descending to earth. On the other side, Li Ping'er maintains her arrogant poise, thinking to herself that a great aroma means nothing if the drink's taste doesn't match up. The gong sounds to signal the end of the time limit, and the master of ceremonies summons both contestants to present their milk teas to the judge. Confident in her osmanthus green tea with fermented rice and assorted toppings, the woman walks gracefully over to the evaluation table. She radiates arrogance, certain that the protagonist's creation will taste like plain water once Master Su Gu samples her refined beverage. Bribed by the opposing side, the announcer rushes to give preference to Li Ping'er, insisting the judge must evaluate her drink first since she finished earlier. Flashing a seductive smile, the beautiful merchant hands the bamboo cup to the judge, inviting him to enjoy her special creation. Admiring the visual appeal and spotless aroma of the drink, Su Gu decides to take the first sip to test the flavor. Upon tasting the tea, the judge feels instantly transported to a sunlit field of flowers, completely enchanted by the delicious combination. Fluttering his fan with satisfaction, he praises the flawless harmony between the osmanthus and milk, repeating the words, "Very good," twice in a row. Hearing the master's praise, Li Ping'er breaks into a triumphant smile, convinced the protagonist has zero chance of beating her. In the audience, people excitedly note that Su Go only says good once when food is tasty, twice when it is excellent, and 3 times when it is a masterpiece. Hearing this, the protagonist's companions grow tense over the risk of defeat, but Chunlin maintains unwavering faith in her master's talent. Inspired by her confidence, Jinlian and the others begin cheering together in unison, rooting enthusiastically for the young man's victory. Confident in his own potential, the young man turns to his cheerleaders and flashes a victory sign with a relaxed smile on his face. Hidden behind a pillar, Hua Zixu rubs his hands maliciously, already plotting to seize Wu Zhi's shop and throw all his women into the street once he goes broke. Stepping up to the main table, the protagonist serves his cup of salted milk tea made with ham broth, topped with a velvety, glossy layer. Intrigued by that layer resembling a fluffy cloud atop the drink, Sugu asks what it is, and the young man explains that it is his famous milk foam. Curious about this novelty, the scholar picks up a small wooden spoon and samples just a tiny dab of the white foam. That very instant, the judge's eyes widen in pure shock as he tastes the deep richness and unprecedented creaminess of that flavor. Unable to contain himself, he drops the spoon, grabs the bamboo cup with both hands, and downs the entire drink in one gulp. The sensation is so overwhelming that Sugo's mind is projected into a surreal vision of a futuristic metropolis illuminated by modern skyscrapers. Totally disoriented amid the crowd of that advanced city, he learns from a local boy that he is in the legendary Shanghai of the future. Next, his consciousness ascends into the heavens aboard a glowing space elevator, heading toward planetary orbit. Gazing upon the grandeur of that nuclear fusion-powered civilization venturing to the moon, the noble is moved to tears witnessing the glorious progress of his nation. Bearing witness to the prosperous and peaceful future of his homeland fills the scholar's heart with an indescribable rush of patriotic emotion. Weeping with emotion, Sugu calls upon the spirit of his late father and bursts into joyous delirium, shouting the word superb 10 times in a row. Slamming both hands onto the table, the judge solemnly declares to the entire assembly that Wu Zhi is the undisputed winner of the duel. The audience is stunned by the historic verdict, shouting that Master Sugo had never praised a dish so many times in succession in his entire life. Standing under the sunlight, our protagonist celebrates his shop's absolute triumph, cementing his tea as the greatest in the entire Song dynasty. Utterly shattered by the humiliating defeat, Lepinger falls to her knees on the ground, unable to accept that she was bested like that. On the other side, Chummi is beside herself with happiness, celebrating the achievement with open arms. Chunlin merely watches on with a quiet, calm smile, satisfied with having believed in the young man's potential from the start. Beaming with joy, the two beauties rush to hug the protagonist warmly, celebrating the crushing victory. Clinging to his chest, flushed with love and affection, Chunmei whispers her desire to bear a child as incredible as him. Chunlin also steps close with a shy, teasing look, hinting that their night together promises to be unforgettable. Joining the group, Jinlian smooths her gown and warns with a seductive gaze that he will have to put in heavy work in bed tonight. Impressed by the young man's talent, Warner acknowledges Wu Yuzhi's culinary superiority and admits to her father that losing to someone of that caliber was no injustice. Meanwhile, Lepinger stands up in bitter resentment, demanding to know how a tea with a strange floating layer could beat her flawless recipe. Outraged by the outcome, Hua Zixu storms the arena screaming, accusing the protagonist of bribing the judges and threatening to leverage the influence of his palace eunuch uncle. Deeply insulted by the accusation, Master Sugu glares at the man with contempt, firmly stating that he will never tolerate slander from an eunuch's relative, vowing to take the matter straight to court. The entire crowd is outraged by the intruder's audacity, scolding him for insulting a respected master and demanding how he dares question the judge's honesty. Having no patience for the insults, the crowd pounces on Hua Zixu on the spot, delivering a collective beating to teach him to respect authority. Ignoring the chaos around them, our protagonist calmly approaches Lepinger carrying a tray in his hands. With a courteous smile, he offers the bamboo cup and invites her to taste his version of the drink to put the flavor to the test. Somewhat reluctant, the beautiful merchant brings the rim of the cup to her lips and takes a gentle sip of the special brew. Instantly, a magical, overwhelming sensation takes hold of her body, making her sigh amid a wave of pure sensory bliss. The unique flavor touches the depths of the woman's heart, causing involuntary tears to well up in her eyes. That comforting blend brings back a painful, distant memory of her humble childhood with her father. She recalls the days when her family starved up until the day her father returned with a steaming bowl of hot meat soup. The young girl remembers how overjoyed she was savoring that rare meal, lovingly offering the bowl to her father. However, weeping in despair, her father tearfully revealed that the money came from selling his own daughter, begging for her forgiveness. The little girl was carried away in eunuch Hua's arms, while her father fell to his knees in tears, pleading for her to survive. Snapping back to the present with teary eyes, Lepinger whispers with a trembling voice, deeply moved to relive that paternal warmth. Looking at the protagonist before her, the tender image of her late father seems to overlap perfectly with the young man's figure. Overcome with emotion, she rushes forward and hugs the young man tightly, calling him father, causing her affection for him to leap 30 points all at once in the system. Battered and crawling along the ground, Hua Zixu witnesses the scene and curses the woman in fury for embracing his rival like that. Unable to withstand his injuries and the public humiliation, the villain finally passes out on the ground, his soul nearly leaving his body. The young man gently steps back from Lepinger, acknowledging her talent in adding new toppings, but reflects that true reform requires far more than that. Pointing toward the birds flying across the open sky, he declares that genuine innovation is not about adding new ingredients to an old formula, but rather reboiling all the spring water to start a creation from scratch. Hearing that profound speech from the roof, Sun Erniang praises the young man's wisdom, increasing her affection for him by 15 points. Su Go and the magistrate are deeply moved by the depth of those words, regarding the young man with immense respect. The wise scholar quietly reflects on his family's past, understanding that his late father was not defeated by any single law, but by the very corrupt political system he spent his entire life trying in vain to fix. Impressed by the young man's innovative vision, the magistrate slams the table in fascination, comparing his genius to that of the legendary reformer Wang Anshi. Seeing her father's excitement, Wan asks what happened, and the magistrate takes the chance to probe his daughter on what she truly thinks of young Wu. Thoroughly embarrassed by her father's hint, the noble maiden blushes bright red and turns away, saying she will ignore him. In her thoughts, Wanner admits that the young man overflows with talent and charisma like no other man in the region. However, seeing him surrounded by so many beauties in the courtyard, she lets out a jealous pout, boosting her affection by 15 points on the system panel. Sincerely accepting her defeat, Li Pinger only asks that he not force her to expose herself in public as the wager's punishment, raising her affection to 55. She then whispers teasingly in his ear, inviting him to come to her quarters tonight to receive a private surprise. The seductive merchant walks away with elegant steps, leaving behind the reminder that she will be waiting for him without fail. Meanwhile, the young man breaks out in a cold sweat, noticing the burning, jealous stares of Jinlian and Chum Mei right behind him. Pressed by the two about what the rivals said, the protagonist quickly covers it up, making up that she only spoke about household chores. Later that night, he sneaks up to the gates of the Ho estate, relieved to have shaken off his wives for the time being. Channeling his inner energy into his feet, the young man pushes off swiftly and leaps silently over the walls. Activating his new level, One Lightness technique, Divine Path, our hero glides smoothly across the rooftops, determined to win over Li Pinger as soon as possible. Looking over the city beneath the moonlight, he remembers that only 5 years remain until the fall of the Northern Song dynasty, vowing to level up the system as quickly as possible to prevent this national tragedy. As he reflects on past memories and the scars left by a chaotic era of war and desperate escapes, our protagonist lands nimbly on the stone ground, moving with complete stealth in the dead of night. Wasting no time, he crosses the estate's quiet courtyard and heads up the stairs toward the private quarters. Reaching the entrance, he peers cautiously through the door and calls softly for Li Pinger. Inside, he finds the woman in an intensely provocative pose, who immediately asks in a sultry tone why he didn't even bother knocking. She then mentions that he arrived at the perfect time, claiming her legs are sore and asking for support to help her stand up. The young man steps up behind her and gently holds her waist, asking if that is how he should support her. Capitalizing on the contact, she asks him to lie down on the bed to evaluate her posture, leaving the guy so flustered that he tries to mask his embarrassment with a technical explanation of how squats engage various muscles throughout the body. With his face completely red, our protagonist is stunned to realize the clear underlying intentions behind every single word she speaks. To top it off, Pinger bites her lip with a seductive gaze and warns that this is merely a sample of the interest she owes, telling him to lie on the bed so she can begin her special performance. A bit bashful, our protagonist agrees and goes to lie down on the bed, while the woman warns that she is already heading over to him. Climbing onto the mattress with a teasing look, she calls the young man Delang and asks him to pay close attention to the exercises she is about to perform. Seeing the woman in that position right on top of him, the guy is completely frozen, not knowing where to look. Pinger asks if the movements are correct, while thinking to herself that given Wu Dai's ordinary appearance and short stature, manipulating him and wrapping him around her finger will be a piece of cake. Confident that she is in total control of the situation, she continues squatting and insists that he not take his eyes off her. But suddenly something completely unexpected surges toward her, catching the woman entirely off guard. An intense burst of golden energy erupts from below, illuminating the two of them and leaving Pinger in shock at what she just witnessed. Sweating cold with wide eyes, she is left entirely speechless before something so out of the ordinary. Her shock soon turns into pure fascination as she realizes he is the exact type of man she has always longed for, while the system notifies that her affection rose 15 points, reaching level 70. And with her already unsettled, our protagonist takes charge with a smile on his face, ready to chain his combo attacks and take full command of the situation. Our protagonist kicks off the sequence at full throttle, and the first wave of energy strikes the woman dead on, leaving her breathless. Giving her not a single second of rest, he links his second combo with his glowing spear, completely dominating the situation as energy fills the room. To conclude the devastating sequence, a massive golden blade manifests in the air to deliver the third and final combo. The impact is so overwhelming that Li Pinger's affection surges another 30 points in one go, hitting the mark of 100% absolute devotion. The system immediately notifies that he unlocked her exclusive talent, Golden Jade Thread, an ability that compels allies who have benefited from him to come to his rescue during crisis. From that point on, what unfolds behind the curtains is an intense, unrestrained night, with both of them savoring every single second until dawn. When the dust finally settles, the young man's eyes gleam with newfound power as he feels the system's rewards coursing through his body. A large notification pops up to congratulate him on conquering Pan Jinlian, Liger Pinger, and Pang Chummi, unlocking the special achievement Jin Ping Mei, which activates the Household Guardian buff, speeding up the loyalty growth rate of all his subordinates by 15% and unlocking an exclusive loyalty panel. Extremely satisfied, our protagonist celebrates the news, knowing that he can now recruit anyone without fear of betrayal, from high-ranking court officials to the Liangshan heroes. Meanwhile, lying beside him utterly drained after that marathon, Pinger begs for mercy, admitting her body simply cannot take anything more. With a teasing smile, our protagonist jokes that she is already crying uncle before he has even started warming up. Trying to catch her breath, Pinger acknowledges his superiority, though internally frustrated at being defeated by someone she considered so insignificant. Seeing the beautiful woman's exhausted state, the young man decides to call a truce and lets her know he will let her off the hook for today. However, her pride takes over, and burying her face in the pillow, she refuses to accept that she lost the showdown like this. Seized by a wave of pure stubbornness, she gathers her remaining strength and screams, demanding another round of the contest. Blushing deeply, Pinger puts her foot down, insisting she will never accept defeat in this area, leaving our hero surprised by such competitiveness. Faced with the provocation, the young man clenches his fist with a confident smile and warns that next time, he won't be accepting surrender under any circumstances. The next morning, a romantic atmosphere fills the quarters, with the two waking up embraced and relaxed beneath the sheets. Completely head over heels for him, the woman caresses the young man's face and affectionately confesses that after this night, she will never be able to part from him. But their private moment is abruptly interrupted when a maid knocks frantically on the door, warning that the master of the house has just suffered a grave accident. Getting out of bed, Pinger can barely steady her feet, her legs so wobbly that she playfully jokes it looks like it had rained in the bedroom after such an intense night. Still under the sheets, the young man gets her attention when he hears desperate shouting coming from outside the chambers. With her entire body aching, the beautiful woman gathers herself and walks slowly to the door to see what is happening. Meanwhile, our protagonist lets out a sly chuckle to himself, proud of the damage he caused the night before. Opening the door, she demands to know the reason for all the commotion, and the frantic maid explains that the master, Hua Zixu, drank far too much at the brothel and fell gravely ill. Maintaining a calm and composed posture, Pinger orders the servant to get straight to the point and tell the rest of the story. Panicking, the young maid reveals that the master hit his head, fell into a coma, and the doctor in charge has already declared that he will not survive. Without showing any panic, the woman coldly replies that she will head over shortly to see the situation with her own eyes. Our protagonist quickly steps up and warns that Hua Zixu cannot die under any circumstances, at least not right now. He asks if her real concern is that, should the man pass away, the entire inheritance left by eunuch Hua will end up confiscated by his two greedy cousins. With her head down and visibly shaken, the woman confirms that this is precisely her greatest fear. Leaning against the wall and clenching her fists, she firmly states that this fortune belongs to her by right. With tears in her eyes, Pinger pours her heart out, saying that this wealth represents everything she built and all she has in this world. She recalls her cruel childhood when she was punished in the freezing cold and starved until she could play musical instruments to absolute perfection. Weeping, she vents that this money cost her own blood, youth, and dignity, living trapped in a living tomb beside a despicable man. Moved by her suffering, our hero wraps her in a warm embrace, acknowledging all the pain she had to endure in the past. Feeling truly understood for the first time, the woman lets her tears fall as she leans against his chest. Remembering the rumors about the young man's medical talents, she asks hopefully if there is any way he could save Hua Zixu's life. Desperate, Pinger begs for his help, assuring him that the 300,000 taels left by the eunuch cannot be lost and should belong to him instead. Hearing the absurd amount of 300,000 taels, the boy's eyes nearly pop out of his head in sheer shock. He remembers that the original work mentioned a massive inheritance, but he never imagined the sum would be a literal mountain of money. The woman details the wealth, listing official gold and silver ingots, cast silver, and a fortune in jewels and pearls kept in the estate's cellar. With so much money on the line, our hero's healer persona instantly awakens, excitedly declaring that saving lives is his sacred duty. Without wasting a second, he rushes excitedly toward the patient's room, already planning to use this fortune to build an elite army or even a naval fleet. Arriving at Hua Zixu's bedroom, they find the man unconscious in bed, surrounded by relatives and local doctors. The famous physician Jiang Joshin laments the tragedy, informing everyone that the cranial trauma is irreversible and advising them to begin funeral preparations. Hua Da, one of the patient's cousins, puts on a full display of fake tears, pretending to be utterly devastated by his relative's imminent death. On the other side, the second cousin Hoa Er also breaks into fake wails, shouting theatrically to keep up appearances. However, behind all this drama, the two scoundrels are already exchanging glances, secretly scheming how they will split the inheritance left behind. Right at that moment, Li Pinger enters the room with an imposing presence, bringing our protagonist right behind her carrying his medical kit. The two cousins instantly cut their performance short, glaring at the newcomers with expressions full of suspicion and annoyance. Laying eyes on the young man, Dr. Jiang Joshin turns pale with shock, recognizing the very guy who ruined his schemes in the past. Among the people in the room, the beautiful Jiang Hulian also closely watches the duo's unexpected arrival. Having no patience for hypocrisy, Pinger tells everyone to drop the act and introduces Wu Zhai as the physician invited to try and save the master. Huade tries to intervene immediately, arguing that Dr. Jiang was a prestigious imperial physician and that his diagnosis has already been deemed final. With a cynical smirk, he insists it is a waste of time to push for pointless treatments when the man already has one foot in the grave. The other cousin chimes in with fake compassion, asking them to just let the poor man pass away in peace. Jiang Joshin takes the opportunity to look down on the newcomer, mockingly asking under which great court master he supposedly received his training. Next, he ridicules the young man's medical kit, questioning whether he plans to treat a cerebral hemorrhage using his steamed bun baking techniques. The charlatan skeleton flashes a mocking grin and announces to everyone that this supposed savior is nothing more than the local street vendor known around town. Unfazed by the man's arrogance, our protagonist fires right back, stating that instead of a divine physician, a far more fitting title for Jiang would simply be a quack. The patient's cousins are outraged and demand an explanation from Li Pinger, asking if she is really going to let an amateur desecrate Zixu's body and disturb the peace of his soul. Furious at such hypocrisy, the woman snaps back that the man is still breathing, asking if they are really in that much of a rush to divide the family's assets. She loudly announces that she takes full responsibility for the decision, making it clear that anyone trying to stop her simply wants her husband dead to snatch the inheritance, and that she is ready to take this dispute all the way to the prefectural court if necessary. The woman's relentless and fearless stance leaves both opportunists and the physician completely speechless. Desperate as he sees their plans slipping through their fingers, Huade resorts to intimidation, threatening to report the young man to the authorities if he dares touch the patient. The boy merely scoffs at the threat, pointing out that the doctor himself had already pronounced the man dead, sarcastically asking if they plan to sue him for trying to heal someone they already gave up for dead. He then tells the fake doctor to wait outside to cool off, asserting that this supposedly incurable disease is nothing more than a simple fix for him, and asks Pinger to clear the room. Instantly, the lady of the house takes control and loudly orders the servants to throw everyone out immediately. However, looking at the mansion's staff, she notices that not a single servant moves to obey her command. Fearing future retaliation, the workers hesitate in complete silence, terrified of losing their jobs if they turn against the master's relatives. Seeing this, Huade shamelessly declares that as soon as his cousin dies, all possessions, estates, and women will belong to him and his brother, and anyone wishing to stay must follow their orders. Pinger trembles with rage witnessing the blatant audacity of the two scoundrels in front of everyone. Our protagonist calmly steps in and lays down the hard truth to the servants, asking if they truly believe they will get any reward from these two vultures instead of being discarded the moment the assets are divided. He points to the bed and tells everyone to open their eyes, reminding them that the true master has not died yet. To prove his point, he demonstrates that the man still has a faint breath, showing that his life can still be saved. The young man takes the opportunity to bring up Song Dynasty law, warning that servants who conspire against household masters to steal family property are punishable by death by hanging. Terrified by the severity of the law and the firmness of his words, the servants drop to their knees on the spot, desperately begging for mercy. Seeing the boldness and flawless grasp of the law displayed by the young man, Pinger is completely captivated, her heart beating faster for this extraordinary man. Overwhelmed with emotion from feeling so protected and supported, she can barely hold back tears of relief. Seeing the tables turn against them, the cousins try in vain to regain control, screaming at the servants to stand up and ignore the boy's words. Standing firm in her authority, Pinger reinforces that any disobedience from this moment on will be treated as direct treason, prompting the servants to take action immediately. Shoved out the door, Dr. Jiang and the cousins leave cursing, swearing they will go to court and accuse the pair of murder if Hua Zixu does not survive. With the room finally cleared, a beautiful young woman named Zhang Hulian steps forward and calls out to our protagonist. She apologizes for her brother's childish behavior, mentioning that she has heard of his medical feats and humbly asks for permission to observe and assist him. Right then, the system triggers a random brain surgery quest, promising 50 attribute points and the green bag sutra if he impresses the girl and raises her affection to 50. Our hero accepts her help, but warns that, due to strict hygiene protocols, she will need to change her clothes before they begin the procedure. Looking down at her own pristine dress that she put on just this morning, the young woman is thoroughly confused, thinking he is merely trying to make things difficult for her. Without wasting any time, the young man instructs Pinger to fetch clean clothes and boil water, while directing Hulian to tightly shut all doors and windows and spray vinegar to disinfect the room. Preparations kick into full gear as the patient's head is shaved and disinfected with iodine to prevent contamination. Our hero puts on surgical gowns, a mask, and gloves, using his points to raise his intelligence to 100 while lamenting that the antibiotics in his medical kit are running low. Since the system did not provide him with a modern electrocautery scalpel, he improvises using a hot soldering iron to cauterize tissue and control the bleeding. Fully suited up for the high-risk operation, he turns around and asks if his assistant is ready to begin. However, looking at the young woman, the boy's eyes nearly pop out of his head in sheer shock. Instead of putting on proper surgical garments, Hulian simply took off her main dress and stood there in her undergarments, pouting that this should be good enough. The truth is she felt too embarrassed to wear the suggested outfits, assuming they would be just as provocative as Le Pinger's dresses. She had imagined she would be forced to wear something incredibly revealing if she accepted a change of clothes from the other woman. With no time to waste on arguments and knowing that every second counts to save the patient from an intracranial hematoma, the protagonist decides to proceed with the surgery as is. He then checks with Pinger to see if the conventional surgical instruments have already undergone high-temperature sterilization. The stunning woman appears carrying the sterilized tray in an incredibly sensual and revealing outfit, announcing with absolute devotion that she is ready to serve him, leaving our hero utterly flabbergasted. Our hero facepalms in disbelief at the scene, complaining that the two of them are only complicating things and raising the difficulty of the surgery. He then tells both of them to step away from the brazier and applies a generous spray of disinfectant to ensure the room stays sterile. Watching the procedure, Hulian remarks, deeply impressed, that this method closely resembles Hu's legendary cranial trepanation technique. Curious, she asks if the young man might happen to be a direct descendant of the renowned ancient physician. With a totally straight face and maintaining an extremely serious demeanor, demeanor, our protagonist immediately confirms that he is indeed the 20th generation heir of Hua too. Utterly amazed by the revelation, the young woman eagerly grasps his hands, wanting to learn his secrets, which instantly raises her affection by 15 points. Seeing this scene unfold, Pinger burns with jealousy, clearing her throat in annoyance and reminding them that they need to save the man before he dies for good. The young man agrees and adjusts his surgical mask, reminding himself that the life on the line represents nothing less than 300,000 silver taels. Pinger, however, does not let the flotation slide and gives his waist a painful pinch to mark her territory. With her arms crossed, the beautiful woman glares at him sorely, promising herself that she will settle the score with him as soon as the surgery is over. Putting all jokes aside, our hero focuses with absolute seriousness and prepares to begin the operation. With extreme precision, he makes the initial incision on the patient's scalp using the scalpel blade. Next, he retracts the tissue and applies surgical clips to control the bleeding, keeping his field of view completely clear. Using a manual cranial drill, the young man carefully penetrates the skull bone without causing any injury to the brain tissue. Beside him, Pinger holds the lantern steady, perfectly illuminating the area as he asks her to hold the position for just a moment longer. After sawing through and removing the cranial bone flap, he finally locates the massive hematoma dangerously pressing against the brain. Watching everything in total shock, Julian can barely believe that such an advanced and miraculous medical skill actually exists. The young woman's astonishment quickly turns into profound admiration, fully convinced that he is a true master, which boosts her affection to the 30% mark. Focused on the most critical phase of the surgery, the young man calmly asks his assistant to wipe the sweat forming on his forehead. Julian grabs a clean cloth and wipes his face with utmost care and tenderness. Filled with admiration, the young woman realizes how ignorant she was in the past and decides that from now on, she will do everything she can to learn true medicine by his side. With incredible expertise, our protagonist begins draining and removing all the accumulated blood clot from the intracranial region. He maintains unshakable focus, closely monitoring the immediate relief of pressure on the patient's brain. The two women watch every movement in absolute silence, tense and thoroughly impressed by his skill. The hematoma causing the coma is entirely removed and placed into the waste bowl. Our hero lets out a long sigh of relief and announces that the blood clot has been removed and the bone flap successfully repositioned. Without breaking his rhythm, he begins suturing the scalp with firm, precise stitches. Tying the final knot, the young man concludes the surgery, with the patient now showing a much calmer and more stable complexion. He explains that he will administer the antibiotic right away and that the man should show clear signs of improvement within 2 to 3 days. Silently, our protagonist clasps his hands in reverence to the anatomy masters of his previous life, well aware that without that foundation, he could never perform such a complex procedure. Relieved by the surgery's success, Pinger hugs him from behind and radiantly asks if their fortune is finally secured. Overjoyed, the lady of the house helps the young man carefully bandage the recovering husband's head. With the dressing properly completed, the patient remains in absolute bed rest. Curious to witness the miraculous result, Julian steps forward and places her fingers on Huzix's wrist to check his pulse. Instantly, the young woman's eyes widen in utter shock at what she feels. Impressed, she notices that the faint, dying pulse has vanished, replaced by a life force that is steadily surging back. Emotional to see that the man truly survived, the girl cannot contain herself and celebrates by hugging the protagonist alongside Pinger in pure euphoria. Completely flustered, standing between the two half-naked beauties, the young man tries to brush off his embarrassment by saying it is only natural for the family to get excited. The young woman completely understands the reaction, noting that it is natural to show such relief when an entire fortune was at stake. Finally, our hero asks Julian to go to his house and inform his family that he will need to stay on duty for 3 days to monitor the patient's recovery. Impressed by the young man's tireless dedication and refusing to leave the patient's side for a single minute, Julian feels her respect for him skyrocket, raising her affection by another 15 points. As she leaves to deliver the message, the young woman reflects in awe on the nobility and generous heart of this true healer. Watching the bedridden man, our hero quietly calculates that this massive fortune will speed up his plans to build an army and a naval fleet by at least 1 year. He begins planning the purchase of a strategic military rank, while Pinger clings to him from behind, overcome with uncontrollable affection. Feeling slightly awkward, the boy asks her to stop teasing him while he tries to focus on Qingfeng Fort and the influence of the famous archer Hua Rong. He is already thinking about recruiting Hua Rong as his right-hand man and securing the warrior's talented sister as his personal bodyguard. Suddenly, a strange and overwhelming sensation makes our protagonist widen his eyes in pure shock. A massive spectral serpent of purple energy and a venomous aura manifests around Pinger. Completely consumed by a scorching heat and the effects of that mystical manifestation, the woman can barely control her desire. Feeling the impact of that intense aura pressing against his own body, our hero breaks into a cold sweat, just trying to keep his composure. Outside the mansion, the maids gossip in relief about the master's recovery, mentioning that the greedy cousins fled, swearing revenge in the capital. The quack physician grinds his teeth in anger upon learning of Zixu's recovery, desperately hoping for the return of the influential official Semin Chung. The scene then shifts to the imperial capital of Bayanliang, focusing on the luxurious and bustling Fan Lu Pavilion branch during the night. Inside the upscale brothel, an experienced madam teaches the young courtesans the subtle art of seducing noble clients with just a glance. Welcoming the distinguished guests at the entrance, the woman approaches playfully to greet the high-ranking visitors. The girls parade down the hallway while the veteran madam promises to teach them even more advanced seduction techniques the next day. The wealthy and influential Simon Ching appears, grandly escorting official Chen Hong into the pavilion. Impressed by the luxury of the venue reserved entirely for them, Chen Hong secretly schemes to marry his son to Simon's Harris to get his hands on that fortune. The madam tries to make a move on Simon Ching with a suggestive smile, trying to catch the noble merchant's attention. With an annoyed look, Simon turns her down on the spot, ordering her to bring someone much younger to host the group. However, Chen Hong steps in with a laugh, stating that a mature woman is excellent for relieving stress, leaving Simon surprised by his partner's peculiar tastes. Salivating with desire, Chen Hong shamelessly admits that he has an irresistible weakness for voluptuous, full-figured women. He begins describing his obsession with exaggerated curves and rich detail, making Simon laugh at the man's unconventional preferences. Soon after, young courtesans wearing sheer outfits enter the hall to serve drinks and entertain the guests of honor. While drinking, Simon Ching gets straight to the point and proposes marrying his beloved daughter to Chen Hong's son to seal a powerful alliance between their families. Chen Hong readily accepts the proposal, praising the bride's intelligence and declaring that his son is a very lucky man. Right at that moment, young Chen Jingji stumbles in completely drunk accompanied by a woman, loudly inviting his father to join him in enjoying the night. Chen Hong turns bright red with embarrassment at the spectacle his son is making right in the middle of such an important meeting. The father reprimands the boy on the spot, ordering him to greet Uncle Simon and apologizing for the kid's drunken state. Masking his annoyance with a polite smile, Simon Ching compliments the striking appearance and laid-back attitude of his future son-in-law. Without any hesitation, the young man raises his cup to toast with the nobleman, telling him not to mind his father's nagging. Chen Hong scolds the boy for disrespecting his future father-in-law, but Simon laughs it off, stating that such desires are simply part of human nature. Sitting down at the table, Chen Jingji brags that despite his clumsy nature, he holds very influential connections in the imperial capital. The young man reveals that he is very close to Steward Jai, the right-hand man of the powerful Chancellor Cai Jing, promising to introduce him to Zimin to secure court favors. Simon Ching's eyes widen with ambition, realizing that using his daughter's marriage and lavish gifts for Cai Jing could earn him a coveted official post in the government. Thrilled by the doors opening before him, Simon enthusiastically hugs his son-in-law and agrees to celebrate the partnership with plenty of wine. Chen Hong eagerly joins the festivities, suggesting that the three of them make the absolute most of the night together. Later on, the three men and their knight sprawled out and thoroughly drunk on a small boat drifting across the capital's waters. Meanwhile, back at the Hua estate, Zixu finally opens his eyes in bed and awakens from his deep coma. Seeing the patient wake up after spending 3 full sleepless days monitoring his recovery, our hero lets out a sigh of relief and surprise. Moved to tears, Hua Zixu profoundly thanks our hero for saving his life, deeply regretting having treated him as an enemy in the past. He tries to rise from the bed to bow to his benefactor, but the young man gently holds him down, warning that his condition requires absolute rest. Weeping, the man confesses that his former rival was the kindest person to him in his entire life, and admits that Pinger was never truly his wife. Having brushed so close to death, he decides to abandon his vain life of excess, agreeing to a peaceful divorce so he can open a small business in the south. Returning home, our protagonist barely has time to catch his breath before being warmly greeted in his chambers. Pan Jinlin welcomes him with a jealous pout, complaining about his 3-day disappearance and asking if he was out saving lives or picking flowers. The beautiful woman hugs him tenderly and reveals her heartfelt desire to bear his child to honor the Wu family in her own heart. She pours out her worries that her husband's business is expanding and that she fears losing her place once other women enter the household in the future. With tears in her eyes, Jinlian fears for her own future should she fail to give him a legitimate heir. Our hero dispels his beloved's insecurities with a passionate embrace, assuring her that he is already working hard to make that dream come true. Giving into that moment of pure warmth and comfort, the girl sighs happily in the arms of her true love. The couple's intimacy erupts into an overwhelming wave of pure passion that sets the entire night ablaze. Admiring his partner's radiant beauty, the young man warmly praises her, noting how she grows more stunning with each passing day. Blushing shyly, she flashes a sweet smile, saying that all of this is thanks to her husband's attentive care. Our protagonist gently caresses her face, promising to protect her forever, regardless of the matter of hairs. In his thoughts, he reflects on the suffering of women in that era and hopes his medical treatments will help her conceive. Touched by so much respect and consideration, Jinlian cannot help herself and seals the promise with a passionate kiss. She tenderly whispers, asking only that she never be forgotten as the years go by and her youth fades away. Later, while relaxing alone in the warm bathwater, our hero worries about the imminent southern invasion of the Jin army. He knows full well that in chaotic times peace never lasts, and that he needs to prepare quickly for the gathering storm. His immediate plan is to purchase the military post at Qingfeng Fort, where he can forge an alliance with the famous archer Hua Rong. He also plans to eliminate the threat of Simon Qing, rescue his brother Wu Song, and modernize the Song dynasty's firearms to strengthen his forces. With so many grand goals and responsibilities weighing on his shoulders, the young man lets out a long, exhausted sigh in the water. But the silence of his bath is suddenly broken spoken when he hears soft footsteps approaching in the room. To his surprise, a maid emerges from the steam of the bath completely unclothed to attend to him. The young woman steps into the water, mentioned that Chummy has already fallen asleep and that she came personally to serve the master during his bath. In a shy yet provocative tone, she asks if he prefers his massage done with hands or with feet. Cornered and breaking into a cold sweat in the hot water, the boy can barely maintain his composure in the face of such boldness. The maid submerges into the water and surfaces playfully, confessing that she can no longer hold her breath either. A bit flustered by the situation, our protagonist asks for calm, saying he only wanted a peaceful bath to rest his head. Ignoring her master's modesty, the girl continues gently massaging his chest, asking if he is enjoying her touch. Unable to resist the temptation, our hero grits his teeth and finally admits that the massage feels way too good. The scene shifts to Simon Ching's mansion, introducing his shrewd second wife, Li Jiaoer, strolling through the estate's garden. The woman finds it strange that the first wife's intimate linens have not been sent to the laundry, noting a suspicious 5-day delay. Suspicious, she frowns, considering it practically impossible for her rival to be pregnant with Simon's child. She remembers clearly that her husband has not visited the matriarch's quarters in nearly 2 years because he despises her body odor. Intrigued by the mystery, Li Jiaoer calls the maid Yuanxiao and asks if any outside man has entered the mansion recently. The servant reveals that about half a month ago, the street vendor Wu Zhe came to the estate to deliver medicinal tea to the first lady. Piecing the puzzle together, the second wife flashes a venomous smile, uncovering the secret behind that delay. She then orders the maid to go to Wu Zhe's tea shop to summon him to the mansion under the pretext of checking on the mistress's health. Back in Li Jiaoer's chambers at the Simon estate, the quiet room conceals the second wife's most intimate secrets and plans. Carefully, the woman opens a secret drawer in her dresser and pulls out a securely locked letter. Holding the paper with a melancholy expression, she prepares to read the painful words of the person she loves most. In the letter, her dear friend laments that her severe illness has no cure, fearing she will not hold out much longer, and wishing they could be blood sisters in the next life. Jiaoer's eyes fill with tears as she recalls the suffering of her companion, whom fate treated with such cruelty. She remembers the difficult times when the two comfort each other in their arms to endure the harsh reality of their past. Young Leander had been her closest friend since their days at the brothel, regarded as a true sister of the heart. But now, the poor woman is wasting away in bed, infected by a severe illness that has brought her to death's door. Jiaoer concludes that exposing the first wife's scandal would bring her no benefit, and that it would be far more advantageous to use this secret to convince Dr. Wu to save her friend. Just then, the maid announces from outside that the young man has just arrived, and the mistress orders him to be let in immediately. Our hero enters the room and greets her respectfully, but the hostess quickly tells him there is no need for such formality with her. Getting straight to the point, the woman firmly asks if he would be interested in striking a mutually beneficial deal. With a half smile, the young man smartly shoots back, asking if he truly has any other choice in this situation. Pleased by the boy's quick wit, she smiles knowingly, and he asks her to state her demands right away. The woman then reveals that she needs his help to cure a critically ill young woman living in Qingfeng Alley. In exchange, she promises to cover up the affair by sending the stained cloth to the laundry as if it belonged to the first lady of the house. Stepping closer to the young man with a seductive gaze, she explains that the matriarch will use the excuse of visiting family to leave the mansion quietly. Her breath brushing against his face, she provocatively asks what he thinks of the proposition. Without hesitation, our protagonist accepts the deal and takes the woman by the waist, sealing the agreement between them. A bit surprised by his firmness, Jiaoer asks if he is absolutely certain he can keep his promise. Confident, the young man confirms his commitment, noting that the sick woman's humble background is likely tied directly to her past profession. From the story, he deduces that the young woman must be suffering from advanced stage gonorrhea rather than syphilis, which would only appear in China centuries later. The young man reflects that curing the infection would be simple with antibiotics, but since he used all his doses to save Zixu, he will have to find a medicinal alternative. The beautiful woman then offers to personally guide him to the humble shack where her friend is hiding. The two walk through a poor, isolated alleyway in the city, far away from all the luxury of the main estate. Arriving at the humble wooden dwelling, Jiaoer gently knocks on the door and asks for permission to enter. From inside the dark room, a weak and tired voice asks if it is her dear sister who has just arrived. Entering the room, they find the patient lying in bed, completely weakened by the disease. With heavy eyes, the young woman welcomes her friend's visit, but is puzzled by the presence of the unfamiliar man beside her. Examining her, our hero notices the girl's emaciated frame and realizes that the bacterial infection has spread to her bloodstream, affecting multiple organs. His expression turns grave, aware that her condition is critical and that any further delay will result in fatal systemic sepsis. Jiaoer calms her friend and introduces the young man, revealing that she brought a legendary doctor capable of performing true miracles. With a heavy heart, the concubine recounts how the two grew up together and were ultimately sold to the brothel by their own families due to unpayable taxes. She recalls the day the imperial tax collectors refused payment in grain sacks, demanding hard copper coins from the peasants instead. The corrupt official charged triple the amount under the pretext of transportation fees, demanding 6 full coins without offering any discount. When her desperate father protested the robbery, the guard arrogantly snapped back, stating that the common folk had a duty to pay for Chancellor Kai Jing's lavish birthday banquet. Without an ounce of compassion, the soldier drew his sharp blade to intimidate the helpless family. The man was threatened with immediate execution under false charges of rebellion if he failed to hand over the amount demanded by the guards. Back in the present, Jiao laments with deep sorrow that absolute poverty forced them to sell their own bodies just to survive. Faced with so much pain, our protagonist reflects on how the Song dynasty's apparent prosperity was built upon the suffering and oppression of the weak. Showing neither hesitation nor disgust, our protagonist firmly and tenderly takes the patient's sore, covered hands into his own. Looking into the frail girl's eyes, he promises with total conviction that he will cure her illness and save her from that suffering. Watching the scene from the side, Lijiao is deeply touched, realizing that this man is truly different from all the others. She remembers that previous doctors fled in disgust and contempt, which causes her affection for the boy to rise by another 15 points right then. The young man instructs Jiao to prepare bold herbal water to clean the sores and prevent fatal generalized sepsis. Ashamed of her wretched state, the sick girl weeps and tries to pull away, saying she feels too filthy to be touched by him. But the young man gently comforts her, stating that no true doctor in the world would ever look down on their own patient for being ill. Moved by such nobility of character, Lijiao cannot hold back and drops to her knees before him on the spot. She makes a solemn vow to the heavens, promising that both of them will become his loyal servants if her friend is saved, raising her affection by 30 points. Our hero respectfully helps her up from the floor and warns that cleaning is only the beginning, as they will still need to produce the definitive cure. Putting on his surgical mask, the young man begins carefully cleaning and treating the most severe lesions on the patient's body. Feeling cared for with such dedication and dignity for the first time, the young woman buries her face in tears of emotion. After finishing the cleaning of the sores, he asks Jiao to urgently obtain several baskets full of rotten, moldy oranges. The woman is completely baffled, questioning what use spoiled fruit could possibly have at a time like this. The protagonist explains that the mold on the oranges contains the active ingredient essential for manufacturing the cure for that severe infection. The scene cuts to Wu Zhi's residence, where a large basket filled with moldy oranges is placed in the courtyard. Our hero and Pan Jinlian look over the spoiled fruits they manage to gather for the medicine's preparation. Very worried, Jinlian warns that they cannot profit from selling rotten food, terrified of bringing bad karma upon their future children. The other maids are also distressed, begging their master not to sell that spoiled produce so as not to invite the wrath of the heavens. Hiding up on the beaming a cucumber, the scout Shikiao thinks to herself that the guy has finally shown his unscrupulous side. The boy places his hand on his head, laughing at the confusion, clarifying to everyone that those oranges will be used exclusively to produce medicine. The girls are left wide-eyed upon learning that rotten fruit can be transformed into a miraculous medicinal formula. Amid the astonishment, a piece of cucumber thrown by surprise hits the young man squarely on the head. Right at that moment, Lijiao enters the house smiling, remarking that she had the exact same shocked reaction when she first heard the plan. Jinlian immediately scowls and jealously asks who this stunning woman is, and the young man introduces her as Simon Qing's second wife. Upon hearing the rival family's name, the wife puffs up her cheeks in a furious pout of pure irritation. Putting her hands on her hips, Jinlian makes a huge scene, accusing her husband of wanting to bring every single woman from the Simon mansion into their home. Totally flustered, our hero accidentally lets it slip that this was precisely the idea, making a complete fool of himself. Crossing her arms, the wife sulkily warns that the dreaded Simon Qing runs ruthless operations and will not let this slide. Chumlin calmly steps in, explaining that a clash with Simon is inevitable and that having allies inside that mansion is strategic. Jair takes the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, revealing in front of everyone that Simon's first wife is already expecting Dr. Wu's child. With a mischievous look, she steps forward and notes that her own loyalty also comes with a very sweet price. The woman clings to the young man and provocatively whispers that she is also fully willing to serve him body and soul. The news that the rival matriarch is already pregnant with his child strikes Jinlian and the maids like a devastating bolt of lightning. With tearful eyes and dropped jaws, Wu Zhi's partner nearly loses her mind over the revelation. Our protagonist firmly pushes the woman aside and assumes a serious tone, explaining that Simon Qing is a predator who would covet the beauty of every single one of them. With a sharp gaze, he declares that he is merely striking first to secure an advantage before the enemy comes after his family. Li Jior confirms the threat, attesting that Simon Qing would certainly kill the young man to steal his wealth and all of his women. The boy reinforces that eliminating this danger is vital not only for business, but for his plans to save the nation itself from collapse. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jinlian resigns herself with arms crossed, saying that with so many women already in the house, one more will not make much difference. Our protagonist gathers all the women of the household and announces that he will teach them how to produce a revolutionary medicine capable of curing severe infections. The girls are amazed by the news, their eyes shining as they ask if this is some kind of sacred elixir. Curious about the novelty, Li Jiao asks what the name of this miraculous medicinal formula is. Striking a triumphant protagonist pose, the young man proudly reveals the substance's name, penicillin. He clearly explains the 5 steps of the process, emphasizing that the first step is isolating a pure culture of the fungus without external contamination. Picking up a moldy orange with bamboo tweezers, our hero warns that not just any mold can be used to produce the antibiotic. He directs that only blue-green fungi with white borders and no black spots should be selected, ordering everyone to begin the sorting process. Chunlin meticulously chooses the fruits, dreaming of being the one chosen to spend the night with the master if she does a good job. But Jinlian quickly steps in to mark her territory, warning that the priority for tonight belongs to her by right. Watching the playful and affectionate rivalry between the wives, Li Jior bursts into laughter, finding this family dynamic thoroughly entertaining. Focused on the task, Jinlian selects the best moldy oranges and carefully places them in her basket. The other maids also hurry to fill their own baskets with the ideal fruits for the recipe. Soon after, they all proudly bring their selections for the head of the house's thorough inspection. The beauties compete for the boy's attention, eager to know who did the best job gathering the fungus. Pleased with the results, the young man praises everyone's effort and kicks off the second phase of bacterial cultivation. Using a bamboo blade, he delicately scrapes the greenish powder from the peel into a clean bowl. The young man demonstrates how to spread the fungus of fresh orange peels and divide them into 4 samples to select the most resistant strain over 3 days. Chunlin understands the logic immediately, realizing that the goal is to multiply only the strongest strains of the microorganism. Impressed by the girl's intelligence, our hero gives her a tender kiss on the cheek as a reward. Seeing the affectionate gesture, Jinlian is consumed by jealousy and scowls with a massive pout of pure indignation. Noticing his wife's drama, the young man quickly hugs her from behind and showers her with compliments on her wisdom to calm her down. Feeling valued, the beautiful woman melts in his arms and returns the embrace with affection. A romantic and playful atmosphere takes over the house, with all the girls pampering the protagonist at the same time. Seeing that harmony, Li Jiao smiles warmly, hoping that she too will soon officially become part of that family. Our hero tasks Chunmi with keeping the samples warm at 25 degrees in the incubator to isolate the pure strain within 10 days. Jinlian still lets out a jealous huff upon seeing the maid receive praise for the new responsibility. Late at night, lying in bed, the young man reflects on how penicillin will save thousands of lives from battlefield wounds, lamenting only the difficulty of mass production. But his thoughts are soon interrupted when Jinlian appears in the dim light with a look full of suggestive intent. While preparing for another round of affection, he plans his visit to Magistrate Gongsun to buy his official post and scout the ground against Simon Chung. To complete the party, the other girls also climb onto the mattress, eager to vie for their beloved master's attention. Surrounded by so many beauties hungry for affection, our hero takes a deep breath and prepares for another long nocturnal marathon. The following day, dressed in an imposing martial arts robe, our protagonist arrives triumphantly at the Yanggu County government office. As he passes through the gates, an officer on horseback recognizes him and mocks his presence there. This is Sun Kai, the county military commander, who looks down on the young man, believing a simple merchant has no business being in a government building. A court guard runs over to greet the officer with flattering deference. The commander dismounts arrogantly and hands the reins to his subordinate to stable the horse. Next, he and Wu Jia exchange tense, hostile glances right in the middle of the courtyard. Our protagonist realizes right away that the man came with hidden motives and pure ill will. Jealous to his core, the commander seethes with inward rage, unable to understand how young Miss Gongsun could be charmed by someone like Wu Jia instead of him. Puffed up with arrogance, the military man turns and barks at the protagonist, ordering the commoner to turn around immediately before facing the consequences. Our hero scratches his head in confusion, wondering when he ever offended this arrogant fellow. It is then that the beautiful Gongsun One appears in the courtyard, reprimanding the commander and announcing that Master Wu is the magistrate's guest of honor. Instantly, the military man swallows his pride and offers a subservient bow, addressing her as young lady. The young woman ignores the officer's presence and offers to guide our protagonist personally to the estate's inner courtyard. With a sweet gaze and blushing cheeks, she even invites him to visit her private chambers once his meeting with her father wraps up. Hearing the word bedroom, the commander is consumed by rage and lets out a deafening roar of pure jealousy. Desperate, he tries to block the meeting, claiming that men and women should not engage in such close personal contact. The young man quickly notices that the commander sees him as a romantic rival and decides to use the situation to his advantage. With a charming smile, he gently holds the young woman's hand and accepts the invitation on the spot, promising to assist her in whatever she needs. Seeing all that intimacy right before his eyes, the commander practically spits fire in sheer hatred and frustration. But the mood is cut short when a messenger arrives shouting that Dali village is being pillaged by an armed band of bandits. Our protagonist immediately goes on high alert upon hearing about the imminent danger threatening the helpless villagers. With complete coldness, the commander simply orders the city gates locked to keep the invaders from entering the fortress. Outraged by such cowardice, the young man demands to know why he will not mobilize his troops to rescue the villagers. The military man scowls with absolute disdain, claiming dismissively that the peasants are nothing more than insignificant bumpkins. He says without any remorse that their deaths do not matter as long as the city remains secure, making our hero boil with rage. At that exact moment, the system triggers an urgent quest, promising the legendary military treatise Wu Bai Zai if he saves the village. Activating 100 points of strength and physique, our hero leaps onto the commander's horse and gallops off at full speed to the rescue. The military man is left in shock watching the boy ride off with his own horse and official battle sword. Riding with relentless determination, the young man swears that if the soldiers will not save those people, he will do it himself. Seeing the young man's courage and nobility of spirit, Gong Sun-won's heart races with pure infatuation. Completely captivated by his bravery, the young woman sees him as a true hero, raising her affection by another 15 points. Arriving at Daily Village, our protagonist is met with a desolate scene of burning houses and total destruction. Witnessing the cruelty of the massacre with his own eyes, an uncontrollable fury takes hold of the young man's gaze. Dozens of innocent peasant bodies lie bloody and scattered across the devastated village ground. He rushes over to help a mortally wounded little boy, who tearfully begs for help to stop the unbearable pain. But before any can be given, the child's small hand falls limp and lifeless onto the soil. Holding the lifeless boy's body, our hero is overcome by profound sorrow and overwhelming fury. Trembling with outrage, he closes his eyes and clenches his teeth, unable to accept such malice and cowardice. Amid the ashes and screams of despair, the young man lets out a furious cry against the rot of this unjust world. Across the street, the criminals spot the young man and run over armed, mocking the fact that someone is still alive in the village. Gently laying the boy on the ground, our hero swears to avenge the little one's death immediately. With his eyes glowing crimson with pure bloodlust, he unsheathes the military sword with murderous intent. In a fraction of a second, he charges forward and slices the first bandit in half with a devastating flaming strike. Meanwhile, inside an abandoned house, 3 other criminals ransack the place in search of valuables and victims. Hiding in a dark corner, young Yulin trembles from head to toe, terrified as she watches the invaders draw near. The bandit leader, Wang Day, discovers the girl's hiding spot and flashes a repulsive grin upon noticing her beauty and vulnerability. The other bandits salivate with lust, cheering the discovery of the helpless young woman inside the shack. The villain charges at the girl and pins her to the floor, completely ignoring her desperate cries for help. Tearing the young woman's clothes without an ounce of pity, the monster orders his henchman to hold the victim down so he can begin violating her. A henchman comes running into the shack and warns leader Wang Da that a caravan carrying a stunning young lady was intercepted at the village entrance. The bandit boss celebrates their great luck, already planning to loot the riches and take the girl as a bride for the mountain leaders. Blade in hand, he orders the subordinate to watch the prisoner and threatens to castrate him if he dares lay a finger on the girl before him. As soon as the leader leaves, the henchman spits on the ground in anger, disgusted at being relegated to eating everyone else's leftovers. A wicked idea crosses the frustrated bandit's mind. With a disgusting smile, rubbing his hands together, the scoundrel decides that feeling up the prisoner will not hurt anyone. The man lunges at the helpless girl, who screams in terror, desperately trying to shield her body from his filthy hands. But in a fraction of a second, a gleaming blade severs the scoundrel's head in one clean, ruthless strike from the shadows. Seeing the bandit's bloody head roll across the floor, the girl panics and lets out a terrified scream. Our protagonist emerges imposing over the invader's body and coldly asks where the other criminals fled. The girl points to the east, and the young man simply tells her to get dressed and hide well before taking off after the rest. Near the river, young Simon Deji desperately backs away onto the boat's gangway, cornered by the gang of cutthroats. Alone with nowhere to run, Simon Ching's daughter tries to stand her ground against the criminals' repulsive threats. The bandits mock the girl's attempt to escape, warning that even if she jumps into the water, she will just be fished out to serve as a wife to their leaders. Filled with dignity and disgust, she spits insults at those monsters who tarnish the name of true warriors. Choosing death over dishonor, the young woman throws herself backward into the deep river waters to escape her attackers. The henchmen watch her leap in surprise, impressed by the noble girl's bravery. Furious at the prisoner's defiance, Wang De loses his temper and screams at his men to jump into the river and drag her out. But before anyone can move, our protagonist drops from the sky like a lightning bolt, cleaving one of the henchmen clean in half with his sword. Terrified by that horrifying presence, the bandits freeze in shock, convinced they are standing before an avenging demon. With burning eyes and a thirst for justice, our hero charges forward at blistering speed to slaughter anyone crossing his path. 2 criminals try to fight back, but are instantly cut down by a double strike of slicing energy. In the blink of an eye, the invaders' severed bodies go flying as the young man's sword dances without mercy. With only the bandit leader remaining, the man drops his weapon in terror and tries to open his mouth to beg for mercy. Given no room for excuses, our hero delivers a crushing vertical slash that slices the monster from top to bottom. The leader drops to his knees on the bloody deck, screaming in agony under our protagonist's merciless blade. Staring death in the face, the scoundrel resorts to the most classic lie of all, swearing he has an elderly mother to care for. Our hero turns a deaf ear to the nonsense and finishes off the bandit boss with a precise, ruthless strike. The criminal's blood splatters across the young man's face, who remains completely unfazed before the extermination of those cowards. Blood slowly drips from the tip of the sharp sword before splashing into the river waters. Looking at the trail of destruction, he swears that he will soon send the entire Qingfeng mountain gang to keep that scoundrel company in hell. Just then, desperate cries for help coming from the river draw the young man's attention to the drowning girl. Looking at the water, he recognizes that the drowning woman is none other than Simon Deji, the daughter of his arch-rival. Without a second thought, our hero kicks off his shoes and prepares for an immediate rescue. Shedding his heavy cloak, he dives headfirst in the river, knowing that saving that innocent life is his absolute priority. The young man cuts through the clear water with rapid strokes, swimming toward the silhouette of the girl sinking to the river. Already unconscious from the lack of oxygen, the young lady drifts helplessly toward the dark depths. Her eyes slowly close as the last bubbles of air escape her lips. But our protagonist swims at top speed, refusing to let her be swallowed by the current. He finally reaches her and wraps his arms firmly around her, determined to bring her safely back to the surface. Our hero propels his body through the deep water, bringing the unconscious girl toward the sunlit surface. Breaking the surface with the girl in his arms, the young man gasps for air and quickly swims to the shore. He lays the young woman on the wooden deck and gently pats her cheeks, trying to wake her from the drowning. As an experienced physician, he quickly checks the victim's chest for a few seconds to verify if she is still breathing. Wasting no time, the young man begins first aid by clearing any mud and sand from her mouth and nose. With gloved fingers, he carefully removes the debris blocking the patient's airway. Next, he gently tilts the girl's chin back to open the airway to her lungs. Pinching her nose shut, he leans in to perform emergency mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Our hero blows air directly into her lungs with 3 deep, consecutive rescue breaths. Maintaining unshakable focus, the young man pours all his effort into getting oxygen circulating through her body. He positions the heel of his hands at the center of her breastbone to begin chest compressions. With firm pressure and a steady rhythm, he compresses the young woman's chest roughly 5 centimeters with each pump. After 30 intense compressions, he calls out to the girl, hoping she will respond to the stimuli. Right at that moment, Military Commander Sun Kai appears with his guards, loudly accusing the young man of taking advantage of the woman. Outraged by the slander, our hero fires back that he is simply saving the life of a girl who just drowned in the river. Proving the rescue is a success, the young woman lets out a violent cough, expelling all the swallowed water and regaining consciousness. Even seeing the woman awake, the commander draws his sword and threatens to execute the young man, pretending to mistake him for a criminal. With a malicious grin, the officer schemes to frame the young man as an abuser just to avenge his jealousy over Miss Gongsun. Magistrate Gongsun arrives at the scene, and the commander lies shamelessly, claiming he led his soldiers to annihilate all the bandits. He points his finger at Wu Zhui, accusing the young man of molesting the victim, while our hero drapes a cloak over the woman's body to protect her. Making exaggerated, ridiculous gestures, the military man fabricates that the boy forcibly kissed the victim and asks for permission to arrest him. Still dazed and clutching the cloak against her chest, Simon Daiji is startled by the storm of unjust accusations. Our protagonist stands tall in front of the maiden with his chest out, ready to shield her from the officer's arrogance. The noble young woman watches the young man's broad back, feeling her heart race for the man who saved her from death. A mocking voice from high up in a tree cuts through the silence, ridiculing the officer for twisting the truth so brazenly. The commander is startled by the sudden interruption and looks up into the branches, searching for the source of the mockery. Just then, Sun Erning appears, the legendary outlaw warrior sporting a provocative combat outfit and an overwhelming presence. With extreme agility, the beautiful outsider leaps from the tree and lands gracefully right in the middle of the clearing. Walking fearlessly toward the military man, she mocks the hypocritical stance of those who call themselves Song Dynasty authorities. The woman reveals the truth to everyone, stating that the young physician took down the bandits all by himself and that the commander's shamelessness is thicker than the capital's city walls. Furious at being exposed in front of the magistrate, the officer grips his sword and accuses the female warrior of being an accomplice to the outlaws. Sun Erning merely laughs at the fellow's mediocre skills and warns that she will take him on bare-handed. The military man lunges with a sword strike, but the woman dodges with an impressive acrobatic kick. She lands a devastating flaming kick squarely on the officer's jaw, causing him to spit blood on the spot. The commander is sent flying by the force of the blow, crashing unconscious into the dirt after the public humiliation. Crossing her arms, the female warrior mocks the military man's weakness for daring to draw a weapon against her with such pathetic skill. She then approaches our protagonist, praising his courage and martial ability for taking down so many enemies on his own. In a playfully seductive tone, the woman whispers in his ear, suggesting that the two of them get married and open a roadside tavern together. A sweat drop forms on the young man's head as he instantly recalls the famous legend of that character's human meat steamed buns. Caressing his chest, Sun Erning gently warns him that corrupt authorities will destroy his family if he remains a mere merchant. Our protagonist reflects on how the middle class suffers the most in the Song dynasty, since the government dares not touch the powerful, leaving ordinary families to foot the bill. He recognizes the trap of mandatory courier duty, knowing that any cargo lost along the way would have to be paid out of pocket, and that something would inevitably go wrong on the journey. Wu Ji acknowledges that this abusive Song government levy is practically an instant bankruptcy sentence for any ordinary citizen caught in its snare. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman approaches provocatively, asking if he has considered her offer and inviting him to run away with her. She whispers in a seductive tone, promising she would take very good care of him every single night if he agreed to become her husband. At that exact moment, the system issues a new quest, persuade Sun Erning to abandon her dark old ways and walk the righteous path, offering great passive rewards and recipes. Wu Zhai is stunned by the perks and the reputation boost, though he finds her secret seasoning curious, since in practice it seems to be nothing more than a disguised sleeping powder. Suddenly, Officer Sun Kai furiously points at the two, claiming they are in cahoots and ordering them captured immediately. Magistrate Gongsun intervenes on the spot, reminding him that the woman just testified that Wu Zhai eliminated the bandits and saved the girl from drowning. With undeniable authority, the magistrate raises his hand and makes it crystal clear that he himself will deliver a fair judgment on the matter. The magistrate notes that the young woman's soaked clothes prove she fell into the river, and quotes ancient medical texts to validate the resuscitation techniques used during the rescue. The girl blushes completely remembering the breath in her ear, causing her affinity to jump 15% and leaving our protagonist totally confused. Faced with the facts, the magistrate firmly decrees that Wu Zhi's actions were solely to save an endangered life, shutting down the accusations. Gongsun severely scolds Sun Kai for trying to tell him how to do his job, warning that if he tried to steal another's credit, he will face heavy punishment from the imperial court. Completely exposed and terrified by the magistrate's fury, the corrupt officer collapses to the ground with no way to defend himself. Wu Zhi takes the opportunity to greet the magistrate respectfully, deeply thanking him for his sharp insight and flawless justice. The young man heaps praise upon Gongsun's integrity, stating that with such an upright leader protecting the people, no honest citizen risks ruin. He continues his speech by saying that the Yanggu region upholds the law, and that the people have nothing to fear when justice is in command. The magistrate is visibly flattered by the words, recalling his past mentors and his commitment to eradicating corruption from the realm. Sun Erniang scoffs at Wu Zhi's flattering skills, but the conversation is interrupted when soldiers find another survivor in the cellar. Brought before everyone, young Yulin immediately points to Wu Zhi, confirming that he was the one who saved her and wiped out the cruel bandits at the scene. Given this additional proof, the magistrate is thrilled, recalling that the imperial edict grants official ranks to anyone who bravely defeats more than 10 bandits. Without wasting time, Magistrate Gongsun formally appoints Wu Zhi as the new acting county constable to oversee arrests and enforcement in the region. In addition, he orders Sun Kai's immediate suspension for incompetence and false accusations, leaving him to await final judgment from the imperial court. Wu Zhi humbly accepts the new position, thinking to himself that this role will be perfect for gaining experience before purchasing an even higher rank. Before concluding the matter, the young man offers a respectful bow and asks for permission to make a somewhat bold request of the magistrate. He proposes formally recruiting Sun Erniang to serve as a patrol officer alongside him, recognizing her background and formidable strength in the martial underworld. Sun Erniang is surprised to realize that this young man knew exactly who she was the entire time. Magistrate Gongsun hesitates thoughtfully, commenting that there has never been a precedent in the dynasty for a woman taking the post of patrol officer. Wu Zhi argues with conviction that a great sage once said women also hold up half the sky. Gongsun looks puzzled and asks which classic book that quote came from, making our hero awkwardly realize he is still in the ancient Song dynasty. Brushing off the slip-up, Wu Zhi cites the historical example of the respected Lady Shi, who commanded border military affairs even without a formal title. He emphasizes that the position should focus on martial capability and combat experience rather than merely the gender of whoever fills the patrol slot. Sun Erniang listens intently to the speech, deeply moved to see someone value her abilities above all social conventions. Feeling as if a new life purpose has emerged, Sun Erniang's affection for Wu Zhi instantly climbs by 15 points. Persuaded by the solid argument, the magistrate approves her temporary appointment as an officer, promising to seek imperial confirmation if she performs well. Highly satisfied with his plan's outcome, Wu Zhi gives another solemn bow and thanks the magistrate for the great opportunity granted. Gongsun hands over the rest of the operation to Wu Zhi, leaving 2 support guards to assist him while he returns to the city with the rescued woman. With everything officially settled, our protagonist takes Sun Erniang by the hand and pulls her along to begin their new duties right away. Still a bit awkward with this new reality, she hesitates slightly, remembering that she spent her whole life accustomed to the total freedom of the martial underworld. Wu Zhi reasons with Sun Erniang that, given her immense martial strength, her presence as an officer will provide invaluable protection for the county's people. The young man goes further and reveals his true ambitions, stating that the dynasty is rotten and that instead of hiding in the mountains, they should amass power to change the world. He confirms his grand vision with a confident smile, determined to press ahead with his bold plans for the future. Charmed by the bravery and daring of the plan, Sun Erniang excitedly jumps into his arms, raising her affinity for the protagonist by another 15 points. In a teasing tone, she asks if he will still want her to open a mountain tavern or if he agrees to support her, receiving an immediate yes. Suddenly, the woman gets a sharp look in her eye and enthusiastically declares that they need to go even further, fighting all the way to the capital to seize the imperial throne. Falling into comical panic at that outright declaration of treason, Wu Zhi slaps his hand over her mouth on the spot to keep anyone else from hearing. The young man urges calm, warning that treasonous plans cannot be broadcast to the 4 winds, realizing that the legendary woman truly catches fire easily with rebellious ideas. Sun Erniang finally agrees to take the official post on the condition that he teach her his culinary arts, completing both system quests at 95 favorability. She is left amazed and curious about the new opportunity unfolding before her eyes. Our protagonist excitedly celebrates the deal, thrilled to have received the legendary Ming Dynasty military treatise packed with tactics, firearm designs, and ship blueprints. Seeing his excitement, Sun Erniang smiles seductively, amused by the young man's behavior and promising to cook him a fine special meal later. Next, the system awards the achievement of recruiting the first Liangshan hero and unlocks the passive ability that attracts notable warriors as his prestige grows. Wu Zhi contentedly reflects on his achievement, proud to have changed Sun Erniang's tragic fate, while gaining a heavyweight ally for his cause. He realizes that with this new ability to attract loyal followers and his advanced knowledge of weaponry, he can gather talent from all over and launch his grand ambitions. Meanwhile, the 2 guards watch from the corner, whispering quietly about the intimate vibe between the two, noting that the new commander already has a gorgeous wife at home. Now wearing the official county constable uniform, Wu takes command with a firm posture and orders the guards to continue the search and dig deep burial pits to prevent disease. Impressed by their new superior's seriousness and decisive manner, the soldiers promptly answer the call and set out to carry out their tasks. Proving he knows how to lead and win the trust of his men, Wu approaches them with a friendly smile and praises everyone's hard work. Without hesitation, our MC pulls a generous silver ingot from his pocket and hands it to his subordinates so they can buy good wine after their shift. The two guards' eyes light up seeing the gleaming silver in their hands, overcome with pure joy. Completely won over by their new boss's generosity, they pledge absolute loyalty, swearing to follow any order from Wu without hesitation. Soon after, Wu walks to the village entrance, where the surviving daily peasants wait anxiously to see how things unfold. He asks for the community leader, and the village chief quickly steps forward respectfully to answer the official's call. Wu introduces himself as the new county constable and hands over a detailed blueprint, instructing the village to dig defensive tunnels so every house can function as an armed fortress. The young man visualizes the underground warfare system, convinced that this strategy will turn the people into an invincible force against bandits and invading armies. The scene then shifts to the bustling streets of Yanggu County at dusk. On the third day following Wu departure to fight the criminals, Pan Jinlian stands waiting at the crossroads at sunset, anxiously watching for her husband's return. Shaken by the agonizing wait, she vents her anxiety, fearing he might be injured and unable to understand why he risked his life to save strangers. The maid Chunlin tries to reassure her, saying righteous men are protected by heaven, but Jinlian remains terrified, recalling the cruelty of the local bandits. Jinlian weeps quietly, missing the peaceful days when they simply ran their business safely without facing any deadly risks. She recalls her difficult past, recounting how she was sold in childhood and forced to marry a cowardly man who ran from any trouble until they relocated to Yanggu. The young woman remembers how he changed completely after taking a beating, turning into a loving, gentle, and fiercely protective person from that point onward. Amid her memories, Jinlian confesses that her greatest dream is simply to live in peace with her husband and have children to build a happy, secure family. Suddenly, the maid beside her looks down the street and excitedly announces that someone important is arriving through the city entrance. Residents begin gathering on the sidewalks full of admiration, excitedly talking about Wu's heroism in taking down more than 10 bandits single-handedly. Our protagonist appears mounted on his horse, wearing the ceremonial gala uniform adorned with a festive rosette, sporting a proud and satisfied expression. Recognizing her husband returning safe and sound, Pan Jinlian does not think twice and dashes toward him down the middle of the street. Wu dismounts and catches her tenderly in his arms, while Jinlian breaks down in tears of relief, pouring out the anguish of the past few days. Overwhelmed by emotion, she weeps and begs him to give up the dangerous post and return to running the shop, terrified of a tragedy happening to the man she loves. Wu understands his wife's concern, but explains that he could not simply ignore the cruel atrocities committed against defenseless people. He shares that the bandits spared not even children, reiterating that he took the guard post with the sole intention of protecting the citizens of Yanggu. The maid Chunlin remarks that he acts like a blessing sent from heaven, while Jinlian pours her heart out, saying she could not bear losing him. The young wife tenderly insists that his safety must always come first above everything else. Wu tries to lighten the tense mood with a joke, pretending to wipe his eyes and saying those sweet words nearly made him cry. Immediately after, the young man turns to the women and formally introduces Sun Erniang as the county's newest patrol officer. The mood shifts instantly, and Jinlian puts on a dark, jealous expression, sarcastically congratulating her husband for bringing yet another beauty home. Completely flustered, Wu tries to justify it by explaining that his colleague will only stay for a few days because the garrison is full of uncouth men. Suspicious of the story, Jinlian scowls and implies that her husband probably will not even want to let her leave afterward. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Sun Erniang greets Jinlian respectfully, praising her incredible beauty and comparing her to legendary figures. Disarmed by the sincere compliments and the new guest's charisma, Jinlian awkwardly gives in and approves her temporary stay. Night falls over the city, and a silent figure moves stealthily through the dark hallways of the residence. In the adjoining room, Jinlian and the other maids sleep soundly in a deep, uninterrupted slumber. With a mischievous grin, Sun Erniang celebrates the success of her silent infiltration while everyone rests. She slips into Wu bedroom and boldly whispers that she intends to spend the entire night enjoying his company. Wu wakes with a start and urges caution since the others are nearby, but the woman reveals she slipped a mild sedative into their meal. In a provocative tone, she pretends to complain of internal H's and asks Constable Wu to use his medical skills to examine her. Lying down comfortably on the bed, Sun Erniang dares our protagonist to treat her fake discomfort without wasting another moment. Leaning fully into the game, Wu proudly declares that he has the perfect method to cure any affliction of hers once and for all. The woman is momentarily surprised to see the young man's determination and confident posture in this situation. Without a second thought, Wu dives in with full enthusiasm to resolve the issue once and for all. Our MC uses impressive speed to kick off an intense high-energy night between the two. Next door, Old Lady Wang is puzzled by the sudden noise and movement coming from the neighboring roof while sipping her tea. The intensity of the moment proves overwhelming, leading Sun Erniang to admit to herself that she can barely keep up with his pace. Seeing the result of his efforts, Wu asks with a triumphant grin if the special treatment has already started taking effect. Thoroughly exhausted and amazed, the woman sighs in relief, confessing that her discomfort has been cured to perfection. Surrendered to the young man's charisma and strength, Sun Erniang declares with total devotion that her loyalty will belong to him forever. The system notifies him that her affection has reached the maximum maximum level of 100%, unlocking unique martial combat talents. The scene shifts abruptly to the Simon mansion, where the crash of a shattered vase echoes furiously through the main hall. Simon Ching appears enraged, roaring in disbelief upon discovering that a lowly tea vendor had the audacity to touch his daughter. He accuses young Simon Deji of allowing that intimacy on purpose, while she weeps and begs, swearing she had passed out. Blinded by rage and tarnished honor, the man refuses to listen to the girl and raises a heavy punishment rod against her. He rants that the family's reputation was publicly ruined by the kiss, and that his prestige in the city has become a laughingstock. Showing zero compassion, the tyrant delivers a merciless strike against his daughter, ignoring the fact that the court deemed the whole thing a rescue. Enraged by the public embarrassment, he screams that all his social climbing plans with noble families have been ruined because of her. Struck with violence, Simon Deji cries in pain on the floor and desperately begs her father to stop the brutal punishment. Crawling across the floor, the young woman clutches his leg in despair, trying to soothe the patriarch's uncontrollable wrath. Her face covered in tears and blood on her lips, she continues begging for mercy in the face of the cowardly assault. Simon Chung continues venting his hatred, recalling the entire fortune invested in connections with powerful imperial officials. Completely out of his mind, the man raises the rod with all his strength, determined to beat his own daughter until she pays for the dishonor. Second Lady Ligior desperately steps in, grabbing Simon Ching's arm and pleading with him to stop beating his daughter. She defends the young woman, pointing out that if the patriarch had not vanished for weeks, the girl would never have gone to inspect the shipments alone. Enraged by the interference, the man delivers a vicious kick to the woman, sending her flying backward with force. The blow strikes Ligior with extreme brutality, causing the lady to spit blood from the impact of the assault. Simon Deji enters a state of total panic, seeing her second mother thrown against the wall for trying to defend her. The wooden rod slips from the attacker's hand and rolls across the floor in the middle of the turmoil. Showing no mercy whatsoever, Simon Ching grabs Ligior by the hair, hurling insults and demanding to know how she dares defy him. He begins landing ruthless punches on her, bellowing that he bought her and that she is nothing more than a worthless plaything. The tyrant lands a direct punch to the woman's face to shut her mouth once and for all. Fallen and helpless, she is kicked without pity and desperately begs for her life on the hall floor. Badly injured, the woman suggests using money to silence witnesses and claiming the breath was simply a traditional Jianghu medical technique. Simon Ching halts his assault and approves of the clever idea, pleased to finally hear a viable way out of the situation. The man coldly walks away down the hall, leaving the injured woman behind coughing up blood. With a sinister smile, he vows to recover all the money through a new target and swears to collect this debt from Wu Zhai. As soon as the tyrant leaves, young Simon Deji rushes in tears to support the fallen woman. The scene shifts to the imposing lion tower during the dead of night in Yanggu County. The ousted officer Sun Kai drinks with guards and reveals that the prefecture is already aware of the terrifying tiger terrorizing the region. He grins triumphantly, sharing that he accused the magistrate of negligence so that imperial punishment falls upon the city in a matter of days. One of the guards finds it strange and remarks that the person who always delayed hunting the beast by claiming a lack of men was Sun Kai himself. The other guard immediately reprimands his colleague, buttering up the former boss by saying he was merely prioritizing everyone's safety. Sun Kai celebrates his dirty scheme, determined to turn the beast into an unavoidable death sentence for Wu Jia. He drinks his wine with confidence, savoring the trap he laid to destroy his replacement. The man instructs his subordinates to forbid any veteran guards from helping the new officer on the hunt, promising grand rewards. Sun Kai sneers with contempt, eager to see his rival face the ferocious beast completely helpless in the forest. Meanwhile, at his home, Wu Ji reflects in bed on how secretly manufacturing firearms will give him an absolute military advantage. Analyzing the era's steel quality, he concludes it is possible to forge advanced hand cannons and decides to seek out a skilled blacksmith at dawn. The following day, the forge of a large workshop runs at full steam in the city's commercial district. Our hero arrives before the imposing sign of the traditional Tang family blacksmith shop to commission his weapons. Wu Jai enters the premises and hands the detailed blueprint to the artisan, asking if he is capable of forging the designed piece. Unrolling the scroll and seeing the design of an innovative firearm, the blacksmith is utterly shocked by what he sees. Wu Ji introduces himself as the new county constable to put him at ease, but the blacksmith nervously admits he lacks the skill for it. Suddenly, an imposing female voice comes from behind the curtain, ordering the craftsman to let the customer in. The woman reinforces the command with authority, scolding her subordinate for hesitating to receive the official. Not daring to cross her, the worker steps aside and invites Wu Zhe into the owner's private quarters. Wu Zhe comes face to face with a silver-haired woman of commanding presence, dressed in combat gear and holding an incense burner. The mysterious blacksmith praises the young man's reputation, acknowledging his tea skills and his recent heroic victory against the bandits. In a mocking tone, she remarks that it is funny how such a brave warrior can be so short, leaving our MC visibly awkward. Brushing off his discomfort over the remark, Wu Zhe clasps his hands respectfully and politely asks for the woman's name. Calmly and with a piercing gaze, she formally introduces herself as Tang Long. Wu Zhe asks if she is the famous legendary blacksmith, but the young woman dismissively clarifies that the famous title belongs to her gambling cousin. Wu Zhe wonders if the girl possesses forging skills that surpass even those of the legendary Tang Long mentioned in classic tales. He gets straight to the point and asks if she has the technical capability to forge the firearm drawn on the paper. The young woman analyzes the blueprint with a critical eye, explaining that the biggest challenge is crafting a barrel that will not burst under continuous fire. She details the special steel casting process and the precision required in the barrel to withstand the combustion of gunpowder. Seeing that she truly knows her craft, Wujie promises a noble incense formula far superior to the one she uses as an added reward. The artisan is visibly surprised and delighted by the offer, as rare incenses are her greatest weakness. With a focused gaze, Tanglong firmly asks if his promise regarding the imperial recipe is genuinely true. Wujie confirms with total certainty, citing the exclusive aromatic methods used by court emperors to seal the deal. Shortly after, the young man heads to the local government office, where guards inform him that the magistrate is waiting for him in the inner courtyard. Upon being received by Magistrate Gongsun, the official warmly asks to be addressed as brother whenever they are in private. Gongsun clasps his hands with clear concern, revealing that a serious and urgent problem has arisen in the region. He explains that the capital gave a 10-day deadline to exterminate the man-eating tiger, deducing that Sun Kai engineered this report. The magistrate laments having to ask for Wujie's help on such a dangerous mission, since the beast is halting all local trade. Showing no fear at all, Wujie accepts the assignment on the spot, assuring him with a smile that he will do his best to hunt down the beast. Relieved by the young man's courage, Gongsun promises to place the guards, archers, and hunters at his disposal to support the hunt. Walking through the estate garden shortly afterward, Wujie is called by young Gongsun Wan, who approaches with an anxious expression. Showing deep concern for him, the young woman asks with a trembling voice for him to back out of this fight against the dreaded tiger. Wujie calmly replies that the monster is killing innocent people, and that protecting the populace is his duty as a defender of the law. Moved by his noble stance, the girl tenderly holds his hands, unable to hide the distress in her heart. Wujie smiles and tries to comfort her lightheartedly, jokingly saying that the tiger is nothing more than an overgrown cat. The young man notices her nervousness and asks in a gentle tone what the real reason behind so much desperation for his safety is. Unable to hold back her feelings any longer, Gongsun Wan looks deeply into his eyes and openly confesses that she is in love with him. The young woman recalls the days of anguish when he left to face the bandits, revealing that it was his bravery that captured her heart. She steps closer shyly, whispering that her only desire is to stay by his side for a long time to come. Wujie tries to point out his short stature, but the girl immediately replies that she does not care about that at all. He notes that he only holds the temporary post of constable, and she firmly repeats that titles mean nothing to her. Our hero further points out that he already has wives at home, but the lovesick girl firmly reaffirms that she does not care about the past. Seeing her determination, Wujie smiles contentedly and embraces her tenderly, as the girl tells him her only wish is to always be with him. The romantic moment between them is suddenly interrupted by a forced cough coming from the end of the veranda. Sun Erniang appears leaning against a pillar, sarcastically remarking that she seems to have arrived at quite an inconvenient time. With total composure, Wujie smiles and fires back that she arrived right on time to meet his new partner. Gongsun Wan greets the newcomer with all the grace and respect of a high society young lady. A bit taken aback by the situation, Sun Erniang jokes that she will give him a break before he faces the danger on the mountain. Our MC confidently wraps his arms around both their waists, promising to take care of them both as soon as he returns victorious from the hunt. Moments later, Wujie appears on the city streets leading an imposing hunting hound to assist him in the search. Aware of the danger posed by a beast of that size, he plans to use the dog scent tracking, homemade grenades, and his hand cannon to take the creature down safely. Confident in his military strategy, the young man goes shopping to refine his gunpowder and manufacture his own assault explosives. Meanwhile, a loud and chaotic uproar draws numerous onlookers in front of the gates of the traditional Yang estate. The cruel Madame Yang screams hysterically in the middle of the street, accusing the young widow of being a cursed woman who caused her own husband's death. Facing harsh public accusations, the beautiful Mengula remains silent, dressed in mourning clothes with a look of deep sorrow. Watching everything from hiding, Simon Ching smiles smugly, seeing that the 50 taels paid to the Yang family aunt yielded the planned scandal. The villain plans to propose marriage the moment the widow grows desperate to protect her assets, forcing her to submit to his whims. Unaware of the setup, the old woman shrieks uncontrollably in the street, accusing the young lady of cursing her nephew to death. At the peak of her fury, the woman's eyes widen in shock as she feels a sudden, piercing pain in her chest. Abruptly losing her breath, she clutches her heart in desperation as her strength drains away before everyone. The elderly woman collapses lifeless onto the cobblestones, instantly spreading panic and chaos among the surrounding pedestrians. Taking advantage of the turmoil, a female relative points her finger and incites the crowd to beat the widow, blaming her for the woman's death. Wujie appears on the scene at the exact right moment and throws his arms open with determination, blocking the attackers from advancing on the defenseless girl. Imposing his authority as county constable, he cites the dynasty's strict laws against lynch mobs and orders everyone to stand down immediately. Intimidated by the court official's presence, the woman raises her hand and halts the mob on the spot. She tries to justify herself by claiming the young woman is a dangerous curse and that the crowd was merely carrying out heavenly justice. Wujie fires back firmly and sarcastically, stating he will examine the body to prove whether this is justice or pure envy of the wealthy widow. The young man kneels beside the fallen woman and quickly confirms that her pulse has stopped completely. Checking the victim's eyes, he finds that her pupils are fully dilated with zero response to light. Wujie examines the lady's chest and confirms the total absence of respiratory movement, pronouncing her dead on the scene. The outraged woman insists that her aunt was always strong and healthy, accusing the widow of cursing her without leaving a mark. Wujie stands up and dismantles the accusation, explaining that the purplish lips and fingertips indicate a massive heart attack triggered by extreme rage. In his thoughts, he laments that without the modern equipment and advanced drugs of the future, rupture. Reversing cardiac arrest in this era is impossible. The surrounding people are left completely stunned and confused, unable to understand a single one of the modern medical terms cited by the official. In the background, Simon Ching watches suspiciously, assuming the new commander took an interest in the pretty widow and made up an excuse to defend her. Overcome with jealousy and rage, the nobleman swears vengeance against Wu Zhi for daring to interfere with his plans of conquest. The system alerts him that his rival is nearby and activates the quest to rescue Meng Yulu, offering industrial blueprints as a reward. Wu Zhi inwardly celebrates the weaving schematics he received, grateful to take the first step toward a regional textile revolution. The locals try to pressure the official to step back, urging him not to risk his stellar reputation in defense of a widow. The young man searches his memory for the correct traditional medical terminology to permanently convince the simple townspeople. He explains clearly that the victim suffered a rupture in her heart meridian by long-standing stress, clearing the widow of all blame. Hearing the young man's firm and righteous defense, Meng Yulu is deeply moved, her eyes filling with tears of relief. The county constable challenges the crowd, suggesting they summon official court coroners if they still doubt his on-site diagnosis. The beautiful Zhang Hulian emerges from the crowd and presents the apothecary records, proving the deceased was already being treated for severe heart conditions. A respected village elder steps forward and confirms the truth, sharing that he had seen others die suddenly from fits of rage before. Wu Zhi thanks both of them for their honest testimony and uses the moment to educate the public on the real dangers of this silent killer. He advises everyone to maintain a balanced diet, cutting down on fatty meats and salt to protect their blood vessels. Our protagonist teaches that staying calm in daily life and avoiding unnecessary fights is the best medicine for a long, healthy life. Fully convinced by the constable's flawless explanation, the crowd begins to disperse peacefully through the city streets. With tears of gratitude, the widow Meng Yulu bows before the hero, thanking him with a relieved heart for saving her honor and her life. Wu Zhi approaches with extreme gentleness, asking with care and attentiveness if she was hurt during that frightening confrontation. The young woman tries to stand, but her strength falters from the shock, and she is caught firmly in the young man's strong arms. Noticing that she twisted her waist during the fall, the official promptly offers to use his medical knowledge to soothe her pain. Zhang Huilian enthusiastically supports the idea, praising Wu Zhi's divine medical skills to encourage the girl to accept the treatment. In a warm and helpful tone, the friendly apothecary offers to accompany the treatment closely and assist however needed. Flustered by the whole situation, Meng Yulu ends up accepting the medical aid offered by the noble constable Wu. Our protagonist inwardly celebrates the apothecary's help, recognizing that her intervention was perfect for the occasion. Zhang Huilian is thrilled in her thoughts to have the chance to witness the young man's legendary medical techniques once again. Arriving in the ladies' chambers, the young widow bashfully asks him to examine her lower back injury with care. Maintaining a professional demeanor, Wu Zhi gently asks the patient to remove her outer robes and lie down comfortably on the bed. Faced with such an intimate request, Meng Yulu blushes deeply and hesitates for a moment, unsure of what to do. The apothecary reassures her friend, saying that to a doctor there is no distinction of gender, drawing immediate agreement from Wu Zhi. Overcoming her embarrassment, the beautiful woman undoes her hairstyle and begins undressing delicately to start the session. She lies down on the soft bed, shyly asking if that position is suitable for conducting the examination. Wu Zhi rubs his hands together, focusing his internal energy, causing a glowing blue aura to wrap around his fingers. Focused on the diagnosis, the young man seriously announces that he will begin the treatment to relieve the young lady's pain. The moment his energized touch makes contact with her waist, Meng Yulu lets out an involuntary gasp at the sheer intensity of the relief. The doctor identifies a muscle contusion and applies his spiritual energy to relax the tight fibers of her lower back. Wu Zhi playfully jokes that she must live a very sedentary lifestyle, since her muscles are quite stiff. Breathless from his touch, the girl promises with blushing cheeks that she will start exercising more from now on. He smiles, pleased with the response, reminding her that she must follow all his instructions to maintain optimal health. Meng Yulu feels her heart race before his protective presence, deciding that she will only follow Wu Zhi's orders from this day forth. The young woman's favorability increases by 15 points, while our hero celebrates securing the resources Simon Ching so desperately coveted. Wu Zhi plans to invest her fortune into precision water, powered machinery, and make cotton clothing cheaper to keep the common folk warm in winter. The young man performs advanced 48 hands technique, massaging vital acupoints with astonishing speed. The invigorating sensation washes over Meng Yulu completely, leaving her in awe of the treatment's unbelievable effectiveness. To the patient's surprise, the sharp pain locking up her back vanishes almost entirely within moments. Wu Zhi explains that he still needs to disperse the trapped blood stasis to ensure the injury does not flare up again. He channels more spiritual energy into the injured spot to clear the meridians affected by the fall. The energy flow completely dissolves the blood stagnation, restoring the young woman's natural circulation and well-being. Fully recovered and pain-free, Meng Yulu shyly thanks the constable for the miracle worked on her back. Modestly and warmly, the young man calmly replies that he merely used a basic traditional massage technique. Watching from the corner, Zhang Huilian is left slack-jawed, imagining what insane powers advanced techniques must possess. The apothecary gets lost in thought, secretly dreaming of being the next patient to receive the doctor's intimate care. Meng Yulu softly asks to conclude the massage, feeling her entire body relaxed and overcome with intense sensations. Her face burning with embarrassment, she confesses she fears losing control of her own reactions if the treatment continues. Wu Zhi pulls a gleaming special needle from his medical kit to finalize the process with high-level acupuncture. He positions himself with surgical precision, preparing to apply the silver needle to the patient's exact meridian. Jiang Hulian recognizes the mystical technique in astonishment, wondering if she is witnessing Hu Tu's legendary needle method. Wu Zhi channels a powerful surge of lightning, like energy through the needle to stimulate deep tissue healing. The warm, revitalizing jolt surges through Meng Yula's body, drawing another intense reaction from the young woman on the bed. The doctor explains that the stimulation speeds up recovery tenfold and triggers the release of substances that bring pleasure and relaxation. The feeling of weightlessness is so overwhelming that the girl feels as if her very soul were floating toward the heavens. Waves of spiritual energy clear all the accumulated tension in her meridians, bringing complete rest to her body. In the middle of the treatment's bliss, she has an enlightened vision of her late husband departing peacefully for the afterlife. In the girl's spiritual vision, the ghost of the late Yang Zongxi appears, stating that Constable Wu is the best match for her. The apparition blesses their union, affectionately saying the young man will be able to take great care of her in his place. Moved by the mystical revelation, Meng Yula shyly accepts the blessing within her thoughts. The spirit makes one final request, explaining that his frail health and life prevented him from making her happy, and asks them to test their union in the morning hall. Snapping out of the vision with a knowing smile, the young widow decides to fulfill her late husband's final wish. Back in reality, Meng Yula boldly pulls Wu Zhi by the collar, causing her affection for him to jump 30 points in the system. The girl pulls the young man onto the bed by surprise, teasingly saying she has another part of her body severely blocked. With a passionate and seductive gaze, she asks the noble official to apply his special care to relieve this new tension. She then informs Dr. Jiang that the appointment is over and asks the woman to return to the apothecary to collect her payment later. Jiang Huilian is puzzled by the sudden dismissal, unable to understand why her assistance is being cut short before the checkup ends. Meng Yula assumes a firm and possessive stance, authoritatively demanding that the apothecary leave the chambers immediately. Wu Zhi calmly steps in, explaining that the next phase is an advanced medical secret and promising to teach her on another occasion. Convinced by the young man's promise, Jiang Huilian agrees to leave, reminding him to keep his word in the future. Alone in the room, Meng Yula reveals the late husband's wish and boldly asks if the official would be willing to go to the ceremonial hall. Without wasting any time, the beautiful woman begins removing her mourning robes right before our protagonist's watchful eyes. Wu Zhi is surprised by her boldness but concludes that winning over the widow quickly is the best way to crush Simon King's plans. With a confident smile on his face, our MC readily accepts the invitation to conclude the treatment without hesitation. The scene shifts to the Yang family mourning hall, where the ceremonial portrait of the deceased rests solemnly on the altar. Stepping inside, Meng Yula orders all servants out and tells her trusted maid to guard the doors from outside. She ensures him that no one will disturb them and promises one of her maids as a reward if he can fully satisfy her. Wu Zhi finds it comically strange to hear the familiar names of the maids mentioned by the widow. The woman is flattered and surprised to realize that the official seems to know even the names of her private maids. She insinuates that he had been watching her for a long time, while Wu Zhi scrambles trying to make up academic excuses from another life. Puzzled by his unusual terms, she questions the wording, but the young man brushes it off by saying he heard rumors while selling tea. Cutting off side chatter, Wu Zhi announces that it is time to focus fully on the promised treatment inside the hall. Beginning his clinical assessment, the young man examines the graceful silhouette and soft skin of the young woman before him with a trained eye. Leaning in close during the checkup, he notes with satisfaction the gentle, natural fragrance she radiates. The moment his hands touch the girl's body, her happiness level instantly skyrockets by 20 points. The young woman's satisfaction continues climbing non-stop, making her moan in relief and marvel at the young man's dexterity. With the initial preparation complete, Wu Zhi firmly announces that she will now experience true fulfillment. Meng Yulu acknowledges his skill, but still expresses slight doubt due to the protagonist's short height. She questions whether he can truly handle the task until the young man untees his sash and reveals his imposing build, leaving her in absolute shock. The young widow's eyes widen in total disbelief as she witnesses the sheer scale of the power standing before her. Wu Zhi smiles triumphantly at her astonishment, aware they needed to show his true power to win her over completely. The protagonist channels all his internal energy, invoking the overwhelming ancient secret spear technique. He launches an unrelenting series of energetic thrusts, dominating the moment with overwhelming intensity. The impact shatters all of the girl's barriers and resistance in an instant of pure explosive energy. With tears of emotion in her eyes, Meng Yula gives herself over completely, astonished by the terrifying speed of his movements. Wu Zhi delivers the decisive blow with absolute mastery, elevating the performance to the absolute peak of martial technique. Overcome by uncontrollable bliss, the beautiful Meng Yula reaches absolute happiness before the Mourning Hall altar. Wu Zhi stands in a triumphant and commanding pose after the overwhelming display of his legendary combat technique. Meng Yulu sighs amid the bliss of the moment, totally surrendered to the young man's mastery and impressive stamina. 6 hours pass, and the young woman's happiness level keeps rising continuously within the ceremonial room. Yang Zongxi's spirit weeps with relief seeing the widow finally fulfilled, feeling he can now rest in peace in the afterlife. Meng Yula watches the spiritual departure with serenity, wishing the deceased soul eternal peace. Wu Zhi draws near with tenderness and intensity to seal the conclusion of that unforgettable moment between them. Suddenly, a massive beam of sacred green light bursts through the roof of the residence, heralding the fulfillment of a great spiritual merit. The system confirms the success of Meng Yula's quest, unlocking more affinity and the valuable water-powered weaving blueprints. The mystical glow slowly fades away, leaving the chamber in the cozy dimness of dawn. dawn. The young widow shyly and sweetly asks when he intends to commit and officially take her as his wife. Noticing a brief flicker of surprise on Wujia's face, the woman's expression sours immediately, seized by a pang of jealousy and irritation. She turns her back in frustration, terrified she was merely used and cast aside right after surrendering herself in the hall. The girl vents her hurt in her thoughts, fearing the official might try to deny what happened between them. Wujia hurries to reassure her, promising that he will marry her with full honors as soon as he returns from the tiger hunt. Meng Yulu is terrified upon hearing about the beast, tearfully protesting that she does not want to risk becoming a widow all over again. The young man gently touches her shoulder with warmth, embracing all of the girl's fear and distress in his arms. He looks firmly into her eyes and swears on his life that he will return safe and sound to celebrate their wedding. Deeply moved, the woman weeps and confesses that she has heard too many empty promises in the past and fears losing the one she loves yet again. Needing no further words, Wujia pulls her in with passion and seals the promise with a deep, passionate kiss. The warmth of the embrace melts away all of Meng Yulu's insecurities, leading her to surrender completely to the hero's affection. Still emotional, she warns that the Simon family holds powerful ties to influential commanders who might try to harm him. The young woman tearfully confesses that her heart now belongs entirely to him, and that she could not bear living without his presence. Wuji tenderly caresses his beloved's face, brushing off the tiger and promising to bring back the defeated beast as a wedding trophy. Far away, deep in the mountain forest, the terrifying giant tiger roars in solitude at the mouth of its cave. The beast seems to feel a sudden eerie chill, as if sensing the approach of deadly danger. Meanwhile, at the Simon mansion, the sound of breaking furniture echoes violently through the estate's corridors. Blind with rage, Simon Qing smashes furniture upon learning that Wu Zhe got directly involved with the woman he was after. The villain rants wildly, greedily declaring that the widow and her entire fortune must belong exclusively to him. Furious at having his plans ruined, the tyrant vows to use his father-in-law's military influence to crush the new constable. He immediately sends for his first wife to mobilize the political backing of the powerful Wu family. The maid Kair enters the room in terror, reporting that the mistress traveled back to her parents' home without leaving any word. Simon Qing is enraged by the news of his wife's sudden departure, considering the act unforgivable insolence. Taking out his anger on the defenseless servant, the man violently assaults the girl before scheming his next dirty move. The nobleman then decides to seek out his ally Yon Lisho, whose brother is a border commander, to secure backing against his rival. At the forge, the talented Tang Long works tirelessly at the anvil, precisely shaping the barrel of the new firearm. At his residence, Wu Zhe meticulously prepares the chemical mixtures in exact proportions of his refined gunpowder. He calibrates the ideal grain size of the compounds to ensure maximum pressure and explosive power without risking barrel failure. Our MC smiles with calculated confidence, ready to introduce the wild beast to the destructive power of advanced military technology. Young Yulin appears at the door and respectfully announces that the outer courtyard has been completely cleared for equipment testing. Wu Zhe thanks her for the support and asks to keep the neighbors away from the area, hearing from the maid that all precautions have been taken. Wu Zhe arrives at the workshop and asks Tang Long if the weapon's stock is ready so he can begin final assembly. He finishes assembling the weapon using an advanced friction mechanism, while the blacksmith reminds him to deliver the promised incense. The young man hands over a pouch containing the refined fragrance right away, smiling as he assures her he would never forget their agreement. Inhaling the imperial fragrance from the package, Tang Long's eyes widen in shock at the incredibly sublime aroma. The artisan is dazzled by the rare quality, while the scene shifts to the testing ground on the outskirts of Dali village. Taking every safety precaution, Wu Zhe lies prone on the ground to conduct the explosive's first test shot. With a firm and precise motion, the protagonist primes the ignition mechanism and hurls the grenade toward the target. The projectile arcs through the air at high speed, landing precisely at the spot the young man planned. The device strikes the base of a solid wooden barricade set up in the middle of the clearing. A thunderous explosion splinters the structure into pieces, throwing up a dense cloud of smoke and fire across the area. Watching the test from afar, Tang Long is left open, mouthed by the unprecedented destructive power of that small weapon. Wu Zhe stands up celebrating the experiment's total success, proud of his homemade design's effectiveness. The village chief approaches, stunned by the blast, declaring that this surpasses any firearm ever seen in the realm. The hero explains that it is a hand grenade and reveals he has created tripwire landmines to fortify the village against future raids. He strikes a confident pose and warns that any bandit stepping into the defensive perimeter will be blown sky high instantly. A village child excitedly repeats the safety instruction, reminding everyone not to trigger the wires unless enemies are present. Tang Long remarks that the official is overly generous for giving the villagers mines that cost 3 silver taels each for free. The peasants panic at the high cost, humbly saying their simple lives are not worth that much money. Wu Zhe shuts down that mindset, firmly asserting that the people are the foundation of everything and no expense is wasted when protecting innocent lives. Overwhelmed with deep emotion, all the community members drop to their knees in a show of eternal respect and gratitude. The protagonist helps the elderly leader to his feet, affectionately emphasizing that looking after their safety is his fundamental duty. In tears, the elder admits he has never seen such a noble official and swears the people will brave any danger to back him. The entire village raises their voices in unison, swearing blind loyalty to Constable Wu toward the horizon. Wu Zhe is moved by the population's genuine loyalty loyalty, remembering how valued peasants can form invincible armies. He reflects on the historical injustices of the Song dynasty and how the greed of corrupt officials always oppressed working people. Determined to rewrite that history, our MC extends his hand, vowing to forge the empire into an unshakable powerhouse. Back at the forge, Tanglong praises the terrifying power of the gunpowder and curiously asks to learn the secret recipe. Wuji brushes it off by saying the method is a strictly guarded family secret, preferring to keep the gunpowder formula hidden. The beautiful young woman steps closer provocatively, asking in a seductive tone if he would not make a special exception for her. The young man plays along, jokingly saying that tradition only allows him to teach the secret to the woman who bears his hairs. She laughs wryly and gives his cheek a playful pinch, calling him a smooth talker and turning down the offer in good humor. Tanglong shifts the topic, revealing that she forged a special armor, piercing spike to help him on his dangerous tiger hunt. The female blacksmith shows off her striking silhouette as she fetches the weapon, explaining she used refined steel as payback for the incense she received. She places a three-sided pointed blade into his hands, featuring a flawless metallic finish and a deadly sheen. Gripping the iron hilt, Wu Zhai examines the geometric shape and notices a striking resemblance to modern weaponry. His eyes widen as he recognizes the identical design of the dreaded triangular infantry bayonet. The young man recalls with admiration the legendary effectiveness of the bayonet in elite soldiers' close-quarters combat. He asks Tang Long to carve fuller grooves into the blade's faces, leaving the girl puzzled about the purpose of the channels. Wu Zhai explains that the grooves will inflict devastating internal hemorrhaging on the tiger, rapidly draining its strength on impact. He details that air entering through the grooves will instantly collapse the beast's lungs, preventing any counterattack from the animal. Holding the assembled triangular bayonet, Wu Zhai plans to finish off the beast at his leisure once the initial strike limits its movement. Tang Long praises his advanced knowledge, admitting that her admiration for the young man grows by the second. The protagonist smiles provocatively and asks if she will finally agree to become his woman once and for all. The young woman charmingly brushes his hand aside, warning that she will only discuss that after he returns alive from the forest. She takes back the blade, promising to carve the blood grooves into the piece to have it ready before his departure. The next day, Wu Zhai sets off fully equipped with his hunting hound and an arsenal ready to hunt down the predator. He turns down the guard escort to avoid dead weight, focused on taking down the beast alone to maximize his military prestige. At the Lion Tower, the guards mock the new commander's disappearance, believing he fled the city out of fear of the tiger. Former Constable Sun Kai arrogantly sips his wine, calling his rival a coward who cannot handle the heat of the post. The corrupt guards toast in celebration, cheering the new constable's supposed shameful failure. Suddenly, Simon Ching appears in the hall, listening to the gossip with immense interest and curiosity. The nobleman slams his cup on the table in surprise, asking if Wu Zhai truly abandoned his post and fled the region. Sun Kai rises respectfully and greets the influential merchant upon seeing him at the same table. Showing off his financial clout, Simon Ching gladly covers the table's bill to win the former officer's favor. The villain puts on a cynical smile and asks for more details regarding the escape of the man who dared cross him. The soldiers explain the prefectural order and the 10-day deadline, reaffirming their certainty that the rival deserted out of pure terror. Overjoyed by the news, Simon Ching celebrates the stroke of luck that eliminated his biggest obstacle without any effort. He decides to act immediately, planning to send betrothal gifts the following day to force a marriage with Meng Yulu. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to the dense, misty forest around the dangerous Jingyang Ridge. Wu Zhi steps forward cautiously, noticing his hound trembling, signaling their entry into the giant predator's hunting grounds. The tracking hound perks its ears in maximum alert upon catching the suffocating scent of the ferocious beast nearby. Terrified by the monster's commanding presence, the dog backs away a few steps along the shadowy trail. Wu Zhi spots the dark entrance of a rocky cave, identifying the lair of the man-eating beast. Without hesitation, our hero pulls the pins on 2 homemade hand grenades to initiate the assault on the Hidyot. He throws both devices with pinpoint accuracy deep into the dark cave. A deafening roar shakes the entire forest the moment the explosives breach the predator's den. A deadly silence falls as the tiger's glowing red eyes shine in the darkness beside the duds that failed to detonate. Wu Zhi falls into comical panic, realizing that the bomb's gunpowder failed at the worst possible moment. The giant beast leaps out of its den with terrifying ferocity, lunging at the young man with razor-sharp claws. The predator delivers a lethal swipe, but Wu Zhi uses a tree trunk as leverage, dodging the strike with superhuman agility. The animal is momentarily disoriented mid-air as its accurate strike hits nothing but empty space. Spotting the perfect opening as the beast lands, Wu Zhi spins his spear armed with a triangular bayonet. He channels lightning energy and pierces the tiger's chest mid-leap with a devastating blow. Using the weapon's impact, our MC performs an acrobatic leap off the tree to clear the counterattack. The monster slams violently into the ground, while the young warrior lands in a perfectly set stance. Wu Zhi fixes a sharp glare on the creature, waiting for the lung collapse caused by the weapon's grooves to take effect. The tiger furiously tries to get back up, but massive internal hemorrhaging rapidly drains its physical power. Staggering and gasping for breath, the massive beast loses its balance, barely able to stay on its feet in the clearing. Our hero advances from behind with steady steps, leveling his hand cannon to deliver the finishing mercy shot. The dreaded predator's eyes widen in sheer terror, seeing the muzzle pointed directly at its head. The giant tiger collapses to the ground, completely drained of strength, suffocating from the lack of air caused by the chest wound. Wu Zhi smiles proudly at his planned scientific efficiency, knowing that the collapsed lung has sealed the beast's fate. Swiftly, the young man pulls a small traditional flint from his waist to prepare the finishing strike. He blows on the ember with precision to ignite the fuse of his 3-barreled hand cannon. Placing the weapon's muzzle directly against the fallen creature's creature's head, the hero prepares for the fatal blast. Giving no room for a reaction, Wu Jie ignites the powder and fires the cannon with a battle cry. The shot explodes point blank with a deafening blast, shattering the dreaded predator's skull instantly. The monster's lifeless carcass drops in the clearing as smoke from the blast slowly rises into the air. Seeing the beast slain, the hunting dog that was previously shaking with fear bravely leaps forward. The dog fiercely bites the dead tiger's neck, making our hero laugh at the hound's shamelessness in stealing the credit. Amused by the animal's antics, Wu Jie promises to reward it with a nice chicken leg as soon as they return to town. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps in the brush catches the young man's attention, putting him on guard against new threats. An imposing presence moves through the bushes of the dense forest, approaching the scene of the clash. A warrior with a colossal build and a determined gaze emerges onto the path holding a jar of wine in his hands. The newcomer is none other than the legendary Wu Song, our protagonist's renowned younger brother. Meanwhile, at the Yang estate, the booming sound of drums and trumpets announces an unexpected wedding procession. Dressed in lavish groom attire and riding a fine ceremonial horse, Sim and Ching arrogantly leads the parade. The nobleman pulls the reins and halts before the main gate with a confident, overbearing look. The greedy Yang clan relatives surround the groom, reminding him of their dirty deal to split half of the widow's entire inheritance. In his thoughts, Sim and Ching mocks the greedy old men, planning to doctor the books to keep the entire fortune for himself. Shouting from the pavement, the villain demands the gates be opened at once, claiming he came to take Meng Yulo as his wife this very day. Inside, frantic maids push against the heavy wooden doors to block the procession from storming in. A maid rushes to her mistress's chambers, breathlessly reporting that Sim and Ching has surrounded the entrance with dozens of thugs. Keeping her composure in the face of danger, Meng Yulo orders the door bolts reinforced to buy time. Strained by the pressure, the young widow bites her finger in distress, searching for a way out of the trap. She decides to trust the promise she received, devising a risky strategy to escape the forced marriage. Without hesitation, she sends the maid Xiaoluan out through the back door to urgently seek Constable Wu's help. Outside, Sim and Ching rants arrogantly, saying a cursed widow like her should be thanking him for his proposal. The Yang clan elder tries to pressure her through the door, cynically claiming that marriage will guarantee her livelihood and future. Meng Yulo furiously snaps back from inside, exposing the relatives' greed and trying to kick her out before the mourning period even ends. The man loses his temper and barks insults, calling her a plague and ordering her to leave the property without taking a single cent. Sim and Ching flashes a wicked grin and lies, claiming Wu Jie fled the city in terror so he would not have to face the tiger. Hearing the claim of his desertion, Meng Yuli's eyes widen in shock, refusing to believe in the cowardice of the man she loves. Suddenly, a steady, threatening voice cuts through the air, loudly asking who dared claim he ran away. Wu Jie appears at the end of the street marching imposingly, escorted by warriors hauling the colossal body of the beast. Beside the protagonist, the towering Wu Song carries the carcass of the slain giant tiger on his own shoulders. The relatives and onlookers on the street freeze in pure terror upon recognizing the legendary monster lying lifeless. Sim and Ching instantly turns pale, falling into complete panic as he sees his rival return victorious from the hunt. The crowd erupts into shock and hysteria, unable to believe the two men managed to slay the dreaded mountain beast. Overcome with overwhelming fury, Wu Jie charges straight at the villain, roaring that anyone trying to take his woman will pay with their life. Wasting no time, Wu Jie knocks the red-robed man to the ground with a clean strike, proving he is not playing around. Unhappy with the small amount of prestige gained from slaying the tiger, he decides he must command total respect so no one ever dares cross him again. Leaving the onlookers curious, Wu Jie walks over to the massive stone lion statue at the entrance, determined to make a grand display of strength. The system immediately activates Overlord Xiangyu's physique, granting him 30 seconds of pure superhuman strength. Channeling all the energy he just received, our protagonist places one hand on the base of the heavy stone sculpture. The people around break into a cold sweat, unable to fathom the madness this young man is about to pull off. Letting out a booming shout, Wu Jie hoists the colossal statue into the air using just one arm, as if it weighed next to nothing. He holds the stone lion above his head with astonishing ease, radiating an overwhelming presence before everyone. The crowd is left in absolute shock with jaws dropped, their eyes practically popping out at the unbelievable feat. A massive projection of an ancient sovereign appears behind him, sending everyone into a panic, believing he is a true monster. With only 10 seconds left before the skills effect runs out, Wu Jie picks up his pace to finish his demonstration. Fallen on the ground and trembling uncontrollably, the coward in red can barely move from sheer terror. Wu Jie steps toward him carrying the statue, loudly warning that anyone daring to covet his woman will share the exact same fate. Witnessing that heroic scene, Meng Yulu is moved to tears of emotion, and her favorability with the protagonist rises by 15 points. Wu Jie raises the massive monument with fury to deliver his final message to everyone present. With a deafening crash, he slams and smashes the stone lion into the ground, shattering the structure into tiny pieces. The man in red nearly dies of fright as rubble flies in every direction. The panic is so overwhelming that the rich coward ends up wetting his pants in sheer terror. The other nobles and elders fall into absolute despair, wondering if this young man can even be considered an ordinary human. Watching everything while carrying the tiger, Wusong recalls the exact moment he discovered his brother's hidden talents. He remembers that had he not seen Wu Zhai slay the beast on Mount Jingyang, he would still have no idea his brother mastered martial arts. At that moment, Wu Song had just stumbled upon the protagonist beside the slain creature, asking in surprise if it was really his brother standing there. Looking closely, the warrior could barely believe his older brother had pulled off such a legendary feat. Wu Zhi confirmed everything with a triumphant smile, while the system quietly adjusted the brother's memories to avoid raising suspicion. Our hero then called Wu Song to help carry the tiger carcass back to the village, acting completely calm. Wu Song was thoroughly impressed to confirm for himself that his older brother had truly taken down that gigantic beast. Taking advantage of the moment, Wu Zhi placed a hand on his shoulder, saying that now that it happened, he could no longer hide his secrets. He spun a story claiming their late father was a military officer who forbade using martial arts in public to avoid tragedy. Outraged, Wu Song asked who had wronged their father, and Wu Zhi replied that he too wanted to track down the culprits behind it. The protagonist explained that a mere commoner could never uncover the truth, which was why he needed to enter the court as an official. Pointing his hand toward the sky with determination, Wu Zhi stated that he intended to advance patiently on his journey. He promised to climb the ranks step by step until reaching the very top of the government. His goal was to become the highest authority in the Song Empire, leaving his brother completely fascinated by such ambition. Moved by his brother's words and grand plans, Wu Song came to admire him deeply, bringing his memory to a close. Back in the present, Wu Zhi calmly walks over to Meng Yule with a satisfied smile on his face. He scoops her into his arms without hesitation, suggesting they hurry home to exercise, drawing a shy agreement from the young lady. Later that stormy night at the Wu residence, Yulu can barely catch her breath and promises to bring her maids the next day to assist her. The system notifies him that Yula's affection has reached 100%, unlocking a weaving talent and granting enough prestige to attract the attention of Tao Zongwang. The next day, Meng Yula politely serves tea to Pan Jinlian, showing respect as part of the family. Jinlian calmly accepts the cup, reflecting on the dangerous ventures their husband insists on taking on from here on out. Sipping her tea, Jinlian states that she hopes all the other women in the household do their absolute best to help the Wu family prosper. The other wives and maids immediately agree with the first wife, showing total obedience. Inwardly, Jinlian grumbles about her husband's recklessness in hunting a tiger without warning, deciding she will soon have the others get pregnant to secure heirs. After all, even if the concubines give birth, she will remain the principal mother under family law. She then talks with Meng Yulo, noting that the house is becoming too small for so many people and that they need to purchase a larger property. Li Jiaoer suggests everyone move into her spacious old estate, which would save a good amount of the family's silver. Jinlian approves the idea, deciding to leave the old house for brother-in-law Wu Song so he can live more comfortably. Next, she organizes the family's business responsibilities, announcing that they will soon open a new confectionery shop. She goes over Wu Zhi's plans for the liquor trade and directs Meng Yulu to take charge of the family's future textile mill. Meng Yulu accepts the instructions with great elegance and respect. Jinlian also explains that the resources brought by Pinger will be invested in the maritime trade of silk and porcelain to yield high profits. The young woman readily agrees, stating she will leave all decisions in the hands of Jinlian and their husband. In addition, Jinlian brings up Wu Zhi's order to bring coconut oil from the south to produce scented soaps. The protagonist intended to use the ingredient to manufacture foaming soap, as well as pure sulfur to produce gunpowder and medicine. Jinlian sighs, remembering the strange terms her husband coins, but feels satisfied to have passed along all his instructions. She wraps up the meeting by mentioning their husband will pick one of them later, making one of the maids nervous about his endless stamina. Suddenly, Li Jiao rushes through the door, frantically asking for Wu Zhai's whereabouts. Completely frantic, she begs for help, warning that her sister is on the verge of death. Jinlian urges calm and explains that her husband is busy in the laboratory, offering to guide her there. Having no idea what kind of place that is, Li Jiao simply follows the first wife through the hallways. They arrive at the entrance of Wu Zhi's makeshift laboratory, which even features a mandatory disinfection sign on the curtain. Before entering, Jinlian tells the guest that she must take off all the clothes she is wearing. She explains that it was a strict requirement from the protagonist, so no one enters without putting on sterilized clothing first. Although embarrassed by the bizarre rule, Li Jiao takes off her dress to save her sister. Jinlian then sprays a mist of concentrated alcohol all over her body to perform a complete sterilization. Shivering from the chilly sensation, Li Jiao notices the strong, pure scent of liquor coming from the liquid. Tasting a drop on her fingertip, she is amazed by the substance's absurdly high alcohol content. The woman is almost delirious from the liquor's purity, realizing she had never tasted anything so potent in her entire life. Jinlian hands over the clean coat and tells her to get dressed quickly so they can finally speak with her husband. Stepping into the room, they find Wu Zhi fully geared up like a modern surgeon, ready for work. Li Jiao, properly protected with a mask and apron, curiously asks what he is doing there. Wu Zhi points to the table and explains that he extracted penicillin days ago and is testing whether the medicine truly works against the bacteria. He shows 4 containers with pathogen samples taken from the patient and treated with the new drug. The young man explains that if the antibiotic is effective, it will form a clear, clean ring around it, known as a zone of inhibition. Anxious for the results, Wu Zhi and Li Jiao place their hands on the lid of the first container. Distressed over her sister's fate, the girl asks for permission to open the jar herself, and Wu Zhi agrees on the spot. She clasps her hands in fervent prayer, pleading with the heavens for a cure and for her sick sister's life. With fingers trembling from intense tension, Lee Jiaor slowly lifts the sample's lid. Looking inside the jar, Jinlian instantly cheers upon spotting a perfectly clear circle formed in the middle. Lee Jiaor opens her tear-filled eyes and weeps with relief at the visual proof that Wu Zhi's medicine actually works. Tears stream down Lee Jiaor's face as she witnesses the test results with her own eyes. Holding the jar with trembling hands, she asks if this confirms the medicine worked, and Wu Zhi confirms that the rim is clear. He explains that the penicillin successfully eliminated the bacterial colonies present in the sample. Anxious, Jiaor quickly checks the second and third jars on the table, seeing that they all reacted the exact same way. She then approaches the fourth container, which holds the sample taken directly from her sick sister. Overcome with nervousness and haste, the girl accidentally lets the sample's lid slip from her hands. The sudden drop makes her flinch for a moment, terrified that she might have ruined something in the process. Holding the container carefully against her chest, she calls out to Wu Zhi with a choked-up voice. Barely believing the miracle, Jiaor tearfully says that her sister is saved, and the protagonist confidently confirms it. Emotion overwhelms Lee Jiaor, who can barely hold back her tears of relief behind her mask. Her legs giving out from pure gratitude, she drops to her knees on the floor clutching the precious medicine. The woman keeps repeating through her tears that her sister's suffering has finally come to an end. Jinlian watches the scene deeply moved, while the system congratulates Wu Zhi for unlocking the penicillin achievement. Our protagonist looks at his own hands, still amazed that he managed to produce an antibiotic in the middle of the Song dynasty. He reflects on the impact this breakthrough will bring to medicine and thinks about how many lives can be saved in the future. Jiaor bows in desperate plea, begging him to save her sister immediately, and Wu Zhi rushes to the well to fetch the chilled solution. Shortly after, in Liener's room, the medical equipment is thoroughly sterilized in boiling water before the procedure. With everything ready, the young man prepares the syringe with the exact dosage of medication to administer to the patient. Standing beside the bed, Wu Zhi warns that he will first conduct a skin test to ensure she has no allergic reaction to the compound. He injects a small amount under the frail girl's forearm skin to monitor the reaction. Nearby, Lee Jiaor and Jinlian clasp their hands in prayer, fervently pleading for the young woman's recovery. Seeing no swelling or redness on the skin, Wu Zhi confirms that it is safe to administer the full dose. He carefully prepares the intramuscular injection, silently hoping that Liener wakes up as soon as possible. Due to the crude purity of the medicine, he injects the dose in the girl's thigh, wishing that this 18-year-old girl gets a second chance at life. Minutes after the injection, the girl slowly begins blinking her eyes, regaining consciousness. With a weak voice and tired eyes, she recognizes Wu Zhi's presence beside her bed. Lee Jiaor steps forward with a heavy heart, calling out to her younger sister through tears. In a farewell tone, Liener thanks her sister for all her care and says she hopes to be reborn into a good family in the next life. Weeping in pain, the young woman confesses her wish to live a happy life alongside her family in the afterlife. She recalls the nightmare she lived in the past when the brothel thugs surrounded her without a shred of pity. The traumatic memories of that cruel day remain etched into the young woman's mind like an incurable wound. Wu Zhi gently holds her face and asks her not to waste energy speaking, as she needs to rest. With a sorrowful smile, Liener says he is a good man and laments feeling impure, wishing she could meet him clean in another life. Caressing the protagonist's face, she gathers her remaining strength to declare all the affection she holds for him. Right after, the young woman's hand falls limp, and her breathing fades away completely in his arms. Wu Zhi is left in absolute shock, seeing that the girl's heart has stopped beating before his very eyes. Desperate, he turns to the women, insisting that the medicine worked and that everyone saw the positive test in the lab. Amid tears of pain and denial, Wu Zhi tries to convince himself that the penicillin should have been enough to save her. Refusing to accept the loss, he climbs onto the bed and immediately begins desperate CPR compressions. Pumping Liener's chest with all his strength, Wu Zhi tearfully screams for her to open her eyes and wake up. Distraught before the young woman's motionless body, Wu Zhi keeps begging her to wake up. Lee Jiaor grabs the protagonist's arms in tears, trying to stop him from continuing. Through her weeping, the woman asks him to stop the compressions and let her sister rest in peace after so much suffering. Liener's face rests serene, finally free from all the pain and torment she endured in life. Jiaor consoles the young man, saying it was not his fault, as her sister could no longer bear the trauma and illness in her body. Wu Zhi listens with a heavy chest as memories of the young woman surface in his mind. In his memories, Liener would fondly mention how kind the protagonist was while tending to her wounds. However, the girl would cough up blood and lament deep inside that she did not feel pure enough to stand by his side. Consumed by an overwhelming rage, Wu Zhi appears in the hallway gripping a lit torch. Jinlian rushes over in alarm to ask what he plans to do, only to hear that he is going to burn the brothel to the ground. His wife tries to hold him back, warning that arson is a severe crime, but the protagonist demands that she let him go. Jinlian and Lee Jiaor stand right in front of him to restrain that destructive impulse. Lee Jiaor steps forward with eyes heavy with sorrow to confront the young man's actions. Weeping, she asks what good burning one brothel does when 10 more will be built tomorrow, reminding him that fire will not change the world. The weight of her words causes Wu Zhi to drop the torch and collapse to his knees, punching the ground in sheer powerlessness. Gritting his teeth, he vents that he knows it is pointless, but his heart is suffocating from so much fury. Lee Jiaor approaches and holds out a beautiful hair ornament left behind by her sister before she passed away. She explains that Liener wanted him to keep the peace with him, as if she were staying by his side forever. With hands trembling from grief, the young man holds the precious object with profound respect. Squeezing the ornament until his hand bleeds, Wu Ji swears he will lay the young woman to rest as the legitimate sixth wife of his household. He solemnly vows that none of the cowards who mistreated them in the past will escape unpunished. With a resolute gaze, Wu Ji vows to reshape this unjust society so no one else suffers Li Honor's fate. Moved by the oath, Li Pinger kneels, pledging eternal loyalty, and her affection for him rises by 30 points. Wu Ji helps her up and asks about Simon Qing's movements, learning that the nobleman has been bedridden after the scare he received. She reveals that the rival plans to visit old lady Wang the following day to hatch new schemes. Wu Ji burns both names into his memory, mentally preparing himself for what is to come. The next day, Pan Jinlian casually opens the upstairs window of her residence. Leaning over the windowsill, the beautiful woman wonders if her husband will return home for lunch. On the street below, Wu Ji walks with his guards, greeting the townsfolk with respect. Seeing her husband pass by, Jinlian smiles warmly from above. However, through a clumsy slip, the bamboo pole propping open the window slips and falls squarely onto the head of a passing nobleman. Jinlian gasps in alarm the moment she realizes the object hit someone on the street. Furious from the blow, the man rubs his head, cursing whoever had the nerve to drop it. Fate seemed to be repeating the classic original encounter between the two characters. Looking up and witnessing Jinlian's beauty, the playboy changes his tune instantly and hands back the bamboo pole with a charming smile. Confident in his wealth and good looks, he brags to himself, believing he will win over that gorgeous woman in just a few words. Jinlian comes down to the entrance and offers a few coins for the scare, politely asking him to take the money and leave. The dandy refuses the coins and remarks with a cheap pickup line that the fallen bamboo feels more like a sign from destiny to unite their lives. He tries to pry for her name, but Jinlian cuts him off, demanding respect and announcing that she is heading back inside. Without giving the flirt a second thought, the woman turns her back and walks into the house, leaving the scoundrel completely ignored on the sidewalk. Suddenly, a menacing shadow looms behind Simon Qing, and Wu Ji asks what he is doing at the doorstep of his home. Recognizing the voice of the feared constable, the rich boy freezes on the spot and begins stammering in pure panic. Jinlian comes out to welcome her husband with loving eyes, while Wu Ji stares down the intruder in broad daylight. Tenderly embracing his wife, our protagonist asks what the punishment is for a scoundrel who harasses married women. Simon Qing's legs tremble uncontrollably under the crushing pressure exerted by the young man. The fear is so overwhelming that the cowardly nobleman ends up wetting himself for the second time in a row. Wu Ji and Jinlian watch the pathetic display with clear expressions of disgust and contempt. The protagonist smirks, realizing he has completely altered the tragic course of the original storyline. Desperate, the pampered noble drops to his knees, begging forgiveness and promises to leave immediately. In a tone of pure mockery, Wu Ji remarks that ignorance is not a crime and tells the fellow to get lost. Fleeing in humiliation, Simon Qing silently swears revenge, infuriated at losing his composure every single time he sees Wu Ji. Jinlian hugs her husband and comments that the rival cannot hold a candle to him, comparing the man's appearance. Teasingly, she remarks that the nobleman looks like a frightened stray dog, making Wu Ji burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Simon Qing runs stumbling through the city streets, looking like a mangy dog on the run. He arrives out of breath at old lady Wang's tea house, frantically calling out for the woman. In his reckless rush, the young man collides head-on with old lady Wang, knocking them both to the floor. Sprawled on the ground, Simon Qing awkwardly apologizes, while the owner of the house tries to shake off the impact. The old woman takes a breath and immediately catches a very suspicious stench coming from the nobleman's clothes. Intrigued by the smell and his frantic state, she asks what on earth happened to him to arrive in such a condition. Embarrassed, the young man lies, claiming he got dirty on the way, and asks to borrow clean clothes to change into. After getting dressed and sitting down for some tea, he attempts to recover some of his lost dignity. With a sly smile, the woman asks if his frustration stems from some lady who gave him the cold shoulder. He angrily vents, recounting that he lost the widow Meng Yulo and was then humiliated trying to approach another married woman on the street. The old woman begins listing, like an expert, the 5 essential qualities a man needs to win over any lady. She casts an audacious glance at the nobleman and praises the Zeke she saw while he was changing clothes. Somewhat embarrassed by the elderly woman's indiscreet comment, Simon Qing tries to laugh it off with an awkward chuckle. The madam insists that he has wealth, patience, and time to spare, leaving him no reason to fail with women. Simon Qing fires back, stating that Wu Ji is the main culprit ruining his life and asserting that his rival must be eliminated. The old woman's gaze instantly darkens, revealing that she also harbors a deadly hatred for the protagonist. She recalls the sleepless nights spent listening to Wu Ji's lively parting with his wives late into the night. Resentful over losing her customers to the young man's new tea business, she confirms her desire to get rid of him. The woman laments not having the money to hire bandits from her hometown on Qingfeng Mountain to do the dirty work. Hearing this, Simon Qing flashes a wicked grin and pulls a generous stack of silver banknotes from his pocket. He offers an upfront payment of 100 taels and promises 500 more if they manage to take Wu Ji's life, filling the old woman's eyes with greed. Confident in the scheme, the hag accepts the cash on the spot and guarantees the job will be done. The next day, she goes to a carriage depot and hands over just 50 taels to the driver Ergo to hire hire the mountain thugs. Later on, the driver pulls the exact same trick, handing a measly 10 taels to another accomplice to do the hard work in his place. The sly middleman celebrates in the corner the easy profit of 150 taels he made just acting as a broker. Meanwhile, Wuxia works diligently at the upgraded furnace, blending quartz sand and limestone to produce high-grade glass. Focused on expanding his ventures, the protagonist carefully pours the molten raw material into the mold to begin production. The beautiful blacksmith Tanglong enters the workshop and curiously asks if Wu Zhai is trying to make glazed ceramics. The young man explains that he intends to disrupt the market by creating high-quality clear glass instead of ordinary jade imitations. The girl is puzzled, unable to understand how that transparent material could be so useful. Holding a freshly molded sheet of glass, the protagonist asserts that the item will be revolutionary for both civilian and military life. He explains the use of glass in windproof lanterns for night marches and in mirrors for long-distance signaling. Wuji adds that glass lenses will allow them to craft spyglasses to scout enemy camps and formations from afar. Enchanted by the concept, Tanglong grows thrilled realizing they will be able to anticipate any enemy movement. Next, he lists the use of glass in heated winter windows, household containers, and greenhouses for growing vegetables in the cold. The young man also mentions the creation of microscopes, magnifying glasses, and reading spectacles for the elderly who have lost visual clarity. Hearing about spectacles, the young woman leans in eagerly and asks how they could restore the eyesight of the elderly. Overcome with emotion, Tanglong throws herself into his arms and begs him to manufacture those spectacles first. In tears, she reveals that her father only gave up blacksmithing because he could no longer see up close to work. Wuji patiently explains that aging stiffens the eye's natural lenses, making it difficult to focus on nearby objects. He details that using convex lenses solves this problem, requiring only the application of optical principles to local equipment. The young man mentions he needs to examine her father first, while the girl blushes upon noticing the closeness of their embrace. Embarrassed, she promises to give him a kiss if her father is cured, and her favorability with the young man rises by 30 points. Not letting the opportunity pass, our protagonist pulls Tanglong by the waist and plants a passionate kiss on her lips. The female blacksmith coyly complains that her father has not been treated yet, but Wu Ji assures her that the cure is only a matter of time and asks for another kiss. Moments later, the two are together in bed when the village emergency bell begins ringing furiously. Wu Ji halts the romantic mood immediately, going on high alert upon hearing the alarm signaling invasion. Up in a tree, the village lookout pulls the bell rope with all his might to warn everyone of approaching enemies. Recognizing the chime that signals bandits, Wu Ji orders the women to enter the secret escape tunnel immediately. Yulin lifts the large stove lid in the kitchen and squeezes inside to enter the underground shelter. Already geared up for battle, the protagonist climbs onto the roof of the residence to assess the scale of the threat. From above, he spots a large band of armed criminals storming the village gates with blazing torches. Mounted on a white horse, Wang Ying, the second leader of Qingfeng Mountain, orders his men to slaughter everyone in the village to avenge their fallen comrades. Thirsting for blood, the bandits surge through the streets, swearing to spare neither the children nor the animals of the village. Using a bamboo tube to communicate underground, Wu Jie warns that there are about 100 invaders and directs the team to use rapid ambush tactics. He emphasizes that the safety of every villager is the absolute priority, passing the command down to the Hediat. Inside the tunnel, the young woman conveys the protagonist's instructions to the other positioned fighters. Concealed within the underground tunnels, the village defenders grip their spears and axes, ready for the ambush. Outside, the gang spreads chaos by setting fire to the wooden houses in the village. Two bandits break down an empty door, hoping to find defenseless women to loot. Without realizing it, they trip a trapline that lights the fuse of an improvised grenade hanging from the frame. The invaders look up, confused by the hissing of the gunpowder, unable to understand what it is. The bomb detonates in a massive fireball, violently hurling both criminals through the air. Mounted on his horse, leader Wang Ying freezes in shock and screams frantically, believing he is witnessing sorcery. Positioned on the rooftops, the village marksmen aim precise arrows directly at the invading gang. Leaping through the tree canopy, a skilled archer fires a deadly arrow at the enemies. The projectile strikes squarely into the neck of a bandit running beside Wang Ying, dropping the man on the spot. One of the bandits leans against the wooden gate, looking around suspiciously in the darkness. Suddenly, a spear thrusts upward from beneath the floorboards, impaling the invader's rear with brutal force. The man coughs up blood and collapses in agony, warning with his dying breath that the attack came from underground. Seeing chaos spread, Wang Ying panics and orders his men to retreat immediately. The cowardly leader wheels his white horse around and gallops away at full speed. On the roof, Wu Jie grips his sword and warns that escaping this village will not be easy at all. He leaps from above like a predator, heading straight for the fleeing enemy leader. With a devastating mid-air strike, our protagonist smashes Wang Ying's face, knocking out blood and teeth from the bandit. The petty boss collapses unconscious, foaming at the mouth, while his lackeys rush over to protect him. Enraged, one of the criminals charges forward with a machete to attack the young man. Several thugs surround Wu Jie at the same time, attempting to overwhelm him with coordinated strikes. With a brilliant and precise vertical slash, the protagonist cleaves the enemy in front clean in half without mercy. Next, he hurls another improvised explosive directly into the cluster of invaders. A massive blast engulfs the bandits in flames, sending bodies flying in every direction. Crawling wounded in the dirt, one of the survivors freezes in shock, believing he is witnessing immortal arts. Terrified by the power of the fire, the bandits flee screaming, convinced that the god of fire himself has descended to earth. Wang Ying runs on foot in desperation, lamenting that he still has too many women left to conquer before dying. The short man screams in panic, begging for his life as he tries to reach the forest. Positioned on the roof, Wu Zhai activates Overlord Shang Yu's physique and draws the bowstring with devastating force. He fires a golden arrow that slices through the air at high speed toward the runaway. The shot streaks across an absurd distance of hundreds of meters, striking the target dead between the legs. Wang Ying looks down in terror as an excruciating pain shoots through his groin. The villain clutches his bloody crotch and howls to the heavens upon realizing he has lost his manhood. At that moment, an accomplice arrives on horseback to rescue the mutilated leader. The bandit hauls Wang Ying onto the mount, and the two manage to vanish into the forest mist. Wu Zhi lowers his bow in frustration, realizing that hitting accurately past 300 meters is still tough, but vows to finish him off next time. Picking up a Qingfeng mountain token from the ground, the protagonist devises a plan to avenge Lianer and arm the villagers. He intends to use the bandit raids as a pretext to establish a militia armed with crossbows and tunnels, bolstering the area's defense. Later, the scene shifts to the city brothel where dancers perform energetically for the patrons. Disguised at a table, Wu Zhu drinks alone, contemplating whether he should eliminate Simon Qing alongside the brothel bosses that very night. Since he does not know the nobleman's exact whereabouts, he decides to focus first on the brothel madam and the thugs who tortured the young woman. In the dead of night, the protagonist infiltrates the madam's chambers, dressed in dark attire with his face covered. With a cold and unyielding gaze, he whispers that he will send the guilty straight to the next world to apologize to Lianer. He glides silently through the shadows of the room without making a single sound. Oblivious to the impending danger, the brothel hag sleeps soundly in her luxurious bed. Wu Zhi stands over her and draws his blade with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. He grips the sword hilt firmly and delivers the fatal strike without a second's hesitation. The woman wakes in terror at the exact moment the tip of the blade pierces her body. Blood spurts in the darkness of the room, ending the cruel brothel owner's life on the spot. With his mask splattered with blood, Wu Zhi departs into the shadows in search of the next targets on his list. Moving like a shadow through the night, Wu Zhi heads straight for the brothel thug's dormitory. He finds the bullies who mistreated Lianer sleeping peacefully, having no idea what awaits them. Given no time for any reaction, our protagonist begins eliminating the attackers one by one in the silence of the night. The other thugs wake up startled by the noise and panic upon seeing their comrade lying bloody on the floor. In a swift and lethal motion, Wu Zhi delivers precise dagger strikes, wiping out all the criminals in one sweep. He calmly exits the scene, strategically dropping the stolen Qingfeng Mountain Bandit token on the floor. To complete the deception, the young man dips his finger into the enemy's blood and begins writing on the dormitory wall. He leaves a message directly pinning the blame for the brothel massacre on leader Wang Ying. Satisfied with the completed revenge plan, Wu Zhi adjusts his mask and slips away into the shadows. The next morning, at the county court, the magistrate remarks in horror about the alleged bandit attack on the brothel and the village. Wu Zhi reports that he pursued the invaders, wiped out 16 criminals with the help of the villagers, and severely wounded leader Wang Ying. The magistrate is delighted by the young man's bravery and promises to request an official commendation from his superiors at court. Shrewdly, the protagonist deflects the praise, stating that all credit for the victory belongs to the magistrate's wise planning. Next, Wu Zhi takes a calculated pause to introduce his real request. He asks for permission to form a crossbow, armed militia in Dali village, and the magistrate instantly catches the young man's tactical maneuvering. The official approves the militia request and reveals he has connections in the capital to help the protagonist secure a prominent government post. Curious, Wu Zhi asks to whom he should deliver the recommendation letter and gifts in the imperial capital. The magistrate explains that the contact is the influential Chancellor Ho Meng, who holds more than enough authority to make him an official. The young man recognizes the name from historical legends and celebrates the chance to gain such a powerful ally at court. Confident in his new political connections, Wu Zhi leaves the government compound excited about the progress of his plans. The system detects the strategy and issues a special quest, requiring him to impress the Chancellor with a policy essay to earn 100 points and the Tiangong Kaiwu book. Our hero is euphoric over the legendary reward and decides to start drafting the text immediately. Shortly after, a burly man approaches the protagonist on the street, respectfully asking if he is the famous Wu Zhi. The warrior introduces himself as Tao Zongwang, the legendary nine-tailed turtle, and asks to join him after hearing about the stone lion. Wu Zhi shakes the master's hands with joy, recognizing the region's greatest expert in engineering and construction. The protagonist welcomes the new ally with deep reverence, planning to place him in charge of the village's new industrial hub. The plan is to build circular earthen fortifications and water wheel structures to house the upcoming factories. Tao Zongwang is flattered and surprised to realize that his reputation was so well known around these parts. Without wasting time, Wu Zhi takes his new companion by the arm to celebrate the alliance with a grand feast at his tavern. They arrive at the Wu family tavern in Yangyu, which is about to have its grand opening in the city. The establishment features a handsome wooden storefront and flawless traditional decor. Shortly after, Wu Song enters bringing along the three villagers who stood out the most during the defense against the bandits. The three brave fighters introduce themselves as Du Zaiting, Chang Weian, and Shi Yibio. The men bow respectfully, but Wu Zhe warmly invites them to sit at the table as brothers. The protagonist calls for Sun Erniang and asks her to serve the craft beer and mutton skewers he prepared himself. Zongwang stares skeptically, having no clue what this so-called beer could be. The beautiful Sun Erning appears radiantly carrying chilled mugs of the new beverage and a tray full of appetizers. Wu Zhi proudly displays the clear glass bottle, mentioning that he discovered the recipe in an ancient text. In his mind, he details the entire process of malting barley, boiling with hops, and cold fermenting in the ice pit. Peeling the wax seal from the bottle with a smile, our protagonist is ready to introduce beer to this world. Wu Zhi opens the glass bottle with a crisp pop, releasing the fresh aroma of the drink. He tilts the container and pours the bubbling golden beer into the clear mug, forming a thick, creamy head. The men around the table are wide-eyed, staring at that effervescent golden liquid with intense curiosity. Wu Song notices the yellowish color and playfully jokes that it looks like horse piss. Despite finding its appearance odd, the younger brother enthusiastically raises the mug to honor Wu Zhi's creation. Without hesitation, the warrior downs the entire mug in one go, gulping down the chilled drink in large swallows. Everyone at the table watches tensely as the young man empties the whole glass in the blink of an eye. Wu Song slams the empty mug onto the table with force, leaving everyone eager for his verdict. His eyes sparkling with euphoria, he demands another glass on the spot and praises the beer's incredibly refreshing flavor. Seeing the young man's thrilled reaction, the other warriors cast aside their hesitation and begin drinking eagerly. Tao Zongwang takes a generous swig and can barely hide the impact of that novelty on his palate. Sun Erniang also samples some of the drink, calmly savoring every nuance of the flavor. Suddenly, the tavern mistress's eyes widen in pure culinary bliss. In her mind, she envisions a paradise, feeling as though she is floating across a golden ocean of ice, cold beer. The sensation of freshness is so intense that she practically sees herself surfing golden waves under the summer sun. At the table, the guests tip the bottles straight into their mouths, loudly cheering the quality of the brew. The system detects the invention of beer and triggers a musical quest, promising to attract 4 legendary heroes to the faction. Caught up in the high spirits, Wu Zhi stands on his chair with his mug and begins singing the famous song of the brave heroes. Pulling Sun Erniang by the waist with a charming smile, he sings verses about the unshakable loyalty among true brothers. Moved by the song's energy, Wu Song joins the chorus at the top of his lungs, raising his cup with determination. Everyone present joins in the singing with enthusiasm, clapping and toasting together like one big family. At the peak of the song, our protagonist sings about punishing the world's injustices and fighting alongside his loyal companions. The system confirms the song's success, rewarding Wu Zhi with 1,000 prestige points and the loyalty of 4 great Langshan warriors. The young man celebrates the arrival of his new allies and plans his upcoming trip to the Zheng family fortress. Suddenly, the tavern roof shatters and a hooded figure drops straight into the middle of the hall. The intruder lands, kicking up dust on the floor right in front of the banquet table. In an instant reflex, Wu Song draws his blade to protect his brother from any harm. The newcomer bows respectfully and introduces himself as Shi Chuan the fleal on a drum, saying he was drawn by the heroic song. Moved to tears, the master thief begs to be accepted as a follower of a man with such a noble spirit. Wu Zhi steps forward to lift him from the ground and calls him brother, recognizing his invaluable worth for espionage and scouting. The visitor is stunned and emotional to find himself treated with such high regard by an official. Shi Qian swears eternal loyalty into death, and Wu Zhi invites him to settle in as a member of the family. The protagonist recalls the young man's hidden reconnaissance potential and decides to integrate him fully into his team. Next, he asks Sun Erniang to summon the young guard Shi Qiao to reunite with her brother. Shi Qian is surprised to learn that his younger sister works there as a guard, earning a handsome monthly wage of 20 guan. Wu Zhi further offers him an official patrol post to gather intelligence, paying an extra 30 guan per month. The thief nearly falls over doing the math and realizing he will be earning an astonishing total of 35 guan. With a warm smile, Wu Zhi assures him the amount is fair for his talent and that he will earn even more in the future. Just then, the beautiful warrior Shi Qiao appears at the doorway, surprised to see her brother there. Overcome with emotion, Shi Qian rushes toward the girl in tears, relieved to find his sister alive and safe. Moved to tears, the girl weeps in relief, saying she also thought she would never see her brother again. Seeing the two siblings finally reunited, Wu Zhi decides that this calls for a massive celebration with plenty of meat and wine. Wu Song and our protagonist join right in, ready to toast and enjoy the feast as they should. The mood in the tavern becomes thoroughly lively, with everyone dancing, drinking, and celebrating the victory in grand style. The scene then cuts to the dungeons, where old Lady Wang is shackled in chains and completely terrified. Wu Zhi holds a whip and asks if she knows Wang Ergo from the carriage drivers, but the old woman plays dumb. Seeing that her memory is failing her, our hero calls Sun Erniang to give her memory a little nudge. Sun Erniang pulls her dagger with a lethal glare, noting that separating flesh from bone happens to be her absolute specialty. She approaches the prisoner, threatening to carve her flesh piece by piece until the bones are exposed. Feeling the sharp blade lightly nicking her skin, sheer panic instantly grips the old woman. Unable to withstand the pressure for even a second, she breaks down completely and screams that she will confess everything. Weeping, the woman reveals that it was Simon Xing who gave her silver and ordered to hire people to eliminate Wu Zhi. Our protagonist promptly has the old woman sign the confession with her thumbprint, while she laments ever getting involved. Sun Erniang asks what the next step is, and Wu Zhi explains that this testimony alone is not enough to legally execute the nobleman. Therefore, the plan is to use the confession to arrest Simon Xing, since without an official title, he will never make it out of prison alive. Meanwhile, at the Simon estate, the Lord paces back and forth in extreme agitation. Desperate, he realizes that Wu Zhe survived and old lady Wang was captured, meaning his entire house has collapsed for good. Knowing he cannot sit idly waiting for death, the villain decides to try buying an official post through the Chen family to save himself. He then orders his men to prepare an escort to take the young mistress and himself to the Chen residence immediately. His daughter Simon Deji is dragged out by force by the maids, tearfully protesting that she refuses to marry Chen Jingji. Showing no mercy for his own daughter, the man orders her bound and thrown into the carriage so they can depart without delay. The carriage then speeds down the road, kicking up dust in a desperate bid to escape. At the courthouse gates, Wu Zhe mounts his horse and directs Sun Erniang to flank the rear while he and Wu Song strike from the front. Sun Erniang gives a respectful bow, confirming she will carry out the order without blinking. Determined to deliver justice, Wu Song clenches his fists, standing ready for combat alongside his brother. Just then, Li Jiao comes running up breathlessly, warning that Simon Qing took young Deji in a rush toward the Chen family manor. Wu Zhe's expression shifts completely upon receiving this sudden piece of news. He grabs the woman by the shoulders and asks how many guards are with the Lord and how long ago they left, learning they have a 30-minute head start. Deeply anxious, she also warns that the man is treacherous and will definitely hire bandits to ambush them along the way. Our hero merely smiles, telling her not to worry about mere thieves since his brother is simply invincible. Li Jiao makes a cheeky pass, thanking him for the revenge, leaving the poor young man flustered, trying to explain what he meant. She then hugs him tenderly and confesses that the moment she heard of the deaths at the mansion, she knew it was his doing. The woman explains that young Deji is a very hardworking girl, and having her around would be of tremendous help to the household's businesses. Wu Zhe promises to rescue her and put an end to Simon Qing, keeping in mind that saving the girl is also essential for his system quest. Right then, the system updates an epic quest asking him to raise the affinity of the Simon clan women to unlock new rewards. Watching the chemistry between the two, Wu Song begins piecing together his older brother's recent romantic interests. Until a wild realization strikes the warrior's mind, he is absolutely certain his brother has a secret thing for married women. Wasting no time on foolish thoughts, Wu Zhe leads the charge on horseback, ordering the rest of the group to follow close behind. Galloping at top speed down the dirt road, our protagonist squints as he spots suspicious movement just ahead. From atop a hill, he catches sight of a full squad of armed horsemen blocking the path with the carriage. Inside the carriage, Simon Qing pulls back the curtain with a cynical smirk, pleased to see his rival walked straight into the trap. Across the ravine, the mounted bandits are already fully positioned, sealing the road as our hero draws near. Mounted on a white horse and wielding a flailed mace appears Deng Fei, the feared second leader of the Yima River bandits. The leader sneers, saying that brute force requires strategy, and mentions he sent 3 men to kill those following behind before surrounding Wu Zhe. Yet our protagonist remains unbothered and flashes a mocking grin, asking if he truly thinks 3 thugs can hold back his brother. Wu Zhe then shouts at the top of his lungs for his brother to capture the bandit leader alive if he has a spare moment. Insulted by such arrogance, Deng Fei immediately loses his temper and furiously orders his men to kill the intruder. Answering the call that very second, Wu Song leaps through the air with blades drawn, ready to execute the order. In a single mid-air motion, the warrior decapitates the first rider with surgical precision before even touching the ground. Twisting his body mid-leap, he executes a devastating double slash, wiping out the other 2 bandits in the blink of an eye. Seeing their comrades fall, the bandit cavalry furiously charges at the lone foot warrior, attempting to run him down en masse. At the same time, Wu Zhe casually lights the fuse on his secret weapon with a highly confident smile on his face. Our protagonist raises his 3-barreled hand cannon and calmly takes aim at the oncoming attackers. With a deafening blast, the shot erupts in flames, lighting up the entire valley in an instant. The blast sends horses and bandits flying through the air, turning the enemy charge into a literal inferno of gunpowder. One of the thugs is left completely torn apart in the smoke, unable to comprehend where such destructive power came from. Even terrified by the carnage, the remaining bandits grit their teeth and swear to avenge their fallen brothers at all costs. Watching their reaction, Wu Zhe quietly admires the gang's loyalty, seeing that they do not retreat even in the face of firearms. On the other side of the clash, Deng Fei tries to steady his men, shouting that cavalry still holds the upper hand over a foot soldier. Confident in their mounted charge, 2 bandits ride at full tilt to flank the enemy from both sides. The riders close the distance with raised swords, striking at Wu Song simultaneously from both flanks. With insane reflexes, the swordsman ducks down at the exact moment the 2 blades cross right above his head. With a cold, lethal gaze, he spins his blades in a counter slash before the enemies can even react. In a clean, ruthless stroke, the first rider's throat is slashed by the warrior's razor-sharp steel. In that same breath, the second blade strikes the other thug dead, spraying blood all over the path. The other bandits freeze in utter shock, witnessing speed their eyes can barely track. Within seconds of combat, bodies drop onto the road, leaving Deng Fei completely stunned on his mount. Giving the enemy boss 0 time to react, Wu Song charges right at him with his sword raised high. The warrior leaps straight at Deng Fei, ignoring the iron mace and bringing down a crushing strike from above. Seeing the blade coming straight for his face, the bandit leader falls into absolute panic upon realizing he cannot block it. But Wu Song turns the sword at the last split second, striking the back of his rival's neck with the flat of the blade to merely knock him out. The brutal impact sends the bandit flying backward off his horse, spinning in the air before crashing into the dirt. The scene leaves the rest of the gang completely speechless with terror, unable to believe their leader fell so easily. Deng Fei lies unconscious in the dust of the road, showing no sign of movement. Wu Song hoists the unconscious man by the collar with a single hand and roars at the rest to kneel immediately. Terrified by the monster before them, all the thugs drop to their knees in the mud, desperately begging for their lives. Wuji calmly approaches, praising his brother's legendary prowess, which is simply unmatched in hand-to-hand combat. Right after, Sun Erniang and Shi Chun finally arrive on horseback, bringing up the rest of the courthouse guards. With the situation under control, our hero walks over to Deng Fei, who is already bound and surrendered by the guards. Though battered and held under the blade's edge, the defeated leader grinds his teeth in pure humiliation and hatred. Wu Song points his blade directly at the bandit leader's neck, authoritatively commanding him to stay still. Right then, the system notifies the capture and unlocks a random quest to recruit Deng Fei in exchange for the blueprints of a grand galleon. Our protagonist rushes over to the prisoner and orders him unbound immediately, employing the classic tactic of the great strategists of the past. Furious and proud, Deng Fei spits on the ground and dares the soldiers to kill him, asserting that a true hero does not fear death. Wu Song raises his sword to put an end to the fellow's insolence, but Wu Zhi quickly intervenes and orders the prisoner's life spared. The young man adopts an understanding posture, stating he knows the men of this band only became outlaws due to the world's sheer cruelty. He begins recounting Meng Kang's past, praising his naval shipbuilding talent and lamenting how imperial corruption forced him to flee. Wu Zhi narrows his eyes dramatically, lamenting aloud the enormous injustice committed against men of such caliber. He continues his speech extolling the integrity of Pei Xuan, who always pursued justice before being betrayed by corrupt ministers. He then compares Deng Fei's own loyalty to that of the legendary Guan Yu, leaving the bandit completely stunned and speechless. With tears in his eyes, Deng Fei cannot fathom how this man knows his gang's history as thoroughly as the back of his own hand. Seizing the moment of shock, Sun Erniang introduces the young men as the legendary brothers who conquered the Jingyang tiger. The leader is moved and acknowledges the brothers' feat, impressed by Wu Zhi's bravery in helping in such a legendary battle. Completely repentant, Deng Fei bows to the ground and tearfully begs forgiveness for offending such great heroes out of ignorance. Our protagonist seizes the opening to warn him about the Jurchen invasion from the north and the imminent collapse of the Liao dynasty. He makes it clear that time is running out for everyone and that dark times of war are approaching in full force. The news of the dynasty's fall leaves Deng Fei incredulous, unable to imagine that such a mighty empire could crumble. One of the bound thugs confirms the warning, revealing he heard from merchants that the northern warriors are truly ruthless. Wu Zhi takes the leader's hands and describes the suffering that will fall upon the people if no one prepares to defend the nation. Looking deep in the bandit's eyes, our hero reinforces that every man bears the responsibility to protect his homeland. Touched by the speech and burning with resolve, Deng Fei fills with courage and asks only for his new leader to give the orders. Our MC asks him to convince his river brothers to join his village so they can fight together for justice, and the man readily agrees. Wu Zhi orders the gang unbound and provides 5,000 coins as a gift, leaving Deng Fei flustered before such an honor. The man tries to decline the money since he started the fight, but is stunned by our protagonist's boundless generosity. The leader explains that the money will help the families of the fallen, promising to ensure a proper burial for all the men. Moved by the nobility of the gesture, all the bandits prostrate themselves on the ground, pledging their lives to Wu Zhi from that day forward. Watching the band depart, Sun Erniang remarks in admiration on the young man's kindness, but worries they might run off with the gold. Our hero smiles calmly, assuring her that honorable men do not break oaths and that an official pardon will settle everything at the right time. The system confirms the successful persuasion and awards the naval blueprints, leaving the young man dreaming of grand ocean voyages. Keeping his eyes on the main prize, Wu Zhi mounts his horse and gallops off to hunt down that coward Simon Chung. Meanwhile, the villain chuckles to himself in the carriage, confident that the hired bandits have already finished off his enemy. Bound and gagged in the corner, Simon Deji suffers in silence, thinking of our hero's name with a look of hope. Annoyed seeing his daughter thinking of his rival, the scoundrel gives the girl a hard smack, swearing that the young man is already in hell. The driver suddenly panics and shouts that pursuers are glued to the rear of the carriage. Simon Ching's eyes widen in sheer horror as he looks back and comes face to face with the cavalry that was supposed to be dead. Sun Erniang gallops at the front, pointing at the fleeing carriage and calling out that their target is within reach. Seeing nowhere left to run, the nobleman draws a dagger with a twisted grin, deciding to use his own daughter as a human shield. He steps out, dragging the young woman by her hair with the blade pressed against her throat, demanding that Wu Zhi stop immediately. Seeing the girl in mortal peril right before him, our protagonist pulls his horse's reins in shock. Wu Song pulls up alongside him and scolds his brother, warning him not to risk everything for a woman and let that scoundrel get away unpunished. Wu Song lets out a defeated sigh, thinking his brother is incredible at everything except when a pretty woman is involved. In the carriage, Simon Ching laughs in relief, believing that taking his daughter hostage forced Wu Zhi to abandon the chase for good. The villain orders the driver to speed up even more, convinced they will be completely safe once they reach the next city. From the hilltop, Wu Song warns that they cannot hesitate as capturing the fugitive will be nearly impossible once inside the gates of Izo. Yet our protagonist continues watching the movement below calmly, telling the group to hold their position. Focused on the perfect moment to strike, the young man asks for just a few more seconds of patience before making his move. Meanwhile, the nobleman taunts his daughter, warning that he will force her to marry Chen Chen Jingji the moment they arrive. Seeing the carriage pass the ideal mark, Wu Zhe's eyes gleam and he declares that the time to strike has finally arrived. Without thinking twice, our hero drives his horse down the embankment in a suicidal plunge off the cliff. Wu Song is completely horrified seeing the sheer madness his older brother just pulled off before his eyes. Sun Ernying also falls into total panic, unable to believe anyone would have the audacity to ride down such a sheer drop. The horse's hooves skid across jagged rocks, kicking up dust in a terrifying vertical descent. Pure panic sets in and our MC begins screaming curses at the top of his lungs as he plummets down the slope. Gravity takes full control, turning that insane maneuver into an absolute heart-stopping trial. Up top, Wusong hears the shouting and figures those screams must be some sort of secret mantra for mountain descents. Determined not to be left behind under any circumstances, the warrior decides he must follow his brother immediately. He positions himself beneath his own horse with a fierce look and unleashes the exact same battle cry as the protagonist. In an absurd display of raw strength, Wusong hoists the horse on his shoulders and begins sprinting down the cliff on foot. Carrying the animal on his back, the warrior charges down the slope, roaring that he is coming to back up the rescue. Inside the carriage, Simon Ching finds the deafening noise outside suspicious and opens the window to check. The scoundrel nearly faints from terror finding Wu Zhe right on the vehicle's tail after descending the mountain. Tied to the seat, Deji is deeply moved to see that the young man risked his own life to come save her. The girl's heart races instantly, sending her affinity bar with our protagonist skyrocketing by 30 points. With an intimidating glare and a sharp grin, Wu Zhe stares down the villain and warns that his run ends right here. The nobleman throws his hands up in absolute despair, screaming in terror as death stares him right in the face. Leaping cleanly from his mount, our hero breaches the carriage through the roof, smashing everything in his path. His eyes blazing with fury, Wu Zhe seizes Simon Ching's throat in an unyielding iron grip. He slams the villain onto the wooden floor in one clean strike, leaving the scoundrel completely pinned and breathless. Terrified of being executed on the spot, the defeated lord begins to weep, pathetically begging for his life. Having zero patience for smooth talk, our hero hurls the scoundrel straight out the window of the moving carriage. The villain's body tumbles violently across the dirt road, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Battered and covered in bruises, Simon Ching lies sprawled on the ground, completely beaten and groaning in agony. Seeing the bizarre scene, the driver panics, leaps off the moving vehicle, and bolts on foot to save his own skin. As the carriage slows to a halt, Wu Zhe carefully and tenderly cuts young Deji free from her bindings. Overcome with relief and passion, the young woman pulls the young man by the collar and plants a passionate kiss on him right there on the seat. Things heat up inside the carriage, and the system notification pops up confirming that the girl's affinity climbed even higher. She hugs him tightly, shyly thanking him for coming to her rescue in her darkest hour. Thoroughly embarrassed by her impulsive move earlier, the young lady straightens her dress and asks him to pretend none of that happened. But our protagonist runs his finger over his lips with a dashing smile, saying he will never forget that sweet taste. Blushing furiously, Deji softly tells him to stop teasing her as she yields to the moment. Wu Zhe leans in closer, teasing the girl by saying he would love to keep tasting that sweet kiss. Thoroughly flustered with burning cheeks, young Deji can barely hide how deeply he has affected her. Looking tenderly into his eyes, she softly admits that deep down she wants to keep going too. The young woman decides to surrender to her feelings, determined to seize her happiness with her own hands. But right at that moment, Wu Song throws open the carriage curtain carrying an unconscious Simon Ching in his arms. The warrior catches the two nestled together in a romantic embrace and freezes in sheer shock. Stunned by what he walked into, he shields his eyes with his arm and stammers that he will head up front to steer the horses. With the coast clear once again, our protagonist pulls the young woman in for an even deeper, more passionate kiss. The young woman surrenders completely to the affection, and the system quickly notifies him that her affinity shot up significantly. The bond between them reaches an impressive 90 points, cementing the girl's complete trust. Flirtatiously, Deji mentions that she ended up getting hurt and asks the young man to use his medical skills to examine her. Wu Zhe lightly touches her waist with a knowing smile, asking her to turn around so he can check the injury. Feeling bashful, the young lady leans against the carriage bench and shyly asks if that position is all right. Our hero examines the scene with a focused look, dropping a teasing remark about the severity of the injury. Breathless and with a trembling voice, the girl softly begs the young man to see to her treatment right away. Meanwhile, outside, Wu Song drives the carriage down the road while the bound villain rides, sprawled across the roof. The warrior shakes his head thoughtfully, concluding that his brother is incredible in battle, but simply cannot resist a pretty face. Deji's affinity reaches 100%, unlocking an exclusive mansion secret detection ability. Back at the Simon estate, the villain lies stretched out on the bed, wrapped head to toe in bandages like a mummy. Unable to move a single muscle, the scoundrel can only let out muffled groans of sheer agony across the room. Wu Yunang appears imposing with her baby bump clearly showing, noting that she traveled all night just to see him. She coldly strokes her belly, remarking that she never imagined finding her husband in such a wretched state. Without an ounce of pity, the woman asserts that this is the perfect retribution for all the families and wives he ruined in life. Beneath the bandages, the lord's eyes widen, gripped by a suffocating mix of hatred and terror. To make the man's despair worse, she proudly reveals that the twins she carries in her womb were fathered by Wu Zhe. The villain trembles with rage and struggles to sputter out insults, calling his own wife a venomous viper. Our protagonist calmly steps into the room, remarking that he knows all too well the stories of the nobleman's tragic fate. He recalls the classic endings from old tales, where the villain always ended up beheaded or dead from his own vices. Looking at the defeated man, Wu Zhu warns that the time to pay for everything has come, and his fate will not change. In total panic, Simonching tries to scream desperately that everything he is hearing is nothing but a big lie. Right at that moment, Li Jiaor enters the chamber holding a mysterious vial with a grim expression. The woman approaches the bed without mercy and pours the liquid from the vial straight into the bound lord's mouth. She explains that the substance will cause his blood pressure to skyrocket, mimicking a fatal heart attack without leaving a trace of poison. The concubine explains that faking a death by illness ensures that the estate and the entire million-coin inheritance remain with Wu Zhe. Hearing the astronomical sum of 1 million coins in assets, the young man is stunned by the scale of that fortune. Our hero smiles with satisfaction, agreeing that handling it right here closes the karmic loop cleanly without involving the courts. The two share loving caresses right there, while the dying man watches it all in sheer agony from the adjacent bed. The medicine begins to boil in the villain's veins, turning his face burning red as he loses control of his body. Outside the room, Yunyang stares coldly at the door, knowing the medication has already begun working as planned. With that, the doors to that room close for good, sealing the man's final fate in the absolute silence of the night. Wu Zhe tenderly caresses Li Jiaor's face, calmly saying it is long past time to send the lord to the afterlife. The concubine yields completely to his arms, stating with devotion that the young man is now her only master. Bound to the bed, Simonching watches everything in a daze, his tongue hanging out under the effects of the aphrodisiac. Li Jiaor slides her hand across our protagonist's chest, making clear the desire she feels for him in that moment. Seeing her undo the ties of her dress, the young man compliments the woman's stunning beauty as the mood heats up completely. The girl whispers coyly between sighs, begging for the attention and relief only our hero can provide. Completely seductive, she calls Wu Zhe's name and surrenders to the sheets without the slightest hesitation. Our MC plays along with a teasing grin, promising to use his legendary special acupuncture technique on her. Blushing deeply, the young woman plays innocent, asking playfully what this magical staff is all about. Striking a legendary triumphant pose, the young man dives right in to tame the beast in grand fashion. Passionate moans echo through the room, making the atmosphere between the two in bed utterly irresistible. On the other side of the chamber, the bound villain begins having uncontrollable spasms at the surreal sight. With eyes bulging and blood boiling, the defeated lord enters total collapse beneath his bandages. His blood pressure spikes all at once, and the man's heart finally gives out, marking the end of his pathetic life. Simonching falls dead on the bed with his eyes rolled back, paying dearly for every atrocity he ever committed. The system confirms that Li Jiaor's affinity reached 100%, unlocking a perk that increases brothel profits. Standing beside his beloved, Wu Zhe mockingly bids farewell to the corpse, promising to take very good care of the widows and the inheritance. Lying in bed with his new partners, our hero plans how he will manage the estate and attend to everyone in the days ahead. Yunyang strokes the young man's chin with a sly smile, commenting on his insatiable appetite for women. Our MC plays the victim, blaming it on the system quest, saying he is merely fulfilling the duty imposed upon him. Shortly after, the Simon estate awakens draped in white as the official funeral for the former patriarch begins. Before the mourners in the coffin, Wu Yunyang speaks sullenly about the urgent need to secure a new protector. She looks firmly at the other women and proposes that they all marry Wu Zhu together, asking who supports the decision. Without a second thought, Li Jiaor and young Dangji immediately agree to place themselves under the hero's protection. But a shrill voice rings out across the hall, calling them all shameless traitors before the corpse has even gone cold in the coffin. Yunyang turns coldly upon recognizing that the shouts of protest come from the household's arrogant fourth wife, Sun Shi. The woman remains on her knees with a haughty, disdainful posture, refusing to accept any deal of the sort. The matriarch steps forward, pushing back against the false moralism and warning of the misery awaiting helpless women in this world. Having no patience for hypocrisy, the leader orders the guards to sell the rebel to a brothel so she can learn the value of a roof over her head. Sun Shu is thrown into total shock by the ruthless order, turning pale as she sees her fate could be total ruin. The first wife bluntly explains that this massive fortune attracts danger and that none of them would survive without Wu Zhe's protection. Panicking, the fourth wife screams that she is a lawful wife and no one there has the authority to sell her off like merchandise. Yunyang reasserts that she commands the entire household as the headmistress and demands once more that they drag the rebel out. But before the guards can touch the woman, Wu Zhai appears at the entrance, raising a firm hand and ordering everyone to stop. Our hero urges his wife to calm down, reasoning that the woman's loyalty to her former master should be forgiven and understood. Even saved from ruin, Sun Shu does not back down, accusing the protagonist of shedding crocodile tears after killing her husband. At that moment, the second concubine, Lady Zhu, appears, supporting the matriarch by stating that the household needs a real man. The rebel is surprised to see the woman so well recovered, and Zhou reveals she was cured of a grave illness by Wu Zhe's hands and remedies. A flashback shows the maid explaining that chronic inflammation had to be treated directly through the intestines with penicillin. The noblewoman recalls how the intimate and innovative treatment performed by the young man miraculously ended up saving her life. Lady Zhuo reminds the rebel that the deceased never hesitated to sell off his own daughter and planned to hand them over to another commander. Shaken by what she hears, Sun Shu tries to deny reality, refusing to accept that her former husband was capable of such baseness. Deiji loses her temper and throws it in the woman's face that she did not lift a single finger to help when her father tried to sell her off by force. Confronted with the harsh truth of her own past inaction, the fourth wife feels the heavy weight of guilt pressing against her chest. Her pride wounded and with no way out, the cook lowers her head and decides to make one final proposal before accepting her fate. She challenges Wuxia to a culinary duel using chicken dishes, staking her freedom against eternal servitude as his concubine. Our protagonist accepts the challenge on the spot with a confident smile, mentally thanking his wives for the fine assist. The cooking duel begins immediately, with both competitors stationed at their respective counters in the mansion's kitchen. Standing with crossed arms before a simple clay pot, our MC radiates calm as if he already knows the outcome of the battle. His rival prepares a tray laden with pricey delicacies like abalone and bird's nest, confident that the richness of her ingredients will secure the win. Full of herself, the cook announces that she will prepare the legendary 8 treasure chicken to blow everyone away. She arrogantly holds up a glistening abalone, mocking the young man's humble roots and claiming he could barely name such fine foods. Calmly sipping his tea, Wuxia merely laments the waste of fine ingredients in the hands of someone who cannot draw out their true flavor. Annoyed by her opponent's mockery, the woman ties her apron with determination and declares the official start of the kitchen showdown. Displaying impressive acrobatic cleaver technique, the woman slices ingredients through the air with speed and flawless mastery. Confident that no simple dish can surpass her luxurious recipe, she finishes slicing the meat with an intimidating glare. The maids watching the duel stand slack-jawed, completely mesmerized by the seasoned cook's slicing display. Glancing over to check on her rival, the woman finds his relaxed posture strange and cannot make heads or tails of it. Wuxia simply sits in a chair, casually fanning the embers beneath his sealed clay pot. The rebel cannot fathom seeing that the young man added no refined seasonings and did not even put water inside the vessel. She marches over to demand an explanation, insisting he fights seriously and accusing him of trying to throw the match out of pity. Our hero merely points his fan toward her with a charming smile, promising to teach her plenty of new things if she stays by his side. He calmly explains that the great secret of his recipe lies not in excessive seasonings, but in the millimetric control of internal heat. Ignoring the lesson, the woman turns her back with confidence, sure that her rich, traditional recipe will take the crown in this duel. Soon after, the cook raises her hands triumphantly, announcing that her aromatic 8 treasures soup is finally ready. Wuxia removes the lid from his pot at that exact moment, calmly announcing that his special dish has just come off the fire as well. Both dishes are placed side by side. On one side, the nobleman's rich, golden broth; on the other, the protagonist's clear, steaming chicken. Our hero samples his opponent's soup with a spoon and praises the taste, while she eyes him suspiciously, thinking it is an act. Taking the young man's bowl, the woman is baffled by the broth's clarity, wondering how he obtained liquid without adding water. Wuxia reveals he used only circulating steam and a pinch of salt to extract the bird's purest, most natural essence during cooking. Scoffing at the preparation's simplicity, the young woman brings the first spoonful to her lips, convinced she will find nothing special. But the moment the indescribable flavor bursts upon her tongue, the cook's eyes close in a state of pure culinary bliss. A sensory explosion takes hold of the girl's mind, making her feel as though she is floating through the skies holding hands with Wuxia. Amid the glowing clouds of that vision, she asks in wonder where this extraordinary flavor is taking her. The clouds part suddenly, revealing a breathtaking view of golden agricultural fields carved into the mountain peaks. Enchanted by the radiant horizon, she marvels at the vastness of that lush landscape she had never seen before in her life. The young man explains that this scenery represents the famous southern rice terraces, a monument of rare beauty cultivated across generations. He praises the wisdom of the ancestors who shaped mountains through sweat and hard labor to feed the entire nation in abundance. Suddenly, a flaming golden phoenix streaks across the sky at high speed, leaving the cook completely spellbound by the sight. Our hero proudly reveals that the chicken used in the dish came from that legendary region, carrying the essence of the divine bird. In disbelief at the revelation, Sun Shu's eyes widen upon learning that the meat she ate descended from a legendary phoenix. The mystical sensation makes the woman feel as if she is floating through the heavens, increasing her affinity with our protagonist by 30 points. Utterly enchanted by the young man's talent, the cook prostrates herself on the floor and accepts defeat, swearing to serve him loyally. Wuxia approaches with a welcoming smile and helps the woman to her feet, telling her she did not lose to him, but to knowledge. The young man speaks on the vastness of the empire, stating he plans to open schools with geography classes to teach the land's riches. Grand images of mountains, rivers, and walls illustrate the immense diversity of resources and beauty spread throughout the country. Deeply moved by that grand vision, the woman gazes upon her new master with tears of admiration shining in her eyes. Playfully, she asks if she would have won had she known all that beforehand, and the young man confirms it with a smile. Determined to learn more deeply, the young woman leans over our hero and whispers that she wants her first private lesson tonight. She nestles into the sheets with blushing cheeks, sighing with satisfaction as she experiences the true power of knowledge. Wuxia begins by massaging the woman's back, explaining in a lecturing tone that the pressure serves to tenderize the muscle fibers. Shivering at the gentle touch, the cook arches her body on the bed and confesses she is feeling something entirely out of the ordinary. The young man grins wickedly and notes that the feeling is spot on, as the next subject of the night will be a hands-on biology class. Surrendering to the moment amid moans of pure pleasure, she realizes the protagonist's wisdom goes far beyond anything she ever imagined. The mood boils over in the chamber as our MC demonstrates all his energy and stamina worthy of a martial legend. Completely exhausted and fulfilled, the woman drifts to sleep in his arms, sending her affinity bar straight to the maximum mark of 100%. The system unlocks an exclusive culinary perk that boosts physical recovery and reduces fatigue for anyone who eats her cooking. Outside, the maid notices the bathwater spilling over, while the system announces that the mass wedding with the widows will complete the quest. The next day, we find our protagonist focused in his study, drafting documents and plotting the clan's upcoming moves. Aware of the impending historical crisis brought by war, the young man knows he must rapidly advance technology to guarantee their survival. Tao Zongwang and the blacksmith Tang Long arrive at the office, offering respectful greetings to the leader of the fortress. Wu Zhi delivers the blueprints into their hands, explaining that the first design is a massive granary capable of storing food for the county for a year. He also lays out plans to build textile mills, hydraulic steel mills, a cement plant, and even a disguised gunpowder workshop. The two builders scratch their heads in confusion, worried that the imperial court might punish them for erecting such tall defensive walls. The young man reassures the pair, explaining he has already secured the magistrate's authorization and will register everything under Brother Wu Song's name. Next, he spreads out the master map of the fortress to showcase the scale and complexity of the entire defensive network. Tao Zongwang recognizes the 8-sided Silk Road design, and Wu Zhi explains he will use watchtowers to form an impenetrable perimeter. The builder is stunned by the project's scale and asks where they will find enough labor and land to build it all. Our hero explains that the 500 men from the Yima River are already on their way, and that he plans to recruit 5,000 landless peasants from the region. The strategist prioritizes brick kilns and cement as the foundation of construction, promising to hand over the secret formulas for residential bricks. He mentions he has already negotiated land purchases in Daily Village at triple the price, offering bonuses and factory jobs to those who sell first. His partner nearly falls over at the steep price, but the young man counters that generous compensation speeds up any negotiation. Tang Long suggests using official authority to force the handover of lands with tax discounts, avoiding wasting a fortune for nothing. Wu Zhi shuts down the idea immediately, stating that paying well wins the hearts of the people and makes them sign contracts with joy. With eyes glowing with resolve, the leader reinforces that winning over the population's hearts and saving time is worth every coin spent. Impressed by such intelligence and forward-thinking vision, the beautiful Tang Long steps up from behind and gently holds the young man's face. Looking deep into his eyes, she asks in fascination how much knowledge can possibly fit inside the head of someone so young and brilliant. The young woman pinches Wu Zhi's cheeks in an adorable, affectionate way, marveling at the leader's extraordinary maturity. Catching the romantic spark in the room, Tao Zongwang makes a flimsy excuse and bolts out the door to avoid being a third wheel. With his friend's discreet exit, the study doors swing shut with a click, leaving the new couple alone in the chamber. Taking advantage of the fact that they are finally alone in the room, the woman provocatively suggests they finish what they started last time. Awkwardly trying to deflect the subject, Wu Zhi brings up that he crafted some reading spectacles with different focal strengths and suggests she take them for her father to test. She stands up slightly frustrated by the brush off, but does not miss the chance to strike a bold pose, showing off her generous curves to our protagonist. Searching for the spectacles in the boxes and cabinets, Wu Zhi grows completely baffled, muttering that he was certain he left them right there. Looking at his frantic search, the girl offers a sweet smile and tells Lord Wu not to worry, saying he can take all the time in the world. Inwardly, however, she is in full panic mode with her thoughts racing, desperately wondering why all of this is happening. She blushes furiously, thinking that, despite the protagonist being fairly short, the size of a certain asset of his is simply colossal. Sensing the dangerous mood and her intense gaze, Wu Zhi tries to back away, arguing that he still has a mountain of important matters to handle today. But the girl refuses to take excuses, reminding him that she spent days and nights helping manufacture hand grenades and demands fair compensation for her hard work. Wu Zhi feels the immense pressure of the moment instantly and breaks into a cold sweat, feeling even his tailbone ache before the young woman's relentless resolve. She assures him she knows about his busy schedule and promises she will only help him unwind a bit without draining his energy, boasting that she is a very understanding woman. She then laments that, with so many wives and concubines, getting time with him is nearly impossible, and sweetly asks him to visit her more often. With no way out against such pressure and charm, our protagonist can only stammer that he understands, totally surrendered to the awkward situation. Soon after, the scene shifts to Daily Village, where residents are rioting over rumors that Constable Wu wants to buy their ancestral lands, fearing they will have nothing left to eat. One of the strongest peasants raises his hoe and shouts that he will not sell under any circumstances, and the rest of the crowd echoes him, saying that without land they are nothing. That is when the village chief, Old Baozong, steps in calling for calm and displays an official land acquisition document signed personally by Lord Wu himself. Curious and deeply apprehensive, the peasants ask the elder to stop building suspense and reveal what important matter is written on that official paper. The old man then reveals that Lord Wu is offering triple compensation for the lands, paying 30 guan for a plot normally worth just 10 with immediate cash payment. Hearing this unbelievable offer, an instant silence falls over the area, and a hoe even clatters to the ground from the shock of the news. All the villagers freeze slack, jawed, initially unable to process that they are about to receive such a massive windfall of cash all at once. One of the peasants quickly calculates that his land will yield 300 guan, a fortune his family could never save even if they worked for 100 years. The village chief is amused by their shocked reaction, as the peasants change their minds instantly, now begging to sign the contract on the spot. But Baozong adds that the generosity does not stop there, announcing an extra 10 guan relocation bonus for every family that vacates their home before dusk tomorrow. The peasants weep with joy, remarking that their old shacks were worth almost nothing, and that Lord Wu is practically stuffing their pockets with gold. Seeing the widespread euphoria, Baozong adopts a serious tone, stating that they must not simply leech off Lord Wu, but work hard in his factories to secure the future of coming generations. The village chief's profound, grounded words strike a chord with everyone, who break into emotional tears, deeply grateful for the golden opportunity they received. Fully motivated, they raise their fists high and shout in unison, swearing to give their all to make Lord Wu's territory ever larger and stronger. The scene then moves to Lichun Courtyard, an imposing entertainment venue now under new management following recent events. Wu Zhai arrives accompanied by Li Jioer, who loudly announces that the previous owner has passed away and that Lord Wu purchased the entire establishment, assembling all the staff. Right after, two beautiful pink-haired young women appear, identified as Li Geqing and Li Geji, who happen to be Li Jiaoer's own nieces. Wasting no time, the two sisters throw themselves at Wu Ji flirtatiously, begging him to spend the night and promising to make him feel completely comfortable. But their aunt, Li Jiaoer, steps right between them and delivers a harsh scolding, demanding to know what the two shameless girls think they are doing clinging to Lord Wu like that. Instead of backing down from the scolding, one of the nieces simply smirks and teases her aunt, cheekily asking if she would like to join them too. The other sister chimes in immediately, cheerfully suggesting that all three together, aunt and nieces, entertaining Lord Wu would make for an unforgettable night. Faced with such audacity and shamelessness from her nieces, Li Jiaoer is left totally speechless, rubbing her temples from the sheer headache. To cut through the awkward situation before things spiral out of hand, Wu Zhi clears his throat and takes the floor, announcing the true purpose of his visit. With utter seriousness, our protagonist drops the bombshell that Lichun Courtyard is officially dissolved from this moment on and that all of them are finally free. The news hits like a splash of cold water, and one of the sisters reacts with pure outrage, furiously yelling that he cannot simply do this to them out of nowhere. The other sister, visibly shaken, tearfully asks where they are supposed to go, explaining that their mother is paralyzed from a stroke and relies on expensive medicine daily. Desperate with tears streaming down her face, she accuses Wu Zhi of condemning her entire family to death by stripping away their only source of income. Wu Zhi sighs upon realizing that none of the women want to leave, quickly offering alternatives for them to work at his new textile mill or as hostesses at the tavern. He promises to cover her mother's medical expenses, but the young woman laughs bitterly, saying the meager wage of a factory worker could never fill that bottomless pit. She vents bitterly that everyone there carries heavy family debts and only entered this degrading line of work out of desperation and a lack of options. Weeping, the girl accuses corrupt officials of seizing their lands and pushing them to loan sharks, calling his promises pure hypocrisy. The weight of that outburst hangs heavy in the room, and even Li Jiaoer watches our protagonist with a tense expression, waiting to see what he will do. Faced with the pain and anger of the two sisters, Wu Zhi remains silent for a few moments, taking in every single accusation with grave seriousness. To everyone's surprise, our protagonist lowers himself into a deep, respectful bow, bowing sincerely before all the women present. The women stand completely shocked and wide-eyed at the gesture, unable to believe an important official would bow before them. The young woman who had just exploded in anger is left speechless and moved, tears welling in her eyes as she witnesses Lord Wu's genuine humility. Wu Zhi openly acknowledges the ruling class's guilt in oppressing the common people, admitting he has no moral right to act with superiority or false charity. He then firmly states that he will demand nothing in return, and will personally assume the burden of paying off their debts to the world. The young woman notes that they would still face humiliation on the streets, so Wu Zhi decides to remodel the venue into the new Lichun Commercial and Entertainment Courtyard. He explains that the new contracts will be commercial partnerships with year-end profit sharing, ensuring they all earn far more than before. Our protagonist sets clear rules. No one will ever sell their body again. There will be monthly medical exams, and he will personally punish anyone who tries to force them into anything. He asserts with conviction that even if he cannot restore their social standing overnight, he will at least guarantee their health and safety. Deeply moved by the respect shown to them, the two sisters embrace in tears as their loyalty and affection for Lord Wu soar in this system. Even Li Jioer cannot hold back her tears and dabs away a discreet tear, marveling at our hero's compassion and greatness of spirit. Before leaving to prepare the business plan and renovations, Wu Zhi grants them a month of paid leave so they can all rest before training begins. On the way back, our protagonist plans to distill high-grade spirits based on historical recipes and compose upbeat songs to entertain patrons at the new venue. He also plans to teach the hostesses emotional hospitality skills, realizing that beyond drinks, customers seek emotional value and attentiveness. Wu Zhi reflects that turning the venue into a respectable entertainment hub is the best practical way to improve those women's lives within that era's realities. Aware that grand transformations require time and patience, our MC presses forward with resolve, knowing the first steps have been taken. Later, he sits down to compose on paper while humming a famous poetic tune about about blue and white porcelain from his previous world. The beautiful Gongsun-won enters the room carrying the schedule for the coming days, including opening ceremonies and welcoming the Simon family widows. Feeling slightly insecure with so many women surrounding the protagonist, Wanner sweetly announces that starting today, she will serve as his personal aide. She explains that she will manage his meetings and paperwork so they can spend more time together, making Wu Zhi realize the role is basically that of a secretary. Curious about the unfamiliar term, the girl asks what the word means, and our hero laughingly explains that this is exactly what they call the job in his hometown. Wanner is amused and quickly praises the song he was humming, impressed by the rich harmony and poetic delicacy of the brand new composition. Wu Zhi inwardly celebrates the success of modern songs in this world, wishing only that he had a better memory to recall more hits. Soon after, an idea strikes his mind as he remembers a classic, stirring patriotic anthem about the roots of his homeland. He realizes he needs to make slight tweaks to the original lyrics to focus the unifying message directly on the Han people living under oppression in the Yun region. Our strategist calculates that this modified anthem will wield the rallying power of a true army, seizing the moment while the Liao kingdom is in crisis. He asks for Wanner's help in polishing the verses, aiming for lyrics that inspire the people of Yun and support reclaiming the territory without crossing political lines. Wu Zhi begins singing the melody with passion while the young woman listens with rapt attention, holding her brush to make poetic adaptations. With immense talent and sensitivity, Gongsun-won writes every verse onto the scroll, elevating the song's lyrical depth with her exquisite calligraphy. As soon as they finish composing, the two hold the parchment side by side, and she eagerly asks what he thinks of the musical poem's final outcome. The scroll displays the first stanza of the song Han Heart, portraying with deep emotion the longing for the homeland and the unyielding identity of their heritage. The following verses praise majestic rivers and the unity of the people, cementing a powerful composition tailored to awaken patriotic fervor in the masses. The system identifies the creation of this high-impact piece and awards Wu Zhi legendary composition skills along with a captivating, magnetic singing voice. Fully satisfied with the flawless lyrics, our hero praises Wanner's talent and pulls her in for a passionate kiss, sealing the intimate moment between them. Wu Zhi instructs Wanner to spread the new song through storytellers, beggars, and merchants, wanting it to echo across the entire north within a few months. Next, he reveals his plans to travel to the capital to meet Chancellor Ho, and asks her to break down the detailed structure of an imperial policy memorial. Delighted by his interest, Wanner sweetly agrees and offers to teach him everything about the public policy essays used in the imperial examinations. She explains that this type of essay evaluates candidates' practical insight regarding border crisis, economics, or governance, focusing on strategic acumen. The young woman notes that imperial examiners generally evaluate 3 core criteria when reviewing these official documents. The first point is identifying the root of the problem immediately, and the second is clear logical organization to persuade the reader. The third crucial factor is practical feasibility, as grand proposals without real-world application mean nothing to those who govern the empire day to day. As she nestles in his arms, Wu Zhi reflects on how most ordinary scholars fail the exams precisely because they lack real-world political experience. Wanner adds softly that there are still other important guidelines to follow when writing directly for imperial authorities. Suddenly, she puts on a playful, coy act, pretending to be tired in his arms, intentionally teasing our protagonist to break the serious mood. Our hero wastes no time and jokingly calculates the exact weight of her generous assets, leaning into the banner with great humor. He offers to help her carry that burden, and the girl giggles shyly, telling him to focus on the memorial to impress the chancellor during the capital visit. She emphasizes that history's greatest memorials were those that dared to expose the raw truth without resorting to hollow flattery toward the rulers. Grasping the core essence perfectly, Wu Zhi grips the brush with total confidence, ready to write a devastating political critique. He opens the document by justifying his boldness as an ordinary citizen concerned for his country, claiming to have witnessed border realities firsthand. In the text, he urgently warns that the court's plan to ally with the Jin to crush the Liao kingdom will inevitably lead the nation to total ruin. Wu Zhi outlines 3 crucial points: Liao must not fall, the Jin dynasty cannot be trusted, and the recovery of Liao must be carried out gradually and strategically. He proposes covertly aiding Liao to buy time, training border troops while granting land to refugees, and turning the common folk into the true bedrock of national defense. Gongsun-won is left utterly spellbound by the brilliance and foresight displayed by the protagonist in his flawless proposals. The impact of that overwhelming admiration stirs the young woman's feelings so deeply that she can barely contain her desire for him. Mutual attraction takes over that instant, and the two surrender fully to wild passion inside the chambers. Wanner's affection reaches 100%, and the system unlocks an exclusive perk that boosts Wu Zhi's efficiency in managing documents and resolving crises. After their intimate moment, Wan asks when they will make their marriage official, but Wu Zhi hesitates due to her father's status as county magistrate. She makes it clear she does not care about formal titles and decisively declares she will speak with her father to move into his household starting tomorrow. Wu Zhi smiles fondly at her resolve and agrees to the plan, provided his future father-in-law is not object to his daughter's decision. Just then, the door is kicked open by Magistrate Gongsun, who storms in fuming upon discovering that the man he treated like a brother ended up seducing his daughter. Caught red-handed, our MC scratches his head awkwardly, trying to explain that the two were merely discussing strategies before things heated up. The magistrate glares at Wu Zhi with a scowl, demanding an immediate change in how the young man addresses him from now on. Catching the cue instantly, our protagonist respectfully greets him as father-in-law, drawing silent approval from the elder. Giving his father-in-law a shoulder massage, Wu Zhi listens as the magistrate accepts the union with Wanner as a secondary wife, asking only for future support for the Gongsun clan. Wu Zhi humbly expresses his gratitude, remarking that the magistrate seems to place enormous faith in his new son-in-law's future. The old magistrate admits he knows the young man's ambition well and promises to pull strings, reminding him that in imperial bureaucracy, everything requires money to open doors. Wu Zhi offers 10% of the profits from his cement and glass factories, and his father-in-law accepts, reasoning that the court is rotten to the core. He explains that he will use this fortune to bribe allies within Kaijing's powerful faction, securing total freedom for his son-in-law's businesses across the province. Pleased by the young man's pragmatic outlook, Gongsun promises to act as Wu Zhi's political and logistical right-hand man on his climb to power. The magistrate takes on the responsibility of organizing wedding preparations for Wanner and the widows, freeing Wu Zhi to focus on his other tasks. As the father-in-law departs with confidence, the partnership between them is formally sealed, paving a solid path for the protagonist's business expansion. Shortly after, Li Jiora approaches in surprise, commenting that she never expected the magistrate to accept the union so easily. Our hero laughs at his good fortune, acknowledging that having such a pragmatic and adaptable father-in-law made his future plans far easier. Visiting the construction site at Dali Village, Wu Zhi is impressed by how quickly the land was cleared, and the old chief explains that everyone rushed to avoid missing the generous bonuses. The village chief asks if Lord Wu will purchase more land in the future on behalf of other villagers, and Wu Zhi laughs in relief, seeing that his fear of pushback was completely unfounded. He reflects that in the era's clan structures, when the vast majority profits, no one dares oppose the collective enrichment of the community. At that moment, the three heroes of the Yima River arrive: Pei Xuan, Meng Kang, and Deng Fei, presenting themselves imposingly before our protagonist. The three warriors kneel respectfully, swearing their loyalty, and Wu Zhi bids them rise, entrusting them with the management of the entire Dali Village development zone. Wu Zhi appoints Pei Xuan as chief supervisor construction and safety, mandating the strict use of woven bamboo helmets by everyone on site under penalty of severe punishment. The three men exchange confused glances, finding the concept of wearing a so-called safety helmet utterly bizarre. Our hero then proudly showcases the prototype, a sturdy helmet made of woven bamboo to protect workers' heads from falling debris. He explains that red helmets are for supervision and blue ones are for safety inspectors, emphasizing that workers' physical safety is the top priority on the site. Tao Zhongwan, the nine-tailed turtle, points out that across all previous dynasties, deaths in projects of this scale were always considered inevitable. Raising his fist, Wu Zhi firmly declares he will not accept that outdated logic, as human life in his projects is worth far more than the heavens themselves. Next, he points to the main construction wall and orders 8 large characters painted on it for all to see daily. He demands they prominently display the motto that human life is of supreme value and that safety must always come first. Moved by such care and nobility of spirit, all the men kneel in reverence, swearing absolute loyalty to our protagonist. Tao Zhongwan worries that so much caution might delay the project's delivery, but Wu Zhi already has the perfect solution, proposing to divide the laborers into 10 working squads. He implements 3 continuous rotating shifts, offering double wages, extra meat with every meal, and trophies for the most efficient squads. Tao Zhongwang is amazed by the brilliance of the idea, praising Wu Zhi's knack for keeping work fast, and the crew highly motivated. Pei Xuan fully agrees, acknowledging that with this innovative methodology, the timeline will be met strictly without compromising anyone's safety. Meanwhile, former Constable Sun Kai, currently under suspension, watches from afar, seething with rage, swearing to report Wu Zhi to higher authorities for harboring bandits. The scene cuts to the official road at night, where Sun Kai gallops hurriedly with his guards, oblivious to a squad of archers ambushing them from the shadows. The hooded assassins draw their bowstrings in perfect sync, waiting for the exact moment to fire upon the convoy. Suddenly, a deadly volley pierces the darkness, and an arrow strikes Sun Kai squarely in the eye, catching the man completely off guard mid-gallop. A merciless storm of arrows rains down on the remaining soldiers, taking down horses and men in a matter of seconds. Amid screams of agony and pooling blood, every member of Sun Kai's escort is ruthlessly slaughtered without a chance to defend themselves. The assassin leader approaches the elegant figure, observing the carnage, and respectfully confirms that all targets have been eliminated with no witnesses left. Magistrate Gongsun strokes his beard with calculated coldness and orders kerosene poured over the bodies to burn everything without leaving a single trace. The flames quickly consume the remains of Sun Kai and his soldiers, wiping out any clue that could tie the ambush to the magistrate. Gongsun steps away from the fire, muttering that it was best to snuff out this threat permanently, working from the shadows to protect the future of his valuable new son-in-law. Shortly after, Wu Zhi's grand wedding day arrives, and the city streets are filled with a spectacular celebration featuring music, dancing, and abundant feasts. Mounted on a white horse wearing ceremonial red robes, our hero praises his father-in-law's efficiency, who masterfully coordinated every detail of the joint ceremony. An impressive procession of 8 bridal sedans parades through the town center, carrying all the brides in a grand cortege never before seen in the region. On the second floor of a tea house, nobles watch slack-jawed, gossiping about how someone of humble origin managed to wed so many prominent women. One of the scholars chuckles, mentioning the secret nickname given to Wu Zhi in the county, the man who surpasses Meng, making a direct reference to the legendary conqueror Cao Cao. The crowd along the sidewalks cheers enthusiastically at the scale of the event, hailing our protagonist with the curious new title spreading through the streets. The system formalizes the new title, boosting Wujia's charm with married women while lowering his affinity with the arrogant little Marquis Lu Fang. While the townsfolk celebrate merrily and feast on food shared at the festival, a foreign woman with a striking presence walks discreetly among the crowd. Watching the extravagant spectacle with disdain, the mysterious woman coldly mutters about the moral weakness of the men of the Central Plains. This is Li Qinglu, an influential member of Western Xia's first-class hall, who scoffs at the court's detachment while the fate of the entire North stands on the brink of collapse.